Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Oh wait, I can sense your presence. You are not from our universe, another Earth. You've traveled to the wrong universe. When Norland and Wells came to their doors, two men and a woman blocked their way. Wells' expression changed slightly. Because these three are all acquaintances. They were Barry Allen's friends on Earth 1. Simmons and Caitlin, but now they have clearly become the lackeys of the Speed Demon. Of the three, the leader is Simmons, who is called Echo in this universe and has the ability to release vibrational waves and shock waves. The woman is Caitlin, the Frost Assassin, who possesses the ability to wield ice and throw ice blades from a distance. Her icy blue lips will turn anyone who kisses her into a block of ice, killing them instantly. The other man is Deathstorm Ronnie, who possesses abilities similar to Sunspots and No. The power to destroy people. It can emit flames from its entire body, release fire impacts, and even fly. However, his abilities are inferior to those of the current Fireman and Sunspot, and his body cannot transform into flames, so he can only become a subordinate of extreme speed. Oh no, it should be Echo's subordinates. Frost Assassin and Deathstorm are not as strong as Echo, and the Echo obeys the command of extreme speed. However, according to what Norland knew, Echo had long harbored rebellious intentions, plotting to rebel against Speed and replace Speed as the master of Central City. However, his abilities did not match his ambition of 420. In a later confrontation with Barry Allen, he was instantly killed without any chance to fight back. What are you doing here? You wouldn't happen to be here to rescue your daughter, would you, Wells? Echo looked at Wells with amusement. His tone was threatening. Wells, while we all have to thank you for what you've done, gratitude aside, it won't go easy on you, you know. Without a direct order, no one can barge in, note even you. Frost Killer and Deathstorm moved forward together, trailing Echo by half a step. With both hands outstretched downwards, icy mist filled the air, and water vapor coalesced into ice blades in less than a second. With a mere wave of the hands, an attack comparable in power to a bullet could be unleashed. The other one tossed his head, and bursts of vibrant flames instantly erupted from his head. Hands on feet, Speed is dead. There's no need for you to risk your lives for him, Wells quickly said. The three exchanged a glance, but none of them believed it. They all knew how terrifying, cruel, and horrible extreme Speed was. It was the absolute master of Central City, leaving the government powerless. He established the underground rules of the Central City, and no one else could do evil without his permission. Although the three of them wanted to resist, it was clear that extreme Speed was currently invincible. The Frost Killer laughed. You or this handsome guy? What a pity if it weren't for this situation. I really wouldn't mind having a romantic encounter with you. The assassin's cold gaze fell upon Norland. His jealousy now barely contained the Frost Assassin. The woman he had his eye on now seems to be captivated by another man. Although he knew that the Frost Assassin would occasionally joke with others while on missions, he didn't mind because he knew the other person wasn't interested and was just saying it casually. But no, looking at Norland's wickedly handsome face, he understood that the Frost Killer was serious. And if he didn't do something, the other party would really cuckold him. As long as Norland lives, he will never get his hands on the Frost Killer. You killed that fast-paced pretty boy. Let me see what you're capable of. Before the Echo could even speak, Deathstorm raised his hand and unleashed a fireball, the raging flames roaring towards Norland. Oh my god, this is so exciting, I love it. The Frost Killer laughed excitedly. She could absorb heat to create frost, but Deathstorm made her feel endless heat. So she was considering whether to be with Deathstorm. Echo sneered, remaining silent, kill speed impossible. This is a good opportunity to let Deathstorm test the opponent's abilities. You know what, that's not how you play with fire. Facing the raging flames, Norland smiled contemptuously. He didn't even care about a guy who was less than a fireman. Norland raised his index finger and pointed it into the air. That raging fire at this moment was like a docile kitten, obediently leaning against its owner, constantly leaping, trying to gain its owner's affection. What? This is impossible, Deathstorm. Its face filled with astonishment. Stubbornly unleashed fireball after fireball. What, all you know how to do is fireball? Norland easily caught all the fireballs, and a dozen or so flames floated in the air, neatly arranged, like elite soldiers standing there waiting for their commander's inspection. Such crude use of flames. No wonder you can only be Echo's subordinate. It turns out you're not qualified to catch Speed's eye. Seeing the increasingly grim face of death, Norland shook his head in disappointment, infused a tiny bit of power into the flames, and casually waved it the dozen or so flames, which had become even deeper and more powerful, flew back like a barrage of arrows at an even faster speed. He had no time to dodge the death storm, but he didn't need to either. He was a master of fire. How could he possibly be burned? He held his head high with disdain, but his expression changed drastically the moment the first fireball struck him. His flames were actually scorched and even devoured by the fireball that flew back. All the heat became fuel for the opponent. F***K, this isn't ordinary fire. There was no time to dodge the death storm. Fireballs came crashing down from behind one after another. Before he could catch all the fireballs with his chest, he was burned to ashes by an even more terrifying flame. The remaining flames all struck the buildings behind them, completely destroying the buildings in the direction the three had come from. Both Echo and Frostkiller were terrified. The powerful death storm actually died from its own flames. Someone who played with fire got burned to death. Isn't that ridiculous and ironic, but it's true. They saw it with their own eyes. If they hadn't been there, they would have thought it was a joke. As ridiculous as a fish drowning, Norland gave Wells a look, then walked straight toward the two of them. Echo subconsciously raised his hand. However, Norland countered with a shockwave. I didn't intend to do anything. This is just a misunderstanding. Echo was both shocked and furious. He hurriedly released a shockwave to block. But his shockwave was like a son facing his father in front of Norland's shockwave. It was suppressed in an instant and crashed into Echo with undiminished momentum. The powerful oscillation force shattered the echoes into cellular matter, leaving not even ashes. The Frost Assassin was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. The Death Storm was burned to death by fire, and the Echo was killed by the shockwave. Could she have frozen to death? Forget it, I can't play with ice. 013601211 Failu 204,270,580. Norland walked straight past her despite this. The Frost Assassin clearly saw that the other party's prominent breathing was as cold as frost. She was very familiar with what that ability was. Frozen breath. She dared not move at all, for fear that even the slightest movement would make the other party think she was about to attack. And then they would retaliate in kind and kill them with their abilities. The Frost Killer was certain that if he were frozen and destroyed at the cellular level, he would not survive. Wells, who witnessed the whole thing, was quite surprised. He followed Norland's steps in a daze, deeply afraid of his abilities. He knew very well that Norland was also a speedster, even faster than Barry Allen, and speed was no match for him. Now it has unleashed even more terrifying flames and more powerful shockwaves. As a renowned scientist, he witnessed this while passing through the battlefield. The death storms and echoes left nothing but ashes after death. Even the cells were likely destroyed. What a terrifying existence. He is absolutely the most powerful superhuman. Describing him as a god wouldn't be an exaggeration. With only Echo and 3 others guarding the base camp, and no one else to stop them, The high-speed base was effectively secured. Wells followed Norland and finally found Jesse. When the two met, they wept with joy. Extreme Speed is dead. Echo and Deathstorm are dead too. And Frost Killer is terrified and will probably never dare to appear in front of them again. They were finally free from constant fear of being killed at any moment. No, perhaps not yet. Due to an anomaly in the particle accelerator experiment. There are still many other superhumans in Central City. Including serial killers, Speed is just one of them. And there are quite a few other superpowered villains. When ordinary people possess extraordinary abilities, most will experience a surge in power that their current mental capacity is insufficient to control. Previously there was a swift suppression. The Central City might be descending into chaos. Wells began to worry about what would happen next. Jesse successfully gained the Speed Force and became one of the speedsters. Norland, under the guise of teaching, took her to familiarize herself with the Speed Force. Jesse's thrilled new experimental ability, 5.8. Norland did not work if she were to remain in Central City. She would become another Flash, facing various crises every day and battling wits with all sorts of superpowered villains. Subsequently, she timidly thanked Norland, then secretly observed him, her eyes glued to him. If you want Jesse to stay safe, he can come with me to other universes, which are at least much safer than here, but before that, you have to conduct another particle accelerator experiment. Just like last time, it can provide him with a continuous source of the Speed Force. And perhaps after the upgrade, he will have even greater potential than Barry Allen, creating another Speed Force wall in the Marvel Universe. Its speed is currently only a few Mach, but its future is promising. This will change the rules of Marvel. A speedster with super speed, Wells looked at Jesse, then at Norland and seemed to understand something. Norland isn't some saint who does things for no reason. The three returned to the cutting-edge research laboratory and restarted the particle accelerator experiment. For Jesse's sake, Wells agreed to Norland's request. Jesse, with her big bright eyes, came up to Norland. Her face flushed and the faint traces of tears still visible. After gaining his powers, Jesse Quick also wants to become a superhero. I was immediately drawn to the Kryptonian technology located on Mars. Wells' decision was absolutely correct. The city center is not safe, and Jesse Express was his target. The parallel universe travel technology, the vast and boundless knowledge of Krypton, and the accumulation of millions of years by the guardians of the universe. The powerful Norland is clearly the only one who can protect Jesse from harm. Norland was used to it. It would be truly strange if any woman could be immune to his looks. When he and Jesse arrived in the old Bruce universe ruled by Norland, he didn't even know when Norland and Jesse left this universe and came to Marvel. Firstly, feared Norland's power. Secondly, Norland's words had struck a chord with him, as it turns out. Wells wanted to stop it, but he didn't. This scientist even forgot Jesse and Norland, plunging headlong into the ocean of knowledge and forgetting everything else. He didn't want to lose his sweetheart again. Wells, whom he had just gotten back, would never allow Jesse to be in such a dangerous situation. Upon returning to Marvel, Norland discovered a problem. Let's go to Norland's universe together with Jesse. The Speed Force is Decisive's energy system, and it can still be used in the Marvel universe. But it is now a consumable. Without the support of the Speed Force wall, the speedster's power can only be used up more and more until it is completely exhausted. Norland's use of his super brain to obtain information about the speedster's drug from Wells, Speedster Simmons and others was also ineffective. Originally, the injection could temporarily grant a person super speed. But in the Marvel Universe, it has no effect, Norland guessed. This may also be related to the strength of the Speed Force. The reagent they create is actually a linking device that can temporarily open a passage to the Speed Force wall. However, in the Marvel Universe, the reagent cannot connect to the distant Speed Force wall, and therefore cannot continue to grant people super speed abilities. But Norland has found a solution. As long as you maintain sexual activity with Jesse for a long time, You can continuously replicate and improve the quality and quantity of the speed force. As a consequence, Jesse had to temporarily give up using the speed force to punish evil and promote good. In compensation, Norland gave Jesse a control helmet containing a WeChat chip that allows him to control miniature magnetic robots using brainwaves. When there are enough magnetic robots, Jesse can even easily destroy a street, even a city. Besides facing individuals like Magneto, who can control magnetism, and Pyro, who can wield high-temperature flames. When prepared, his strength is in no way inferior to that of an ordinary level 4 mutant. Of course, given the current state of the Earth, virtually no one dares to cause trouble for mutants. Norland left an energy mark on her body, which could be activated whenever she encountered an insurmountable danger. After that, Jesse and the others went out to uphold justice. At this time, Skye rushed over upon hearing the news. She reported to Norland on the recent work concerning the Inhumans. But just recently, she noticed some unusual behavior. Humans. The number of Inhumans has been growing rapidly recently. Norland paused slightly upon hearing this. Have you told Charles and the others about this? Skye shook her head. I told him, but he didn't find the reason afterwards. I talked to some of the people who had recently awakened their abilities. And they all had one thing in common. They all encountered a man in black robes who touched them lightly. And they lost consciousness and found themselves petrified. And recently, news reports have shown a significant increase in the number of missing persons. We suspect that someone else has obtained the Terrigen crystal and is conducting undisclosed experiments. Upon hearing this, Norland remembered something else. Any news from the moons? They have found a mysterious city located in the shadows on the far side of the moon. It uses optical cloaking and has an energy shield that protects it from external cosmic rays and temperatures. According to the data analysis, it has oxygen and temperature suitable for human habitation. It should be the human kingdom you asked them to find, Attilan. You mean that mysterious person was sent by Attilan? Skye was extremely surprised. When she first heard that the Inhumans had a country on the moon, she didn't believe it at all. Even her mother and the older generation of Inhumans were unaware of Attilan's existence. However, the news brought by the two attack ships when they returned confirmed Norland's words. The Inhumans' kingdom, the lunar city of Attilan, actually exists, however. Attilan actually abandoned the Inhumans on Earth and isolated himself on the moon. Skye's mother, Jiaying, was not excited about their existence, in the contrary. She hated them. The Inhuman race clearly already possessed its own kingdom and the ability to protect its people. But he remained unmoved. They stood by and watched as the alien races on Earth suffered. Wanted and arrested by various forces. Subjected to rampant human experimentation, meanwhile, the Inhumans of Attilan lived carefree and happy lives. How could Jiaying not feel jealous and angry at such drastically different treatment? If they had come to Earth to guide other Inhumans, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up like this. They will not become a subjugated race of mutants. This was to escape the harm inflicted by the Skrulls and other forces. It's just a possibility. We can't rule out the possibility that other Terrigen crystals may have ended up outside. Norland thought for a moment and then instructed. This matter needs close attention. Have Charles send someone to track it down. Skye nodded to indicate that she understood. Wait, remember to come to my place after this is all over. Skye blushed as she thought of something and skipped out excitedly. But in his heart, he was thinking about who to find as a helper. It's impossible to fight alone, never in this lifetime. Even Anna and Hela surrendered Asgard. After Makari fully recovered, Phastos's things are also ready. At this moment, all 9 remaining people were present. This is what you prepared, a bracelet. Gilgamesh kept examining the bracelet on his wrist, as if trying to uncover its secrets. Stop looking, this isn't technology you can understand. Phastos demonstrated using his own bracelet. Golden energy gathered along the bracelet. Everyone else recognized it, it was the energy within their bodies. According to Ajekar, abilities come from the Celestials. The Celestials are the most powerful energy producers in the universe. When Arishem granted us his abilities, he infused us with almost limitless cosmic energy. It enables our bodies to regenerate continuously, giving us a long life and remarkable abilities. These bracelets can theoretically shut down our regeneration process. This will allow our bodies to accumulate additional cosmic energy. So what? Looking very upset with slightly reddened eyes. Silky couldn't wait to speak. Don't rush me, what I mean is, as long as we can gather our energy through this bracelet, we can connect with each other through the Domo device. And the group. Through connection, we can transfer energy to someone. That person can become incredibly powerful. And by pooling the energy accumulated by everyone else, we can form a unified will, and thus possess incredible antipsychotic abilities. Just like Juk, we can connect with him to give him great power and enhance his mental abilities, so that he can control even more powerful beings. At the same time, we can also transfer our thoughts to another person at any time, such as Gilgamesh, who can then smash a mountain with a single punch and create an escalating earthquake. We can even transfer it to Cecilia, giving her the ability to transform matter again. Give it to me, I'm going to kill him. Spiker said viciously, what's wrong with you? Try to control your emotions. Even Cecilia isn't as agitated as you. Ajax was astonished by Spike's condition. He killed Icarus Lai. Spike was about to speak when she got emotional, but she stopped herself after glancing at Cecilia. After all, she and Cecilia are best friends, so she couldn't very well reveal that she liked her best friend's ex-boyfriend at a time like this. Ajax's gaze shifted between Spike and Surha, as if he understood something. Juki also seemed to be deep in thought. Only Surhi was still comforting Spike. It's all right. We will definitely avenge him. She then said to Fastos, let me go even if I lose in the end. It doesn't matter since I've already lost my powers anyway. No, let's go together. Norland possesses numerous abilities, and even if we enhance our individual abilities, it will be difficult to pose a fatal threat to him. Only by flexibly switching between abilities can we defeat it. Ajax finally spoke and made the decision. Upon hearing this, the others finally agreed. Ajax makes a good point. Even if someone's strength is increased, it will still be difficult to defeat Norrin. How can one fight someone who can switch between different powers at any time to counter a single ability? The best choice is to be together by using a unified mindset. One can quickly switch between different individuals, thus enabling a more composed and decisive battle. Ajak clutched the first bead of the necklace at her chest, hesitating whether to contact the Supreme Being. Defeating Norland would be fine, but what if they lose? Perhaps we could try that. Ajax then led his men to search for the new king of Asgard. They hoped to unite again to attack Norland. But when she arrived at the Golden Palace, she was surprised to find that the person sitting on the throne was neither Thor nor Odin, but Loki. Loki gripped a spear that resembled the Spear of Eternity. The original had been lost in the last battle. You want to join forces with Asgard to attack Pinglai Island again? Loki with a haughty expression shook his head and said, please forgive my refusal. But before our previous king Odin fell into slumber, he said Asgard will henceforth close the Rainbow Bridge. We must not easily attack Zhongting, especially Pinglai Kingdom. Moreover, our divine realm suffered heavy losses in the last battle and needs a long period of recuperation. As the king of Asgard, the most benevolent of kings, whether out of consideration for my people or out of respect for my father, I will not agree to do anything dangerous with you. Loki isn't stupid, he even defeated Odin in that state. Using the powerful Bifrost was just like tickling Odin. How could he possibly handle such a powerful enemy? Please call me your majesty or king. Loki emphasized with a smile, ignorance is no excuse. As a benevolent king, I will not be angry because of your ignorance. But next time please call me king. Ajak paused for a moment, then continued, your majesty. We have found a way to counter Norins. But now we need some other help to create a fair fight between us and Norrin, so that those people cannot interfere in our final battle. Therefore, for the sake of the esteemed King Odin, the fallen people of Asgard, and our millennia-long friendship, please support our actions. Loki glanced at the group, hesitated for a moment, then remembered Norrin's terrifying demeanor and felt the cold throne beneath him. But he still made the call if he could defeat Norland. His prestige would naturally be unprecedented. But what if we lose? He had witnessed the Eternals' pathetic state in the face of Norrin's subordinates, and he knew that some of them had been killed in battle against Norrin. How can a defeated opponent defeat Norland if he were to lose? Hela might lead a large army into Asgard and seize his throne, which would be disastrous. To be on the safe side, it's best to play it safe. I'm sorry, I disagree. Since you are confident in defeating Norrin, then go ahead. I hope you will return victorious. Asgard will not interfere in the affairs of the 9 realms for the next 100 years. Oh yes, Loki has made up his mind to disregard the fate of the other realms in the 9 realms. Even for safety, he summoned troops stationed in other areas. All the Asgardians of the kingdom. The period of isolation and seclusion began, and it lasted for at least a century. His thinking was simple: earthlings are not gods. No matter how strong they are, they will grow old and die. As a wise man, he could have used the safest method to outlast his opponent. So why take the risk? We want to see Thor. Thor is clearly the king of Asgard, Loki explained meekly. Loki, I hope you can be a good king during this time and handle the upcoming problems properly. Your father is asleep and Thor is depressed. I can only ask you for help. He has at least 4,000 years left to live. Enough to outlive at least 100 generations of people in Zhongting. So they're up to no good. They've been staying in the central courtyard for thousands of years without saying a word. And they still don't know what they're up to. Humph. They think they can deceive the wise and mighty me. The exhausted-looking diva Frigga walked in. They were actually quite cautious about the Eternals, unable to figure out their motives, which seemed too pure. Simply to help the Midgards, therefore he needs prestige. He needs a victory. To let everyone know that he can lead Asgard to victory against external enemies and protect the safety of the realm of the gods. Nothing, mother. The arrogant and rude Eternal clan just now tried to incite us to send troops to Central Plains again. But I have already driven them away. I have long seen through the schemes of these foreign gods. Upon hearing Loki's words, Gilgamesh shouted back nonchalantly, Mother, rest assured. I am the greatest mage and the wisest man in the 9 realms. I will surely bring Asgard back to prosperity. If you can't afford to offend the central court, can't you at least not offend your former defeated rivals? Ajax was too late to stop it. Asgard is no weakling. Even with Odin dead, these elite warriors are still a threat to them. This is the easiest winning strategy. Frigga nodded, satisfied with Loki's decision. Several elite Asgardian soldiers stood in front of the Eternals, their sharp Uru metal spears aimed at them. With Loki's order issued, Loki looked around and locked onto his target. Furthermore, Asgard truly has no way to wage war against Midgard anymore. At least several dozen elite guards from the Golden Palace rushed in and surrounded the Eternal clan. Ajax had no choice but to leave with the others. A group of outsiders of unknown origin, identity, and purpose dare to act so presumptuously in the divine realm. Do they really think whether Aesir can be slaughtered at will? What happened? See, meanwhile, the sounds of orderly running and the metallic clanging of stomachs could be heard from outside. Loki's face immediately darkened. But Loki didn't want to stop there. Once Thor regained his senses, the throne would be his. And Loki wouldn't allow him to object. Whether it was because of his strength, prestige, or legitimacy, how dare you? This is Asgard, the Golden Palace, not your territory. After talking for a while, Loki saw Frigga off and returned to his throne, his expression constantly changing. Having already offended the mutants, it would be unwise to offend the native gods as well. But this perfection only fuels suspicion, of course. Norrin Asgard's greatest enemy is someone you absolutely cannot provoke. Men throw them out of here. Saul was too depressed to become king, so he became the acting king. Eternal race, do you still want to die? This time no Asgardians can help you when the Tama, representing the eternal race, reappeared above our right island. Eric arrived at the scene immediately with his men. This steel island, like a transformer, with its steel churning and changing, soon saw hundreds of anti-aircraft guns appear. These are all high-energy cannons used by space battleships. A single shot can easily tear through steel. One round is enough to destroy a large city. As long as the Tama continues forward, these cannon shots will turn it into a spectacular display of fireworks. Mutants, I'm giving you a chance now. Disband immediately and never interfere in the affairs of other human kingdoms on Earth again. Or I will destroy Pinglai Island and the Mutant Kingdom. Ajax was very confident this time and was not swayed by Eric's threats. Through the Tama and the Fastos bracelet, their energy has been mobilized and can be provided to one of them at any time to enhance their combat power. Eric may be strong, but with the combined strength of 8 people, he would be utterly vulnerable, HMPH. Did you really think I didn't keep you here last time because I had no other choice? You mere Asgardian lackeys. Now I'll show you the true power of a god. Eric slowly ascended into the air, his powerful magnetic control frantically manipulating the surrounding magnetic field. The entire ocean churned and rolled under his power. Countless ships in the depths of the ocean, or even iron elements, were brought to the fore under his control, cleaving through thousands of meters of ocean and even bursting forth from the Earth's crust. Countless steel fragments like stars exploding in the sky converged around the Eternals and the Domo, forming an indestructible sphere suspended in the air. He applied a strong inward magnetic field towards the Eternals. Under his control, he could even shape metal spheres into masses as terrifying as neutron stars. Man-made miniature planets with his powerful control. He skillfully erased the magnetic field surrounding Pinglai Island. Without a doubt, once the spheres are successfully assembled, even if the Eternal Race members all possess super strength and super physique, they will have no chance of survival. Sensing Eric's thoughts, the 9 Eternals immediately transferred their power to Circe. Circe placed her hand on the incoming river of steel and instantly transformed it into water. Having lost their magnetic influence, they fell into the ocean like rain under her control. All the metals Eric gathered were transformed into other harmless substances. Eric's face turned ashen. He was wary of Circe's power. He also manipulated the even harder vibranium and adamantium. And without exception, they were all transformed into sages when they got close to Circe. Eric, this is the power of God. If you don't move aside, you too will turn into the flowing water of 100 rivers. Trust me, I mean what I say. Circe's voice was loud and clear. With the support of many powers, she regained the arrogant demeanor she had when she descended to Earth thousands of years ago. Even someone as powerful as Magneto is as weak as an ordinary person in their presence. HMPH, don't get too cocky, Charles. Aren't you going to do it yet? Eric shouted. Charles, who had been watching this place closely, immediately mobilized his mental power to strike Cecilia when he heard the old man's call. Juque's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent through their unified will. They could achieve perfect telepathy. Circe immediately transferred his power to Juque. With this power, Juque unleashed an unprecedented mental strength, crushing Charles's mental power in the blink of an eye. Charles snorted, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with horror. This is incredible. In just a few days, their strength has increased more than tenfold. They used to have the upper hand, but now they're no match for that person, perhaps. Even if I use the brainwave enhancement machine, I am far from being able to resist this power. Charles, are you all right? You were no match for him either. Eric, who flew down, felt a pang of heartache when he saw Charles in this state. and was saddened by his old friend's miserable condition. At the same time, we gained a new understanding of the enemy's strength. We are no match for them. They are 100 times stronger than before. Only Norland can withstand them, Charles spoke fluently. And if Cuckoo hadn't been devoid of murderous intent, perhaps everyone present would have died instantly. No. He's already made his move. Charles looked at the mutants surrounding him, including Scott and the others. Their eyes filled with golden light, and they surrounded Charles and Eric with expressionless faces. They said in unison, Professor X Magneto, hand over Norland and immediately disband the mutant kingdom. Or you know what will happen. Charles looked bitter. He used to use this trick on others, but now he's being threatened with it. I never thought I'd live to see this day. Eric's face darkened as he recalled his past conflicts with Charles, a situation that was as unpleasant as ever. Oh, it seems like something's wrong with you. What, you can't even beat a few people like this? With a mix of mockery and contempt, Eric knew without turning around who the voice belonged to: Hela, the goddess of death. Beside Hela are a group of female supergroups including Anna the Rakshasa, Jean the Phoenix Kitty, the Phantom Cat, and Sky the Shockwave, of course. Norland was the one surrounded by them at the center. The king of mutants, Norland. Ajak continued to act as the mouthpiece for the Eternals. Thanks to the antics of you mutants, the Earth has never had a day of peace. Your existence has seriously affected world peace. As the guide of Earths, I demand that you permanently cease the war and immediately disband the mutant kingdom. The Earth needs peace, the world needs stability. Stop thinking about resisting, surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yes, surrender. We have protected the Earth for thousands of years, guiding humanity to glories. Not so that you could stir up trouble and disrupt the world. Vostos shouted, despite his disappointment with humanity after the atomic bomb explosion, and even at one point abandoning humanity. But that doesn't mean he can tolerate mutants destroying and ruling over ordinary people. Mutants have severely disrupted the balance of Earth's environment. A nuclear bomb can kill at most a few 100,000 people. But any powerful mutant could destroy a country, or even an entire race. It is far more terrifying than nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. Such beings must have their movements restricted. Otherwise, the Earth may be torn apart one day. They knew that during the operation in New Mexico. Either Quake or Norland had triggered a major earthquake when they killed several Skrulls. Although it's very short-lived, if it continues for a longer period of time, it could even affect the entire North American continent, or even the entire America's continent. Norland's battle against Odin possessed the power to overturn the Pacific Ocean. Just imagine how dangerous it would be if such a powerful being existed on Earth. If a single event could destroy a continental plate, how much more turmoil can the Earth withstand, therefore? Restricting the Pinglai Kingdom and limiting the actions of mutants is imperative. Of course, and more importantly, for Icarus, mutants must pay the price, among them Spike, who looked like an elementary school student, stared intently at Norland with a hateful gaze. Serhi remained silent-hand with a unified thought. She naturally understood Spike's idea, unbeknownst to her. Her best friend betrayed her and fell in love with her ex-boyfriend. Icarus's death made Spike even more agitated than she was. Serhi tried her best to forget the thought. The others remained silent. Protect the Earth, you guys. Norland laughed as if he had heard the most outrageous joke. If Odin had said this, I might have believed it to some extent. But I don't believe a single word of what you're saying. What right do a bunch of executioners with blood on their hands have to call themselves guides and saviors of humanity in front of me? You lackeys of the Celestial Group. A bunch of robots who don't even know their own limitations. Using the guise of protecting humanity. They are actually here to destroy humanity and the Earth. They are puppets whose own fates are controlled by others. Remember, to Earth you are the invaders, you are the destroyers. This is our territory, our home, as Norland spoke. He took to the air, with Ajax and the others standing in parallel. Ridiculous. We've been protecting the Earth for thousands of years. You can't cover that up with a few words. Oh, what madmen. Don't they know in their own hearts who the real executioner is? How many thousands of lives have been lost at their hands? Gilgamesh and his followers were agitated and launched a campaign against Norland. However, among them Jacques, codenamed Druid, looked thoughtfully at Ajax, seemingly scrutinizing him. Thousands of years ago, he realized that something was wrong with them. The mission of the celestial group was far too frivolous. Hearing Norland say this, and seeing Ajax's changing expression, a terrible thought came to his mind. Could it be that what they said is true? Ajax was completely dumbfounded. She was certain that, apart from herself, no one else on Earth knew their true purpose. She didn't tell anyone. There is no one who can use telepathy to explore her inner world. When the Supreme Being created them, he left a powerful protective mechanism in their brains to protect them from telepathic detection. Moreover, the knowledge of the Supreme Gods is so vast that even though they are robots, no one has ever discovered it. How did Norland know? Could his telepathic abilities penetrate the defenses left behind by the Supreme Deity? Besides him, how many other people know about this? Ajax was unsure of Norland's true nature. They didn't even voice their opposition for a moment. As Norland said, their Eternals squad came to destroy Earth. The so-called guidance of humanity is more like raising them like pigs, waiting for the right time and when their numbers are sufficient to sacrifice them to the newly born gods. The newly born gods can also continue to create stars and even galaxies and rivers. Bringing light to the universe, it brings more vitality. But they are doing the right things. Sacrificing just one life on Earth can create more stars and more life, which is well worth it. Is it wrong to sacrifice a smaller number of lives for the sake of more lives? Ajax hypnotized himself in this way. She has perfectly guided the Supreme God's manifestations hundreds of times and is deeply trusted by the Supreme God. I believe this time it will be executed perfectly as well. Sorry, Earth, your sacrifices were meaningful. Ajax's expression turned serious. It seems you've made your choice. It's a pity we could have avoided fighting, but now we will judge your sins. I will build a prison for people with superpowers, and you will live there for the rest of your lives. I swear I will do it. After speaking, Jin of the 9 men flicked his left and right hands repeatedly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a golden ball of light the size of a basketball. Though small, its power was enough to easily wipe out a mountain. The third beam of light in particular was the size of a human figure and was 100 times more powerful than the previous ones. Norland shoved away several orbs of light with a single hand. And before Jinji could gather his strength to unleash an even more powerful light blast, he transformed into light and instantly appeared before Jinji. But at that moment, Makari suddenly appeared in front of Norland. Carrying Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh threw out his fists, and the combined power of 8 people forced Norland back slightly. But that's all. Gilgamesh's current power is absolutely enough to crush a mountain with a single punch. Pike is nothing but a sand bubble in his presence, however. Norland's physical abilities among the powers he wielded also placed him among the top tier. You can swim in the sun and drink water in a supernova explosion. Gilgamesh's power was just so-so. He's tough. I can't break through his defenses, let me. Spike created more than a dozen Icarus figures, each of which possessed power far exceeding that of the original. At this moment, the illusion created by Spike has acquired the ability to attack with physical force, and its power is considerable. Norland didn't even glance at the Icarus. He simply bulged his abdomen slightly, inhaled a large amount of air through his powerful lungs, compressed the gaseous air into liquid at a pressure of at least 200 tons per square meter. Then he exhaled the ultra-high-density liquid air, creating an incredibly powerful cryogenic freezing breath. Even the wasteland wolf battle axe of the new gods can be easily frozen and shattered. Not to mention the dozen or so pirated versions of Icarus. His body, composed of energy, instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. and then crumbled into pieces of ice as Norland walked by. Spike was nearly driven mad, but persuaded by others. He handed over his power to the Jukes. The powerful mental force, capable of controlling a sleeping god for a short time, was released instantly. Norland was prepared and used all his mental power to resist. The spiritual power of both sides collided like two planets, bursting forth with brilliant spiritual sparks. Juki's expression changed drastically. If Charles's spiritual strength is the ocean, so Juk and Norland's spiritual power is the planet itself, or even the firmament, encompassing the firmament of the universe. The spiritual power of the two was already able to influence reality. The spirit, which should have been formless and intangible, had condensed into substance, sometimes turning into a needle, sometimes into a shield, changing according to the other's changes. Juki focused intently on the battle, not daring to be distracted. The mental battle, though not as shocking as a physical fight, is actually far more dangerous. Once one side loses, they will be completely controlled by the other side in their mental world, and will be powerless to control themselves. There is no room for carelessness. Juki believed that his spiritual attainments were high enough, and that as long as he achieved both quality and quantity, he could crush everything at the same level. But now it seems that there is always something higher than the last. Norland's mind is vast and boundless, and he even suspects that he has reached or even surpassed the gods. Juki forcibly suppressed his distracting thoughts and focused wholeheartedly on this mental battle. But a quick glance out of the corner of my eye revealed Norland with a contemptuous smile on his lips. His heart skipped a beat. My mind and spirit were immediately thrown off balance. However, he noticed that Norland's expression seemed to change from joy to sorrow, as if he was very unhappy with his change. A terrible thought suddenly popped into Juki's mind. Was the other side never really going all out, but instead using me as a training ground? Surely, no way. Juki be serious by unifying their thoughts. Others sensed that something was wrong with him and quickly reminded him. Juki composed himself and continued to fight, only to see that the opponent's massive mind transformed into a heavy hammer, sweeping away all his defenses with overwhelming force. It hit them hard in the heart in that instant. Everyone's hearts shattered, and their fighting spirit vanished. Impossible. All our combined strength is no match for him. Is he really a being that could have been born on Earth? Juki was horrified, and the other members were in no better shape. Their combined mental power is enough to wipe out all of humanity on Earth in a minute. Even someone as powerful as Professor X couldn't last a second against him. We can't go on like this. We must unite and use our wisdom to win. Surhai gritted her teeth, rolled over to her feet, and took over the power authority from Juk, transforming the entire island of steel into molten lava. But Norland gracefully descended 560, transforming the substance that Surhai had altered back into steel. Sina and Makari attacked simultaneously. Makari moved at near light speed, bringing Sina behind Norland with a transfer of control. Sina, spear in one hand and shield in the other, thrust the golden spear towards Norland's chest. But just centimeters from his chest, he was bound by an invisible force and unable to move forward. At the same time, Norland twisted his waist and, before Makari could react and take Sheena away, shattered Sheena's great shield with a punch and then gently crushed Sheena's left hand. Without uttering a sound, Sheena decisively swung her sword with one hand and severed her forearm, letting Makari take her away. When Ajax came to treat her, Sheena discovered that the severed forearm did not resemble human anatomy. Despite her best efforts to modify her body to resemble a human's, her deep understanding of humanity ultimately led her to discover something was amiss. At this moment, Sina's eternal demon syndrome erupted, and fragments of her memories from her previous action flashed through her mind. In that world, they were not guardians, but executioners who destroyed planets in order to revive the gods. The sight of the gods' birth and the subsequent destruction of the planet, along with countless intelligent beings, caused Sina immense pain. Ajax repaired Sheena's severed arm in time, With the combined strength of several people, her self-healing ability was almost capable of reviving the dead. As long as the injury was not fatal, she could pull people back from the brink of death. A severed arm is a very common injury. Physical wounds are easy to heal, but emotional wounds are beyond healing. Only after this mission is completed, and the Celestial Supreme backs up their memories for research, and then completely erases Cena's memories, can the Eternal Demon Syndrome be truly cured. But now the plan is almost impossible to continue. Norland stood like an insurmountable mountain in their path. They tried everything they could, but they couldn't shake it. On the contrary, they will suffer further staff reductions at this moment. Everyone had taken turns, but they still couldn't do anything to Norland. Clearly, unsurprisingly, they lost again. It's possible that they won't even be able to escape unscathed. Seeing the heartbroken Cena and the others who had lost all will to win, Norland is preparing to launch another attack. The Eternals kept coming to cause trouble, and he didn't have the patience to play along. Eliminating them once and for all was clearly the best idea. Ajax gritted his teeth and summoned a round bead to contact the Celestial Supreme's communicator. Stop, I don't know how you know our origins and purpose, but I think you should know that we are facing difficulties. As long as I put my spirit into this bead, the great and supreme God will immediately descend and remove any obstacles that might hinder the God's appearance. You may be able to escape, but your men will not. You should know what the wrath of the gods means. Let us go. And we won't bother you again until that day comes. Believe me, you cannot stop that day from coming. The power of the gods far surpasses your meager imagination. Ajax risked self-destruction to stop Norland. She had no other choice. Norland's eyes were as cold as if he were looking at a dead man, and his killing intent was almost tangible. Clearly, if they don't do something soon, their foolish actions will anger them and bring them to the execution of a powerful figure. Ajax, everyone else was stunned. Ajax's words almost confirmed the injustice of their actions. Ironically, they even stand on the moral high ground to mock the forces that truly belong to the earth itself. Thinking about it now, I still feel uncomfortable all over. Norland shrugged. You're right, but only if you can do it. Swish, a dazzling golden light flashed by in an instant. Ajax had done his best to lock onto Norland, but he still couldn't stop him in time. Even Macquarie, whose speed was almost at the speed of light, didn't react at all. Norland's current speed has reached several times the speed of light, and combined with his god-level consciousness, it is even faster than teleportation. In less than a millionth of a second, he snatched the small bead from Ajax's hand, hid it deep in the Pacific Ocean, and returned to its original position before Macquarie and the others could react. Time seemed to have passed for a very long time. By the time Ajax realized what was happening, the communicator had vanished. Their last trump card was gone. His speed has exceeded the theoretical speed limit of the universe, and it's driven by another unknown force, dozens of times faster than my peak. Macquarie clearly couldn't comprehend this scene several times, even tens of times the speed of light. What does that even mean? Strictly speaking, this speed shouldn't exist at all. Even Captain Marvel can only achieve faster-than-light travel for short periods in her binary form, and only in outer space. She can't exceed the speed of light by much, nor can she sustain it. But Norland just now, judging from her nerve responses, the other party had definitely reached another impossible level. Watching Macquarie gesture, Juk painstakingly relayed his analysis. Upon hearing this, almost everyone gave up resisting. Faced with such speed, all resistance is futile. Impossible. Ajax was unwilling to sit idly by and wait for his doom. By unifying his thoughts, Juk paused, gathering all his mental strength to point straight down. But the next moment, the arm piercing through his chest shattered all his plans. Jukai's lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But the Eternals' constitution was not truly immortal, and their heart was their fatal weakness. Coupled with Norland's violent and brutal attacks, he quickly lost his life. Such obvious mental fluctuations. Trying to hasten the birth of a god. Do you really think I'm blind? Norland wasn't afraid to face off against Tiamat or Arishem. But battles at that level could easily destroy planets or even galaxies. Rushing into battle even if you win will result in heavy losses on both sides. Killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of your own. He naturally wouldn't let Ajax's plan succeed. Ajax's heart sank, and he used the unified consciousness to convey it to the others. The next second, Macquarie along with Serhi and Spike fled in one direction. With a resolute expression, Phastos unleashed several golden beams of light in an attempt to slow Norland's movements down even by a millisecond. Gilgamesh also roared, swinging his fists with an aura of annihilation, however. With Ajux's death, the power of the Unified will further decline. In addition, they concentrated most of their forces on Macquarie. With the remaining power added, the two of them were utterly powerless against Norland. With a slap from each of them, Phaethrus and Gilgamesh turned into gas and filled the air. Ajax was devastated, but Norland was not soft-hearted. When you brought them to Pinglai Island for the second time to attack me, you should have considered this possibility. Shouldn't you before Ajax could react? His entire body was broken down into the finest matter and returned to nature. Sina and Jingo were no exception, as for the three men Macquarie, who had already escaped the Pacific Ocean and hid in the United States during that short time. Norland wasn't going to let them off the hook either. He had already given the other party a chance. If he really wanted to slaughter everyone, then in the last battles, not a single member of the Eternal race would have survived. But they ignored his kindness and regarded his leniency as cowardice. Perhaps killing them would mean starting a war with the Celestials. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Norland stopped Eric and his group from launching their own attack to hunt down Serhi and his companions. The figure vanished like a bubble, meanwhile in California, the state with the highest GDP in the United States. 3 uninvited guests arrived. Before they could even catch their breath after setting foot on this territory, Macquarie's speed had decreased by hundreds of times. It changed from near the speed of light to hundreds of times the speed of sound. Originally it was a unified will of 9 people. But now only 3 remain, and of those, only 2 possess the power. Clearly, everyone else besides those 3 was dead. Norland's power instilled a deep sense of despair. "We must avenge this," Spike said viciously. "But I don't think so," the familiar voice rang out again. The 3 of them turned deathly pale. When they looked up and saw Norland, they were about to do something when they were disintegrated into nothingness by the Phoenix calendar. The Eternals are annihilated after doing all this. Norland returned without a care in the world, as if it were as simple as crushing a few ants. He looked up and glanced at it, then smiled slightly. In Asgard, at the heart of the Rainbow Bridge, Loki and Heimdall looked at each other in silence. Although Heimdall cannot look directly at Norland, he can obtain the information he needs by observing the Eternals. However, under the gaze of the all-seeing eye, there was no longer any information about the Eternals to be seen. The Eternals are dead, Roman 2 know. Their purpose is not so simple. They actually want to destroy Midgard and disrupt Asgard's rule. They deserve to die if they hadn't died so quickly. I would have sent a large army to drive them out of the 9 realms. Loki's face was serious, showing his deep disgust for the Eternals' actions. The Eternals deceived the gods and their allies. So this calamity is their just deserts. They didn't help them out of a sense of justice. Heimdall remained silent. Loki patted Heimdall on the shoulder. "Heimdall, I believe you can live up to the trust of my father and me. Strictly guard the gates of Asgard, and do not let anything pass without my permission. Anyone can come in, you can do that, right?" Heimdall hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Very good, as expected of our guardian god. I believe that under your protection, Asgard will remain as stable as ever." Loki turned away, a sense of relief washing over him. Upon learning that the Eternals had left Asgard to cause trouble for Norland in Midgard, He rushed to the central command to observe the battlefield and instructed Heimdall not to help the Eternals. Lest it displease Norrin, his idea was correct. The Eternals' power was indeed remarkable. But it was still no match for Norrin. If he hadn't forcefully ordered Heimdall to stand by and do nothing, the war might have been drawn to Asgard. As king, he was responsible for Asgard. That monstrous being was better off staying in Midgard. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to think he should come to Asgard. He was also extremely grateful that he hadn't agreed to join the Eternal clan in their conquest of Yangting. Otherwise, Asgard would truly be gone. Indeed, he was the wisest and most capable king, Loki. Having survived the ordeal, thought of it and went to Frigga to claim credit. How could such a brilliant decision, worthy of being recorded in history, not be shared with others? He made the most correct decision since taking office. With the end of the war between the Eternals, Norrin has temporarily stopped traveling through the universe. He had originally planned to visit the Flash universe to meet the other Superwoman in Metropolis. According to other people's recollections, the female supermodel was wearing black stockings and a short skirt. All I can say is city folks know how to have fun moreover. This female superhero overlaps with the female superhero in Norland's memory. It is a disgrace to Superman, any villain could beat her. If the villains had any ideas, the Supergirl kids could have formed a football team. However, thanks to the protagonist's Halo Kara, who had only recently debuted, was still able to defeat one enemy after another. However, Norland already had an idea. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to humiliate her in front of Hero. No. I mean to teach her a lesson, teach her how to how to use Kryptonian power. However, plans can't keep up with changes. The battle with the Eternals made him realize that a great war was about to break out. So Norland stayed in Marvel for the time being and built a large space station not far from the sun. Then they brought another Kara from the old Batman universe, along with a bunch of women from this universe. A super party with one dragon and many phoenixes was held in space. Pinglai Island was temporarily placed under the administration of Charles and Eric. Given their completely opposite ideas, Norland had prepared a series of plans for them before they set off. As long as they followed the plans, there shouldn't be any major problems. After Norland left with a large group of women, having lost a significant force, Pinglai Island temporarily withdrew its claws and refrained from further causing trouble for others. Aside from sending a portion of their forces to search for people suspected to be from Attilan, they focused on staying on Pinglai Island, constantly expanding the island, or extraditing foreign mutants. Without the strong leadership of mutants, other countries have returned to normalcy. Just like before, if it weren't for that island in the Pacific that has always stood there and continues to expand, they would even think that the world is still theirs. During this brief, precious time when Norland could catch his breath after leaving, Nick Fury is one of the most active people. He traveled extensively, leveraging his past influence and exploiting the remaining manpower and resources of SHIELD, and finally established a new organization, the Avengers. Yes, even with Norland's sudden emergence, this alliance still came into being. The first batch of Avengers combatants included Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha Hulk Banner and Captain Marvel Carol. It's unclear what method Nick Fury used to persuade Tony Stark. The original cast and crew were brought back. In this experiment, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers was not killed by Alexander Pierce during the previous reboot experiment. Instead, he imprisoned her and drew 2 vials of blood from her before the experiment began. After Pierce's death, this part of the organization was taken over by the Skrulls. Subsequently, with the help of Taro and Gia, the former leaders of the Skrulls, Carol was successfully rescued and helped to regain her powers. Furthermore, Gia also became a member of the Avengers under the identity of Daenerys. Gia is Talos' daughter, and she also knew Nick Fury and Carol. He and Gravik were from the same generation. Both she and Talos were doves and were ostracized by the group led by Gravik. However, after the failure of Gravik's secret invasion plan and the Super Skrull replacement plan, she and her father returned to the Skrull Council and regained power. After reorganizing the Skrulls, Talos immediately suppressed the thoughts of his people and halted the invasion plan. To prevent ambitious individuals from reappearing, he ordered the abolition of the Super Skrull manufacturing machine and the deletion of related technological reserves. Of course, before issuing the order, he transformed his daughter Giano, known as Daenerys, into the latest type of Super Skrull, whose strength was no less than that of Gravik. Daenerys became the strongest Skrull with absolute power and firmly controlled the power of the Council. To prevent the Skrulls from provoking the mutants again, in order to salvage the Skrulls' terrible reputation on Earth, they had to reach an agreement with Nick Fury, offering manpower and resources in exchange for the support of the upper echelons. As long as they stop suppressing the Skrulls and subtly change their reputation, the Skrulls will be their best helpers. However, regarding Taro's decision, Daenerys had a different opinion, she believes. If they want to live on Earth, they can ignore Nick Fury and disregard Carol. But they absolutely cannot provoke mutants. They may even need to gain the understanding of the mutants. If they could gain their support, the Skrulls might be able to easily acquire a planet to live on and reproduce anew. Although Daenerys joined the Avengers, it was only a short-term plan. She secretly searched for news of Norland and hoped to meet with him in order to gain his forgiveness. Then the Skrulls can truly step into the spotlight and no longer need to hide themselves. Talos neither confirmed nor denied this, selectively ignoring Daenerys' actions and offering no support. He was also hoping that this would succeed. The true masters of Earth are not the United States, nor the Avengers but the mutants Norland. He is the strongest human on Earth, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The father and daughter went to great lengths to ensure the survival of the Skrulls. But the Glavik left them with a mess, making them an organization that everyone on Earth hates. Then there's Senator Kelly, whose fighting prowess explodes under the mutants' instructions. Gravik even organized an attack on Senator Kelly before, but it was thwarted by the mutants secretly protecting him. This infuriated Senator Kelly, who became even more aggressive and nearly got Congress to pass legislation to exterminate the Skrulls. Senator Kelly obeys the mutants. Even Nick Fury's face is of no use to him, however. They dared not actually take action, for fear of escalating the conflict between the two sides. In this situation, Daenerys had no choice but to hurry up and find a way to contact Norland. But little did she know that Norland was not on Earth at the time. Instead, it's an invisible space base not far from the sun. In fact, Daenerys had another thought in her mind. As a Skrull, she felt no anger despite Norland and the other mutants having killed many of her people, who had gone astray under Gravik's leadership. Now that they've arrived, I'm sure they can turn this dead end around. In previous studies on Norland, Daenerys actually had some strange feelings for Norland. She didn't know if it was admiration for the strong or being captivated by that face. Anyway, she really wanted to get to know Norland and speak with this strongest person up close. That's why she devoted herself to her people, even at the cost of betraying them in an attempt to unite with Norland. 0136012211 Chinese letter 204,300,270. After a busy day, Daenerys returned to her cabin. Unlike other Skrulls who would revert to their blue forms when in their private spaces, she remained in her current form in Daenerys' cabin. All four walls were covered with picture books of all sizes, but they all featured only one person, Norland. It has the radiant presence of a deity descending, the majestic posture of a phoenix, and even the ordinary form of someone just starting out during Charles's time. Under the scorching shower, her gaze was fixed on the image of Norland smiling, a rare sight of him. At the same time, Norland carried Kara to the top, feeling the abundant energy within my body. Then he clenched his fist. Perhaps due to his greater abilities, some kind of reaction occurred, resulting in a stronger improvement than Kara's. Thanks to Norland's abilities, His and Kara's Kryptonian genes continued to improve, and combined with the yellow sun, this enhancement and improvement speed increased exponentially. Another silence fell. Her strength was already dozens of times greater than when she first left the pod. And no, her physical strength has reached a new level. We're only one step away from becoming silver superiors. As for Norland, he felt his physical strength had reached a certain limit. In fact, the sun's energy can continuously strengthen and transform Kryptonian cells, rather than simply injecting and storing energy. The Kryptonian physiology is not simply about absorbing solar energy. Breakthroughs were achieved before other abilities. He devoured solar energy like a madman. Yet he couldn't budge the shackles even slightly. Norland had a vague idea: I will continue to grow stronger. Until one day I can earn your approval. Even if it's just a compliment, a smile, I'm probably at the peak of bronze Superman right now. Could it be that this is another level of superhuman ability? The biggest change is in Kara. Norland quickly led Kara away from the space station and into the depths of the sun. The solar energy entering the body continuously strengthens those trillions of tiny cells. A continuous stream of solar energy poured into their bodies, and their bodies became like insatiable black holes, frantically devouring energy. As long as cells are continuously exposed to star-like radiation, they can continuously upgrade, with an incredibly high potential, eventually even easily destroying the sun itself. Where are you at this crucial moment? It was as if the two unlocked some kind of genetic lock. The exhilarating sensation made Kara instinctively cry out. This burst of gas and sound waves was like a 10-million-ton nuclear bomb being dropped, creating waves across the scorching sea of flames and causing ripples to appear on the outer layer of the sun's flames. The upper limit is constantly being raised. Among them are many priceless treasures that even SHIE LD couldn't obtain. Its upper limit is not the stellar mass sun. Daenerys entered the bathroom and, as usual, took off her clothes. Norland opened his eyes. And if someone were to look directly at him at that moment, it would be as if they were witnessing the magnificent spectacle of a supernova explosion. Daenerys went to great lengths to obtain these photos. Kailuo's body simultaneously unleashed a terrifying power. Even with the protection of the biofields, the slightest wisp of energy that escaped distorted the surrounding space and nearly destroyed the space station. A shackle appeared faintly, Futilda. Norland let out a long sigh, which stirred up a cold wave inside the sun, extinguishing the flames within 100 miles, but soon, the sun's almost inexhaustible energy filled that space again. The freezing breath has also been upgraded. Just a casual breath can cause violent fluctuations in the sun. If you blow with all your might, you might even be able to extinguish the sun. Norland didn't try this terrible idea. Even if he could blow out the sun, what then? In the end, he would just have to set it on fire again. With my current abilities, I far surpass the level of a starbursting star. Perhaps I'd be considered a galaxy level, a river level. Maybe at full power, I could reach the level of a single universe. The power of a peak bronze Superman. Although it is still far from being a silver superior, almost like heaven and earth's, the improvement in combat power is still quite remarkable. The Celestials are completely unafraid. If it were to be upgraded further, it would be the power of a silver Superman. Destroying the universe would be an easy task. Definitely a multifaceted combat force. Norland gazed into the distance. Almost anything he wanted to see was reflected in his mind through his eyes. Earth, Pinglai Island, Asgard, and other planets in the 9 realms. He saw Loki deep in thought on his throne, the silent dark elf warships in the outer space of Jotunheim, and the slumbering Odin as well as the tormented Surtur. Further away, the Nova Core of Xandar Hala, the homeworld of the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and even the edge of the universe. It seems that he can see any place and any existence in the universe, as long as he wants at the same time. His ears could also hear the rustling of ants crawling in the infinite distance. and the conversations of aliens. His brain is like a cosmic computer, capable of analyzing and transforming all the information he sees or hears into the data he wants in the first instant. Its evolved super hearing and supervision have far surpassed Heimdall's all-seeing eye. No illusion can escape his perception. In the very short time of the experiment just now, Norland mastered 72 alien languages. And this is merely the peak of Bronze Superman. It's not hard to imagine how gruesome Silver Superman will be. Especially this level of bug-level ability. I'm really thinking about it. The ability to create something out of thin air. Transcending time and space is effortless. Norland then looked at Kara, compared to him Kara. Although she also received a huge boost, is far from being as powerful as he is now. He's also entered the Bronze Age of Superman. But he's still far from his peak and needs time to mature. However, Norland could see that Kara's current strength had surpassed that of Odin back then. Strength surpassing that of a celestial father. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary celestial beings. The main reason for the large gap between the two is that Norland has more basic abilities and a more solid foundation. After the genetic improvements, his strength naturally reached the peak of the bronze level. In fact, when combined with his other abilities, Norland's power far exceeds the upper limit of a bronze Superman. He's arguably the strongest person below Silver Superman. Kara had not yet woken up by the time Norland had fully mastered his powers. The effects of a massive evolution in her body rendered Kara unable to control her energy during her slumber. With each breath, the sun's activity intensifies. What is presented to the outside world is the eruption of solar flares. The multiple unusual energy fluctuations that occurred in such a short period of time puzzled many observation stations, which recorded the relevant data and submitted it to the authorities. They further observed the sun, hoping to find the cause of the unusual activity. But it's just too far. Observing two tiny figures from such a distance is no easier than finding a needle in a haystack. Even if Norland didn't deliberately hide the two people's positions, those people could only see the sun shaking as if it were having a spasm. One moment it's dark, the next it's extremely bright. Some even suspect that the sun might explode at any moment due to a spasm, destroying everything in the solar system. Just when everyone was puzzled, the gravitational pull of Earth in outer space suddenly fluctuated violently. Gravity is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, existing in all things and being the most universal force. The universe is incredibly wondrous. Every planet, star, meteorite, and even galaxy and river system is subject to gravity. These gravitational forces are mutually constrained, and they can only continue to exist if a certain balance is maintained. If a planet deviates from its course, it could trigger a domino effect, leading to a series of problems. The Earth exists in a state of equilibrium, constantly pulled by the gravitational pull of its forces on other objects, and the gravitational pull of those objects on it. Theoretically speaking, if a new gravitational force suddenly appeared around the Earth, perhaps all of humanity would become extinct. But now this gravitational force is confined to a certain area, as if it exists independently, and thus will not affect the solar system in the slightest. Gravity violently compressed and distorted the space, creating a giant wormhole, thence. A planetary-sized red giant, larger than Earth and with 6 eyes appeared. Just by standing there, one can feel the aura of an invincible god. That is the supreme god. That is the formation that can destroy the Earth with a single slap. Even Odin at his peak was no match for him. He was like an ant compared to an elephant, utterly incomparable inside the Earth. They could see 6 bright orbs of light emerging from the layers of clouds. Those were the eyes of the supreme god Arishem. As the breeze blew through the clouds, the outline of Arithem's enormous head gradually became clear. Everyone stared in disbelief at the enormous figure in the sky. Oh my god, what kind of monster is it? It's bigger than a planet. Compared to it, I feel like a bacterium, tiny and powerless. Could it be God or perhaps the devil from the Bible? For God's sake, Please don't let it come to destroy the peaceful world. Guys, it's time to get moving. Are you planning to wait until it destroys the Earth before you act? Get all the weapons ready, Evan, if they're useless. At least we'll have put up a fight. The appearance of Arithma brought immense chaos to Earth. That was a deep-seated fear. It's not what's commonly known as megalophobia. Aritham ignored the gazes and actions of ordinary life on Earth. He sensed it carefully, and a hand larger than a continent rose up. An inconspicuous bead located deep in the Pacific Ocean wobbled and flew to his hand at hundreds of times the speed of sound. Ajax, sir. Aritham already knew that the Eternals squad sent to Earth to bring forth the god Tiamat had died. Apart from Icarus, the other members didn't even have bodies left, turning into the smallest particles and returning to nature. Aritham felt no anger in his eyes. The Eternals were nothing more than a group of robots that could not evolve, born from nothingness and returning to nothingness. If he wanted, he could use their memories and genes to create a new Ajax squad. They have the same abilities and the same memories. They're just a bunch of consumables. Aritham was more concerned with the existence of those who killed them. He looked up towards the direction of the sun, in fact. He was drawn here by the unusual fluctuations of the sun. And if he had not come to Earth's, he would not have even realized that Ajax was dead, after all. He had too many tasks to handle, and could only spare a small portion of his attention to the Eternal Clan team. There are many such teams, and he can't keep an eye on them all the time. You're the mutant who killed Ajax and the others. Aritham sized up Norland from a distance, sensing a strong sense of threat emanating from him. It may seem unbelievable, but that's the truth. This mere mutant possesses power sufficient to rival him. You have developed more perfectly than I expected. When I created you, I always thought you were failures. But now it seems that mutants have much greater potential than I anticipated. In terms of power, you are even more perfect than the Eternals. The Eternals are perfectly following his commands, steadfastly fulfilling their tasks year after year, and assisting in the birth of many gods. The only drawback is that their abilities have reached a point where there is no room for further growth. Norland raised an eyebrow. He wasn't surprised by the bombshell news that mutants were also created by the Celestials. After all, he had already speculated about this outcome based on his memories from before he transmigrated. You don't seem surprised. The X gene in your bodies does indeed have immense potential. If it could be controlled more easily, perhaps it wouldn't be the Eternals serving the Celestials now. But you mutants, Aritham continued, speaking coldly, explaining the relationship between the Celestials and mutants in the simplest terms, though it was unclear whether he was trying to win over Norland. I want to know why you wanted to exterminate the Eternals. It's simple, they offended me. And they even tried to run wild on my turf, Earth. Aritham asked. Norland nodded. Aritham remained silent for a moment, surprised that Norland had acted so casually and easily. Even more unexpectedly, such a variable has appeared on Earth. It's time for you to understand the true purpose of the Eternals' arrival. They were sent to Earth to give birth to the god Tiamat. Every billion years, a new group of gods must be born. I have scattered the seeds of the Celestials to various inhabited planets throughout the universe. In order to grow, Tiamat needs a large amount of energy from intelligent life. You shouldn't have killed them. An imperfect race will not become perfect simply because a perfect human is born. Norland, however, easily broke free from the gravitational distortion that could restrain a planetary-level object. And with its remaining powers, it even tore a distant satellite, which was neither too big nor too small. And two. Norland sneered. It seems you've made your decision. Unfortunately, your choice is wrong. Their eyes emitted a dazzling heat gaze. They're only slightly better than the mutant race. Without us, our universe would be plunged into eternal darkness, and all life would die. The Eternals were created based on this situation. They are important messengers of the gods and an important part of the development of the universe. Aritham seemed to understand Norland's determination. Mutants on Earth can also die. Aritham did not answer, or rather the answer was obvious. Wouldn't the Tao bring about the extermination of our entire race? If you want the divine manifestation to continue, then defeat me. Only beings like Norans, capable of traversing the universe, can escape this fate. Unless you are willing to replace them and assist in the birth of more celestials. He raised his giant hand high and slapped it down. Whether Norin agrees or not, the appearance of God will destroy the earth. Norin was eager to make a move, and Aristham's arrival was a testament to his current power. Since there are already perfectly existing races like the Eternals, mutants and aliens are no longer of any value. 2 deep marks were left on the armor of Aritham. Aritham will not save the mutant race because the race is flawed and imperfect. Anyway, there's no danger in this battle. He hoped to fight to his heart's content, 0.5%. Norland shook his head and refused Aritham's invitation without hesitation. It's such a pity to possess cosmic-level power but have no opportunity to use it. Aritham's expression remained unchanged. The same as always. To sacrifice one part of life to create another part of life, I'm sorry. I won't allow you to do that. You want to stop the divine manifestation. The universe is an infinite cycle of creation and destruction. Our universe is a continuous exchange of energy. Before the palm even arrived, gravitational force, strong enough to distort space, descended upon Norin's head, seemingly about to tear him apart. Your actions are dangerous and may bring annihilation to your people. The Celestials created gravitilitan heat. They created galaxies and the sun, allowing life to flourish and filling the universe with vitality. I don't think so. You're welcome to try. Besides, even if I don't stop you, it's difficult. Aritham glanced down at the damaged outer armor, his 6 eyes flickering slightly. He was clearly surprised that Norin had been able to leave such a deep mark on him using only thermal vision. However, the 2 marks, each hundreds of meters deep, are still a long way from breaking through the armor. For a behemoth larger than Earth and at least meters tall, the thickness of its outer armor is measured in tens of thousands of meters. Aritham was surprised but not worried. Your strength is not bad, but before the gods, it is still insignificant in the blink of an eye. Aritham's massive body accomplished an incredible feat, using his hands to mobilize cosmic energy and unleash a terrifying ball of light capable of destroying the Earth in less than a nanosecond. The beam of light flew at the speed of light, but Norin vanished in an instant to dodge it. Without its target, the beam of light cleared a vast, absolutely clean zone within the solar system without any subsequent energy replenishment. Moreover, the beam of light was still flying, and not much energy had dissipated. It seemed poised to fly out of the solar system and destroy everything in its path. Aritham was somewhat surprised by Norin's dodging maneuvers and reaction speed. No wonder Ajax and his men died at the hands of the enemy. Their strength was indeed formidable. His hands kept moving, mobilize more cosmic energy. The cosmic energy in space encompasses many forms, with solar energy being just one of them. As a cosmic deity who established the rules of the universe, Arishem possesses the ability to control and manipulate almost all cosmic energy. Given enough time, he could even mobilize the power of the entire galaxy, create a mini Big Bangs, or it could create a supermassive black hole that devours everything, distorting space and even time now. With Norin blocking his way and his underestimation of the power, Arishem can only casually mobilize energy dozens of times greater than that of Earth. It created a death zone, with countless beams of light intertwining and piercing through, causing devastating damage to an area of millions of kilometers in radius. All meteorites within that area were annihilated into dust. If someone were in that area, even the Hulk would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Aritham watched this scene calmly, as if it were as easy and casual as crushing an ant. But soon he changed his mind. Amidst countless destructive and distorted collisions at the speed of light, a sturdy figure cleaved through a dense band of destruction. Like raindrops falling, this energy, enough to destroy the Earth dozens or even hundreds of times over, could not leave a single mark on him. Even Norland's battle suit was completely undamaged. If we're talking about troubles, there are some. At least Norland's hair is a bit messy. Arishem never imagined Norland would survive. He never even considered running away. There's no way to avoid it. Norland's speed had already surpassed the speed of light. The moment consciousness sensed Norland was already in front of him, his terrifying fist, carrying the immense power to tear through space and cause the universe to wail. Slammed into Arishem's massive chest boom. A dazzling golden halo exploded, forming a ball of light tens of thousands of miles wide. Arishem, who was completely unprepared, was blasted hundreds of thousands of kilometers away by a single punch. His chest was blasted open by Norland's terrifying fist, leaving a hole at least several hundred kilometers wide, with nearly a tenth of the space in front of him exposed. Energy continuously diffused from the gap, like specks of starlight, as if the blood flowing within his body was splashing everywhere. It looks absolutely horrifying, but soon the gap healed itself and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Before Arishem could say anything, a faint sound like shattering glass was heard. And it was Norland's second punch, which was no weaker than the first. The void shattered under the impact of this punch, and Norland was like a god of death returning from the darkness, charging forward and destroying everything in his path. Arishem finally became serious and admitted that he had underestimated Norland and this mere king of mutants. He waved his hand, which was larger than the moon, and gathered energies. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the 2 fists, one large and one small, collided. The energy surge instantly swept across all vision. Like a second small sun, Norland and Arishem both flew backward a distance to regain their balance. To be honest, I underestimated the X gene that was injected into your bodies. It was more powerful than I expected. Capable of giving birth to someone like you, it seems that. Apart from not being able to control you perfectly, you are the most perfect beings among all creations. But that's all. Your power is terrifying, but I am, after all, the creator of you mutants. Other gods might be able to withstand it, but against me, you have no chance of winning. Arishem acknowledged Norland's power. He was not lying. With Norland's current strength, it was comparable to, or even surpassed most of the Celestials. Without needing any external force, one punch can shatter stars. It could affect the safety of an entire galaxy. Only the most powerful of the Celestials could do this. And he is one of the best among them, so unfortunately, despite Norland's strength, all his efforts were ultimately in vain. Arishem once again controlled gravity, creating a gravitational protective layer around the Earth and the Moon. This is a battle between cosmic deities. Earth was gestating a newborn god, still fragile and unborn, whose power Norland possessed was enough to annihilate him in his infancy. Norland did not stop it. Destroying the Earth would not benefit him. After all this happened last night, Norland unleashed his power once more. This time he unleashed the power of the Phoenix. This surprised Arishem once again. Just how many different powers did this guy possess? Is the other person really a mutant? It doesn't feel quite pure. Arishem could naturally sense that Norland possessed the X gene. But strangely, the power Norland unleashed didn't seem to be a mutant ability, but rather another terrifying power. He could also feel that Norland was constantly absorbing solar energy, and that all the cells in his body were excitedly active and continuing to grow stronger. Now that he has also mastered the power of the Phoenix, it means that the other party also possesses powerful mental abilities, and may even be the number 1 on Earth. Otherwise, a Phoenix as proud as it is would not have chosen him. However, he didn't care much about a mere Phoenix fragment, and his mental abilities are nothing to fear after all. As a supreme god, his mental abilities also surpass the limits of mortal imagination. Invisible, the two have clashed mentally several times without a clear winner. 0136012111 Chinese letter 204,310,590 with the Phoenix's blessing. Norland's power in his Phoenix Superman form surged once again. Moreover, because Earth was now under precise protection, Norland was able to unleash his power more freely, his eyes emitting heat vision, as if he had returned to the old Batman world, to the scene where he faced the world engine of the Kryptonian warship alone. But the difference is, Aritham's strong gravitational field is tens of millions of times stronger than the world engine's deflection shield. Norland's power is now countless times stronger than before. Aritham mobilized cosmic energy and a gravitational field powerful enough to crush stars, constantly acting on Norland's small body. But it still didn't work, and Aritham could only cross his arms to block it, then retreated millions of kilometers away again. This victory surprised many, including Aritham, despite the enormous size difference between him and Norland. Like a grain of sand in a vast desert, however, no. Tiny grains of sand are able to withstand the onslaught of the entire desert without being at a disadvantage. This visual illusion is truly astonishing. What a pity. You had a more promising future. If you had given up Earth and humanity, perhaps many years from now, no one in this universe could rival you, but now, all your resistance is in vain. I am the supreme god. Aritham did not use his ultimate move, instead. It shone towards the outer reaches of the solar system. The battles that followed were no longer minor skirmishes. Norland followed without fear. Up to light years away from the sun, a shockwave, like that of a supernova explosion, appeared that night. People all over the world were sleepless, monsters. They're all monsters. How incredibly stupid could we be to provoke a monster of that level? And she even came back alive after provoking him. That's practically the eighth wonder of the world. Thank you for the blessings of all the Asgardian god-kings. In the golden palace of Asgard, Loki sat trembling on the throne. Like a little mouse encountering a cat, his face was pale. And he kept touching his body, as if checking if there was any missing piece, to be honest. He had tried his best to assess Norland's strength, but he never imagined that the other party would be so strong. They are so powerful that stars are like glass beads in their eyes, and galaxies can be destroyed with a flick of their wrists. They possess observation systems far more powerful than those on Earth. They witnessed firsthand how Norland and Arishem directly destroyed the nearest star system to their solar system, Alpha Centauri, during their subsequent battle. This triple star system was destroyed in the aftermath of their fight. That explosion, like a supernova, reduced this star system to nothing. Moreover, the two have not yet determined a winner. This kind of power is enough to overwhelm even the entire 9 realms combined, let alone a mere Asgard. It's hard to imagine how they managed to come back alive. Norland has released the sea. Perhaps we should consider setting up a statue to worship. Let's see who wins first, and then we'll make offerings to whoever wins. Loki silently resolved to take the Midgard seriously from now on. After all, the 313 battles between the two were the business of the previous god King Odin, and had nothing to do with him. He was an absolute advocate of peace. The future has taken an unpredictable turn, and the gods have already appeared. Can Tiamat be stopped successfully, Earth Camertage? A ball of light spread out with each step he took further. Aritham's strength increased the gaze of the gods. Can the Earth truly bear it? Can you truly bear it? Bang. This foreshadows the destruction of yet another star. What's even more terrifying is that Aritham can unleash his full power in the real universe. After all, her ability to deal with the dimensional demons mainly relied on the ancient Camertage magic circle, which was created by an equally powerful ancient god. That represents the most powerful divine organization in the real universe. As for other lifeless star systems, they became the victims. This is a battle of epic proportions, powerful enough to reshape the entire universe. And they all believed they would win the battle. Both men had reservations, fearing that one of them might go too far and destroy the Earth. Similarly, Norland also unleashed even greater power. At this distance, both of them knew very well that the time for a decisive battle was approaching. She had always been optimistic about Norland's future, but she never expected that in such a short time. Norland would grow from an ordinary mutant into a god who could fight against the Celestial Supreme. Guya sighed, realizing that even she could not directly confront such a powerful being. Norland may be strong, but can he truly withstand the wrath of the gods? Its exalted status far surpasses that of God the Father. Perhaps I'll have to take the initiative to build a closer relationship in the future. The supreme deity is not a single person. The supreme god Arishem, however, is one of the creators of the universe and is far more powerful than ordinary demon gods. Both sides have reasons why they cannot afford to lose. Along with it, many planets and countless meteorites turned into dust. Inside a quiet little house, yes, that's it. Celestial Supreme versus King of Mutants Norland. Norland and Arishem are now tens of light years away from Earth. But the battle continued. The Ancient One's expression shifted slightly. She opened the mirror dimension and quickly arrived outside Earth. Witnessing the entire battle, she was also incredibly surprised. This is far more impressive than defeating Odin. Loki was restless, so Tian Kui went to talk to Li Jia. Gotha, June 19, 5179, sunny, thanks to the two sun gods. Today is another beautiful day. May the gods bless us and make this interstellar journey fruitful. Kylie Gotha Aliens solemnly wrote the beginning of this diary after boarding a civilian spaceship. After bidding farewell to his wife and daughter, Kyle piloted his spaceship out into the vast universe. Embarking on a new journey, however, when he successfully left the atmosphere of Gotha and headed towards the nearest jump point to explore unknown star systems. The spacecraft's detector, however, issued a bright red warning by the sun god. What's happening? Two objects with energy levels far exceeding those of stars are moving sequentially towards Gotha. Kyle was horrified. The spaceship's warnings were growing louder, meaning danger was drawing ever closer. Whatever that thing is, they are about to pass through Gotha. With the energy they unleash, even if they only grots it, it will be enough to destroy Gotha forever. A planet is no different from an ant in the face of an energy source of stellar magnitude or higher. Kyle was already in despair. He stopped the ship's advance. Perhaps if he continued flying, he could leave Gotha before then and save his life. But he didn't want to leave it because his home planet. His wife and daughters were here, even in death. He wanted to rest with Gotha, to be with his wife and daughters forever. Even if he turned into cosmic dust. More and more spaceships flew out of Gotha and scattered in all directions. But the movements were just too slow. Kyle could tell at a glance that these ships, which had just set sail from Gotha, had no chance of jumping off, because those two energy orbs have already arrived. Subsequently, Kyle and Gotha witnessed a scene they would never forget. What an enormous giant it was, a body twice the size of Gotha. A colossal being like the ancient titans who created the world in mythology. However, this godlike titan was fighting against a figure as small as an ordinary Gotha alien. The two fought their way from distant star systems, so the stars that blocked their path turned into dust. The speed doesn't seem to be very fast. Even a fleeting flash can span millions of kilometers. A single ray of light can ignite a star. Gotha was very unlucky, as it happened to be within the range of energy fluctuations. All the Gotha inhabitants were on tenterhooks. I don't know if it's just my imagination. The tiny figure seemed to sense Gotha's presence. And when the two were at a dangerous distance, it punched the Titan away, unfortunately. The second planet closest to Gotha cracked and exploded under the impact of that giant. But the Titan was completely unharmed. He was harder than the stars. Subsequently, the two figures collided again. In a few flashes, they arrived several light years away. Gotha survived, thank you, Your Majesty, the great sun god. Kyle's mind was still filled with that scene from just now. He could never forget the eyes of that figure, yes. He saw the being fighting the Titan, and even made eye contact with it in that instant. The being seemed to see through his thoughts and then rammed the Titan away, thus saving Gotha from destruction. Kyle didn't actually believe in the sun god, but now, perhaps that person was the sun god, who knows. at least in his eyes. That man's radiance was no less than that of the sun, Norrin, whom Kyle regarded as a sun god. Had no opinion about this matter. It was just a small thing he did because of an ordinary person's love for their home planet and family. He is far less important than the supreme god Arishem. To be honest, Norland underestimated Arishem's strength. The opponent's power is immense. Definitely at the level of a single universe. Now, at the peak of his Bronze Age, he's finding it a little difficult to cope. He needs to reveal more of his power to win this battle. At this moment, the two have fought their way from the solar system to the edge of the Milky Way. Even the most distant star systems were quite unfamiliar to Norrin. This place is a cosmic void between the Milky Way and other galaxies. A space where almost no galaxies exist, clearly. Compared to the Milky Way galaxy, this void of unconsciousness is the most suitable battlefield for the decisive battle. This is the tomb of God. Tiamat will bring light and heat to this place in the near future. And your energy will become the foundation of the new star field. You should feel honored, for you will coexist with all things in another form. Arishem spoke in a judgmental tone. Norland laughed heartily. Don't worry, another god will come here, and he will create a new world based on your power. To defeat Arishem, the bronze-level Superman power and the Phoenix Force alone are not enough. However, Norland possesses far too much power. After some time of hard work, although he has not yet made a further breakthrough, he is now completely different from before. The molecular mimicry of Shadowcat, Hela's death authority, and even the power of Asgard as well as the Speed Force, absorption and replication Captain Marvel's power, Superhuman have all been greatly enhanced. He could take on the entire Celestial team single-handedly. But at least he could protect himself without any problem. As for Arishem, are you ready? I wonder who is stronger. You or the power of the Infinity Stones, Norland chuckled, crossed his arms, and the amazing power of the Space Stone within him suddenly erupted. Not only that, he gained even more power without moving. Twin Star Mode, Bronze-level Superman Phoenix power. The power of death, the power of the god of war. The power of Zeus. With the power of the gods upon you, can you withstand it? When these advanced powers from the Marvel or DC universes converge in one person, the resulting impact is astonishing. The shock it brought is beyond words. Arishem always believed that Norland was far too powerful, and his behavior was too exaggerated, completely exceeding his understanding of the X-gene. But now it seems he underestimated Norland and the X-gene. With so many powerful forces supporting him, Arishem felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Norland now has the potential to kill him. Arishem had to admit that this was a life-or-death battle. Norland's chess piece already possesses the qualifications to become a chess player. Today you must die. In the name of the Creator, I take your life. Arishem no longer controlled his power. When his power erupted unrestrainedly, the cosmic void outside the galaxy was filled with his boundless power, forming a divine realm of its own. Although Arishem's body was only slightly larger than Earth, beneath his heavy armor lay a unique space. The synergy of energies cannot be predicted by mere body size. At least Norland's superconsciousness could perceive this cosmic void, which was light years in size, and it had become Arishem's absolute domain. He can arbitrarily alter these rules. Even the fundamental logic of the universe is but a thread in his hand. But Norland was completely unafraid. His power came from the X-gene, but it transcended the X-gene. It can be said without exaggeration that any power he now possessed at its peak was all-around capable. Huge potential, promising future when they come together. They make Norland's body even more powerful, even exempting him from Arishem's rule-level modifications to his divine body. Realizing that he could not eliminate Norland with his current authority, Arishem understood that he had to crush him with absolute power. So Arishem swung his fist the size of a continent, imbued with divine powers, in an attempt to smash Norland to death on the spot. Gravity, magnetism, and the strong nuclear force all became accomplices and aides in Aristom's attack. This punch is enough to turn galaxies into nothingness and cause the universe to collapse. This is also a common feature of the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe. Battles between two top deities are often decided by physical means, which is what outsiders perceive as a visceral fight. It's not that they don't know how to use the rules to pressure people. They simply have no other options. When two beings of the same level cannot achieve absolute dominance in their respective concepts and rules, and cannot kill each other, then physical strength combined with energy becomes the best means to determine the winner. Subdue the opponent, inflict pain on them, and when they are unable to resist, seal or obliterate them with energy. It's like two masters clashing with their inner strength, or Ultraman fighting a monster. Before a special move can instantly kill the opponent, it needs to weaken them first before launching a fatal blow. However, the battle was already decided when Arishem was unable to use the rules to eliminate Norland in his own domain. When it comes to fists, Norland with his Kryptonian physique has never been afraid of anyone. Good timing. Watch my serious punch. Norland laughed as he gathered his power, and various advanced powers strangely merged into one. When he added it to his fist, the energy fluctuations alone made Arishem's domain teeter on the brink of collapse. As Norland's hips rotated, causing his upper body to turn forward, that pure extreme power tore apart the surrounding space and time. Centered on Norland, an area spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers was distorted by this terrifying force. Even the smallest particles were violently shaken by this punch, and were pulled to exert force in one direction. Boom. Norland had only retreated tens of thousands of kilometers. It can even absorb the energy that has escaped into other galaxies and outer space, and then prepare to start again. And I was deeply shocked by it. Countless people sensed that terrifying energy at that moment. That one punch nearly killed Arishem. Norland's brow twitched slightly. Goodness, are you a wolf? As for the retaliation from the Celestials, it's an irreversible destruction of the cosmic structure. Immediately a shockwave swept across all directions, clearing every space in the void of the universe and sweeping towards the material star system. Countless planets and stars were knocked off their original orbits, causing a series of explosions. With only half of his torso restored, he vanished. The area at the heart of the battle was completely destroyed. The consequences of this punch were far-reaching. Around the two, irreparable cosmic rifts appeared. Some were torn apart by space when stepped into, while others led to other universes, making it like opening a blind box. With this punch, the cosmic void that Arishem had temporarily transformed into his domain was completely destroyed. Heiao Zhao, it even received special attention because of this, with most of the power being poured into it. The rules and logic within the cosmic void were shattered as a result. Various substances were annihilated, and various microelements were pulverized. Unless it is restarted, it will. Norland wasn't surprised. After all, he was a supreme god. If he were to be destroyed with a single punch, it would indeed be an insult to his title, especially those universes that were cracked by this punch. And even some galaxies were destroyed by the energy that escaped from the cracks. There's absolutely no way Arishem could withstand the next blow. He was naturally fearless. The dazzling seven-colored light illuminated the heavens, and even across countless light years, the mesmerizing halo could be seen. The impact wasn't limited to this universe. The entire multiverse was awakened by this punch. Clenching his fist again to gather strength, the energy was concentrated. Most importantly, he had a premonition that if he were to completely eliminate Arishem, it might bring even greater trouble. In that instant, the entire universe seemed to have been paused. Wait for me, I will definitely come back. But one punch isn't enough, so let's throw a second one. After all, he hasn't really used his full strength yet. Seeing that Arishem was not dead, and was even rapidly recovering under the convergence of various energies, he believed in Gwen's spider senses. Shaking his head, Norland did not continue the pursuit. It was simply that Arishem was running too fast, seemingly having left the real universe. And even his supervision could not find his location. The hard armor shattered the moment they met, and even his frantic attempts to block it were largely ineffective. Although this punch consumed a lot of Norland's energy, making it impossible for him to unleash another punch of the same intensity, it would still be enough to unleash one of slightly weaker strength. Saving Arishem's life would actually be beneficial to him. But Arishem's lower body was shattered, while his entire upper body was blown apart. But no one dared to investigate, sensing the terrifying energy gathering within Norland, which seemed even more frightening than the previous attack. Arishem did not hesitate. Ignoring his still recovering body, charged forward. Headless and handless with only. Is that the celestial god the Eternals spoke of? He's incredibly powerful. He could probably use Earth as a basketball hoop. The power of the Celestial Supreme is unfathomable. Although Norland is also very powerful, is after all a god who created the stars. According to our data analysis, they seem to have left the Milky Way, alas. Our strength is still too weak, we can't even help. We can only leave Norland to stop them alone. The many mutants on Pinglai Island were dejected. Even Magnetoho was usually so proud. Felt a deep despair at the power of the gods. Such a massive body if it came near Earth. Its gravity alone could destroy the planet. But it seems that it has managed to control its own gravity. Meaning it can control gravity, traveling to various parts of the universe in an instant. Its power is absolutely capable of easily destroying the Earth. And even the solar system. The constellation Alpha Centauri, located near our solar system, was destroyed by the aftershocks of the battle. This shows just how terrifying this battle was. Eric was always smug about his control over magnetism. He had previously tested that he could influence the Earth's magnetic field to launch a large-scale attack on the entire surface of the planet, and even regress human civilization to the era of right-wing strife in a very short time. But compared to Norland and the Supreme God, it's just a small fry. Is this the power of an Omega-level mutant? No. Even Omega-level mutants probably aren't that powerful. Are they at the very least? He didn't believe that Jean would be able to unleash the power to destroy galaxies after breaking free from mental constraints. They're all mutants, so why is Norland so abnormal? What's wrong with his waistline? Eric sighed deeply. A sense of frustration rose in my heart. The distance between him and Norland not only did not shorten, but actually widened. He used to be able to hold his own against Norland. But now that Norland is destroying the universe, he's still playing house on Earth. How shameful! Call out. Just as everyone on Pinglai Island was worried about Norland, a figure descended from the sky dragging a huge building. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the sky and arrived above Pinglai Island. When everyone looked over, they were surprised to see that it was Kara and the women who lived near the sun. Eric's lips twitched slightly. Good heavens. Kara actually managed to pull such a huge space station from the outer reaches of the sun to Pinglai Island in such a short time. Kara's strength has increased. It can be described as unfathomable. Other women, when they set foot on Pinglai Island, Eric felt that they were emanating a strong sense of threat. Clearly, their strength has increased again. They are at least at the peak of level 4 mutants. Only one step away from level 5 mutants. Perhaps they will reach the Omega level even sooner than I do. There's really no comparison between people. Jin, can you sense Norland? How is he now? Charles asked nervously. Jin carefully sensed it for a while, then shook her head. The distance is too far, at least 100,000 light years. I can only sense that his phoenix is still flying. The collective cannot be sensed. Charles breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as the phoenix hadn't been extinguished. That was good. This at least proves that the battle is not over. Even the mighty Celestial Supreme could not defeat Norland in a short time. However, everyone was still worried. In fact, this event has a wide-ranging impact across the entire globe. Ordinary people are fine with it, as they have no way of knowing the ins and outs of the matter. and are only afraid of the powerful body of the supreme god. After Arishem left, they initially thought it was a mirage or an illusion. Those in power unanimously suppressed the matter to avoid causing unrest. After all, if they knew that there were gods in the universe larger than stars, and that they might have some ideas about Earth, then global security would likely face a major challenge. As for those in higher positions, many of them couldn't wait to see Norland die, or it could result in mutual destruction. Norland is more intimidating to Earth than 10,000 Tsar Bomba bombs. They cannot allow or accept the existence of such a powerful person. The arrival of the supreme deity gave them hope, however. After their battle resulted in the destruction of Centaurus, there was another period of silence. If they could destroy Alpha Centauri, does that mean they could easily destroy the solar system as well? Such a being staying on Earth would be a death sentence. Therefore, they preferred Norland to die. Only dead gods are good gods. Charles and the others knew that once Norland died, the Earth would fall into chaos again. Those people wished they could dismantle Pinglai Island and imprison the mutants. Even Pinglai Island itself might split up. Eric will inevitably continue with his previous actions, and Charles will inevitably try to stop him. Apart from Norland's, none of the others possess the absolute strength and prestige to intimidate the numerous mutants and Inhumans. Even Kara and Hela won't do. If a civil war were to break out on Pinglai Island, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Earth could potentially be destroyed as a result. The combined power of mutants is now capable of overturning human civilization. It is more than 100 times better than before. Therefore, Norland must come back alive. Even if we are defeated, we must return. He is the true core of Pinglai Island and the anchor of the Earth. At this time, the sea suddenly began to churn. All the animals were running around in panic. They even felt that the whole Earth was shaking. It was as if some force had pulled the Earth off its orbit. Eric and his team immediately checked the Earth's condition but found nothing unusual. Immediately, a dazzling light burst forth from the sky. The light was so far away that even the most advanced astronomical telescopes could not pinpoint its exact location. If Norland's attack hadn't affected the structure of the universe, it would have taken at least 10,000 years for this ball of light to be seen on Earth. Although no one knows where this commotion came from, some perceptive people have already linked it to Norland and the gods. Otherwise, it would have exploded at any other time of year. But of all times, how are you? Are you all right? Charles asked hurriedly. Jean sensed for a while longer. Her Phoenix Force and Norland's Phoenix Force had a special connection, which was why she was able to sense each other's presence from 100. 0 light-years away. It's fine for now. But the feedback fluctuations are still quite strong. Eric raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with excitement. So Norland has won this battle. Even a supreme being as powerful as the celestial god cannot defeat the king of mutants. Eric sincerely acknowledged Norland's status as king and was genuinely convinced of his authority. If Norland were to truly pass away, he would not approve of or agree to anyone else taking over. Even if he were to take office himself, he wouldn't be qualified. The difference between him and Norland was like that between a firefly and the sun. In terms of both strength and intelligence, they are far inferior to their opponent. Amidst anxious waiting, suddenly, a flash appeared in the Halland. Norland appeared unharmed. Norland King. Katie and Anna rushed over and searched everywhere for any possible injuries. Set up your base in the Black Robe world or the world of extraordinary talents. Become the absolute overlord. And then conquer all the heavens, no matter what. They were supreme gods according to the eternal race. They created the universe at the very least. They have to become vassals of mutants just like them. Although we didn't get rid of him, he won't be around for a long time to come. The matter of the celestial group is over. This is the third case initiated recently. It seems someone is deliberately using the Terrigen crystal to create an impure fog. Norland said casually that unless Arishem mobilized the entire Celestials, there was no chance of fighting him. Suddenly his expression changed. The battle is over. Are you all right? Charles's expression relaxed. But he still asked with a hint of worry, honey. Upon hearing this, just as everyone was basking in the joy of victory, bad news arrived. No wonder it felt so familiar. He originally wanted to use the gene radiation machine to turn all people with the X gene into mutants, and even wanted to kill all ordinary peoples. However, due to the flaws of the gene radiation machine, this forced modification had significant defects, causing people's genes to collapse and die. Perhaps helping Attilan could change the Inhuman stance. But if they're both powerful allies, why not cling to the stronger one? If things don't work out, I'll just pack up and leave. If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will. Even if the world is destroyed, it doesn't matter. Sky then looked at Jia Ying, who stepped forward and said, "We have an idea. The other side must be an Inhuman. And they must have been sent by Attilan on the moon. They definitely want to destroy us and then take over Earth." Charles shook his head awkwardly. Jia Ying's hatred for Attilan was immense. Those bastards didn't deserve to be Inhumans and had to be eliminated. Looking at Norland's confident demeanor, "Someone wants to kill us," Eric said angrily. "In New York City, USA. Someone is suspected of releasing Terrigen crystal mist." This was followed by another heated and excited discussion. Even the Celestials weren't a match for Norland. So who else could threaten mutants? Was it Wimpon Island? This caused the petrification and death of tens of thousands of people, including several mutants who had not joined Pinglai Island. If that's the case, Norland wouldn't mind spreading divine blood throughout the galaxy, causing the gods to Fallon, making the world wail. Sky. "Charles, have you gotten any results from your investigation?" This time, someone is trying to copy him and mass-produce Inhumans, while also killing off ordinary people and mutants. Norland frowned slightly. The death toll in the previous 2 petrification cases was far lower than this one. And in the first case, half of the people survived and were not petrified, like a creator god. Moreover, according to reports, Eric felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed to be the same idea he had once had. After what happened with the heavenly god supreme, Jia Ying had long since lost all interest in anything else. Those who knew him very well were relieved at the same time. The moon, Attilan's. Norland's battle with the Celestial One did not escape the notice of the Inhumans of Attilan. Although they did not know who was fighting the Celestial Supreme, nor did they know the Celestial Supreme's origins, they knew that in the face of such an existence, Attilan was just a hornet's nest by the roadside. Oh no, perhaps it's not even as good as a beehive. Its enormous body was thousands or even hundreds of times the size of the moon. That exaggerated power was so great that even Blackbolt himself couldn't shake it. He didn't arrogantly believe that he could destroy a life form as large as a star with just his words. That is an existence that no human can defeat. Humans won't do it, and neither will the Inhumans. Fortunately, that deity soon left the solar system, together with another unknown entity. They traveled to a place countless light years away to wage war. This little incident made them realize that the solar system is not safe. Especially the moon. The moon is simply too small. Too small to accommodate more alien races. So small that someone could blow it out of orbit with a single breath. They need to go to safer places and need to be more resilient to risks. From this perspective, Earth flat is a good choice. The royal family began discussing whether or not to travel to Earth. Among them, Blackbolt's brother Maximus had a slight glint in his eyes, but his expression was one of extreme excitement. The discussion still yielded no conclusion. Maximus, however, went straight into a laboratory where there were several other people. "Doctor, how's the experiment going?" "The experiment is progressing smoothly. Pure Terrigen crystal mist has no negative effects on non-Inhumans, but only a few trace substances need to be added. If the impurity concentration exceeds 3.7%, it can cause a fatal effect on non-Inhumans. Mutants on Earth are particularly vulnerable to the effects of the mist. Just a tiny bit of it can take their lives, no matter how powerful the mutant is." Maximus's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a determined smile appeared on his lips. However, something came to his mind and he hesitated. What about those guys on Pinglai Island? Those mutants are among the strongest on Earth, especially the higher-ups led by Norland, who are unfathomable if the fog doesn't work on them. Then we're in big trouble, don't worry. The recent experiments haven't exposed anything. We take precautions every time we go to Earth. And we never stay in one place, no one will find out. The Inhuman known as the Doctor replied with unwavering confidence, as for the mutants on Pinglai Island that you're worried about. So what if they're strong, they're still mutants? Does their increased mutant power mean they're no longer mutants? Under the fog I create, no mutant can escape its fate. If we detonate the Terrigen crystals over several key cities, and use the rain and ocean currents, we can kill all the non-Inhumans. Even powerful figures like Norland Magnet. And Professor X can't do anything about it, furthermore. Through my research, I have discovered the possibility of a second enhancement of the Inhuman race. Give me some more time, and some weaker Inhumans will be able to undergo a second awakening ritual. Enhance your abilities. My king, the era of the Inhumans has arrived. What are you waiting for? Maximus could hardly contain his excitement. This was double the joy on the one hand. It can eliminate the native inhabitants of the Earth. And on the other hand, it can also transform its own abilities in this way. He would not only have rendered a great service, but also possess power sufficient to rival Blackbolt, making the Inhuman throne within his grasp. Well done, Doctor. Let's join forces and create an era for the Inhumans. I can't wait. Who is it? Maximus turned to look outside, and a dark figure flashed through the crack in the door. He immediately led his men and rushed forward. It's Crystal. She overheard our plan. Damn it, go and grab hers. Doctor, our plans must be moved up before I return. Prepare a sufficient amount of Terrigen mist. The cleansing operation must begin. You lot come with me to the palace. Our cowardly king should abdicate, Maximus, along with the royal family members he had recently won over, was forced to launch a coup ahead of schedule. He originally wanted to prepare for a while longer, since he wasn't absolutely certain the coup would succeed. Those guys were the type who wouldn't act until they saw a clear benefit, and their overall strength didn't give them much of an advantage over Blackbolt. However, it's too late now. If they don't act in advance and Crystal escapes and tells Blackbolt, they'll have even less chance of winning, especially if he's prepared. A massive coup d'etat by the Inhumans begins, in a surprise attack led by Maximus and other members of the royal family. Several members of the royal guard loyal to Blackbolt were caught off guard and defeated. Some were imprisoned and others died. Those who fled. Blackbolt, unable to bring himself to kill his own kind, was thus banished. Crystal used the giant dog Tetanus to teleport the group to Earth. She herself was also sent to Earth by Tetanus, however. Faced with an unfamiliar environment, Crystal did not know how to find other members of the Inhuman race. Even if we find it, what good will it do? Maximus's rebellion dealt a severe blow to the Black Scorpion's main power. 013601211 Felu 204,330,500 with their strength. It would be difficult for them to fight their way back. Crystal said that Maximus seems to be developing some kind of mist, and he plans to destroy humanity and mutants on Earth. Could it be that she went to find mutants? She quickly realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise, "You're Don Norland, the king of mutants. Didn't find Crystal. And you also heard from others that Crystal left with Norland." On the other side, Blackbolt's eye twitched slightly. He had a bad feeling. He was confident he could defeat Maximus alone. The moment he opened his mouth, their strength would crumble instantly. Royal member Karnak said with a strange expression, "Maximus is a member of the Inhumans. Wanted to destroy mutants. This sin is one he cannot bear alone. Since it is difficult to return to Attilan by our own strength, we should rely on the strength of others." Upon hearing this, a large dog taller than a person immediately darted away. but soon returned. Blackbolt and his loyal followers gathered together. Gorgon was somewhat insecure, probably not after all. This is a matter concerning the Inhumans. It's better for us to handle it ourselves. Looking at his handsome appearance, Crystal blushed. Moreover, he located all the Inhuman races that came to Earth immediately. After careful consideration, Crystal decided to find another major organization involved in this incident. Searching for mutants. Are you sure you're not inviting trouble as they talked? Gorgon, the captain of the Royal Guards, asked rather strangely, where's Crystal? Her pet brought us here, why didn't it bring her along? They vehemently condemned Maximus's heinous acts. The three of them thought in unison, this is a huge problem. Seeing Blackbolt's expression, Karnak knew the seriousness of the situation. We need to find Crystal as soon as possible. Before the mutants, what about tetanus? Go find out where Crystal is. But then a figure appeared before them without them noticing. Blackbolt and his two companions exchanged bewildered glances, their heads spinning at the thought that the mutants would soon find out. That's exactly why I've come with me. But if mutants get involved, then there will be a big problem. And it's really hard to say who will ultimately own Attilan. Everything went black. Crystal arrived in the city and asked passers-by for directions to Pinglai Island. Then she began to think of a way to set off for the Steel Island in the Pacific Ocean. Requesting flowers, 0 mutants are the best choice. However, when she was struggling with how to get to Pinglai Island, Norland was not surprised by the crystal's origin. In fact, when he found the crystal with his super vision and super hearing, he had already learned about its inner thoughts through his mental abilities. What would Norland and the others think if they found out? Would they allow Terrigen crystals to circulate outside the region? Oh no, the problem has gotten worse. Norland returned to Pinglai Island with the crystal, whose curious gaze kept wandering around. Is this Pinglai Island the most mysterious place on Earth? Crystal silently recited the words in her heart, feeling both nervous and excited. She had longed for Pinglai Island, which was often mentioned by others. This is a place that many members of the Inhuman royal family fear, and every discussion about it is extremely solemn. This is the center of the Earth and the center of the world. The Inhumans are not afraid of Earthlings, but they are particularly wary of mutants. They often discussed how powerful certain mutants were and how to deal with them. The most discussed character is of course Norland, the king of mutants, a powerful figure who has dominated the world and reigned supreme on Earth. It is said that Norland defeated all the powerful enemies on Earth, and his speed was almost at the speed of light not long ago. He also defeated the Asgardian gods, making him the strongest being on Earth. In all of Attilan, perhaps only Blackbolt could rival him. Within the Crystal Heart, Blackbolt is the strongest. The moment he speaks, any enemy will perish. Although everyone tried their best to hide their fear and compared Blackbolt to Norland, Crystal could still sense that they weren't very confident that Blackbolt could defeat Norland. Therefore, Crystal was very curious about Norland, the king of mutants, and also about who was stronger between him and the king of the Inhumans. But upon meeting him this time, Crystal realized that, putting aside whether Norland was strong or not, he was really handsome. Moreover, it possesses teleportation capabilities, allowing it to instantly travel from North America to a Pacific island. It spans over 1,000 kilometers. Crystal glanced furtively at Norland's back, staring at his profile for several seconds before looking away. That must be Magneto, Eric writes. He's said to have the powerful ability to control magnetism. This is Professor X Charles. His telepathic abilities are countless times stronger than Maximus. I've heard he has some kind of special relationship with Eric. Hela, the eldest prince of Asgard, she's so beautiful. Much prettier than my sister-in-law, slightly less so than me. After entering the palace, Crystal secretly glanced at the mutant executives sitting on either side. Lost in thought, Norland, who was walking ahead, twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy was having too much internal monologue. Considering his age and status, he suddenly realized. After all, she was a princess of Attilan. and had been isolated from the world for many years. So one cannot expect her to be very mature. Your Majesty, she is, big fellow, I am Princess Crystal. From Attilan, the kingdom of the Inhumans. Crystal seemed a little shy, but thinking about what happened in Attilan, she mustered up the courage to introduce herself to everyone. Attilan is a city on the moon long ago. We took our Inhuman brethren to the moon to hide our existence. The current king of Attilan is Blackbolt, the most powerful being among the Inhumans, possessing power no less than that of your king. Crystal noticed that when she said Thatverion chuckled, seemingly finding her statement quite ridiculous. And she wasn't surprised or astonished by the lunar city of Attilan she mentioned, as if she already knew about it. Good heavens, are people on Earth this exaggerated now? They don't even find cities on the moon impressive. Crystal was somewhat discouraged. Due to the influence of her environment, she had always been proud of Attilan. In their eyes, Earthlings were no match for the Inhumans. The mutants of the past were nothing compared to the Inhumans, while Earthlings were still basking in their own glory. Their alien race had sent their entire city to the moon, their sense of superiority palpable. They have always believed that they are superior and more powerful than ordinary people on Earth, and that they could completely control the Earth if they wanted to. But now, Crystal discovers that things don't seem to be as they thought. At least for mutants right now. Attilan doesn't seem to mean much with this in mind. Crystal continued to describe the greatness of Attilan and the feats of the Inhumans. But when she finally mentioned Maximus, she finished speaking with a look of embarrassment. Seeing that the mutants remained unconvinced, she shouted urgently, "We must unite to stop Maximus's evil plan. If he releases the Terrigen Mist, the entire planet, including the mutants, will be fatally struck. Non-human races will be exterminated at this time." Sitting almost at the very edge, Jia Ying raised her hand and said, "Your Majesty, and everyone else according to this crystal princess, Maximus has launched a coup, seized control of Attilan, and will release the Terrigen Mist to destroy humanity on Earth. So, can I assume that the Inhumans of Attilan have already launched an undeclared war on our Pinglai Island? Therefore, I propose that we gather a large army to attack Attilan. We should eliminate all the aliens who dare to resist Attilan, and then bring the other neutral or friendly aliens back to Pinglai Island and keep them under surveillance. As for the Terrigen crystal, we will keep it under our own control. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, it will threaten our safety at any time." Jia Ying referred to herself as we, and at this moment, she did not stand on the side of the Inhumans of Attilan, but on the side of the mutants. They did not regard those alien races as their compatriots. When those high and mighty people abandoned them, ignored their miserable lives, and chose to stand by and watch in Jia Ying's heart, those people were no longer her people. I agree. Jia Ying's suggestion is excellent. Since they dared to wage war against us without warning, then we will destroy them with absolute power. The city of Attilan should also be destroyed. Spending their lives in a superpowered prison is the only fate they deserve. Magneto largely agreed, and his gaze towards Jia Ying softened considerably. This woman has some of his style. She didn't plead for Attilan just because he's an Inhuman. That's quite good. The superpowered prison is a prison specially built by Norland using technologies from various universes, including Super X-Metal and the Flash universe, to imprison superpowered individuals. In the Flash universe, the superpowered prison is a super high-tech facility that can imprison almost all superpowered individuals. Even the Time Wraith cannot freely enter or live, of course. The superpowered prisons in the Flash universe are specially designed for different superpowered individuals, and they need to be upgraded constantly. Otherwise, they may still leave when their abilities become stronger. They can still use their abilities in prison, but they can't get in or out based on this. Norland combined Asgardian magic technology, the Guardians of the Universe's Spider Alliance, Kryptonian technology, and other technologies to create an adapted version. X-Metal can prevent pure strength-based ability users from forcibly breaking into the prison. Magical technology can prevent some magic users from leaving. And technologies such as the Spider Alliance and the Guardians of the Universe further improve the prison's strength, making it applicable to most ability users. Norland even added kryptonite to it, so that even Kryptonians can be imprisoned. One point needs to be clarified: Norland, who is at the peak of the bronze stage, is still affected by kryptonite. Only when he breaks through to the silver Superman stage can he truly ignore the effects of kryptonite and even eat it like candy. However, because Norland possesses multiple abilities, the kryptonite does have some effect on him, but not a significant one, and he can still unleash most of his power. After Norland's upgrade, the super prison is impenetrable to all superhumans, including Kryptonians and speedsters. Even if someone reaches sublight speed, as long as they don't exceed the speed of light, they cannot escape the prison's constraints. This means that this prison can hold more than 99% of all superpowered individuals in the universe. Of the current members of Pinglai Kingdom and Norlands, Rakshas and Phantom Cat are unaffected. Even powerful figures like Eric Hella and Sky are unable to leave the prison. Most enemies, however, are not so lucky as to have the opportunity to enter the superpowered prison. That's a nation of superpowered individuals. Norland would not allow any other force to threaten him, even though he was certain that the Terrigen Mist had no effect on him. He would not tolerate any ambitious individuals secretly coveting the Pinglai Kingdom. The three people's radical statements caused Crystal's face to fall. She only wanted to join forces with the mutants to overthrow Maximus. How did it turn into destroying Attilan and enslaving the Inhumans? Moreover, just how despicable are the Inhumans in their eyes? However, we must get our hands on the Terrigen crystal. Only if it is located on Pinglai Island can we truly feel at ease. Crystal's face paled slightly. She realized that things seemed to be going wrong. However, Norland did not do as she wished. Charles made a suggestion with a hint of goodwill. And just when Crystal thought someone had finally voiced her thoughts, Charles changed the subject. Charles seemed not to hear, ignoring what Crystal said. Red Queen, how many attack ships do we have now? What about other types of warships if things go wrong? The Inhumans and mutants might actually go on a full-blown war. He may be a saint, but he's not a hypocrite. When it comes to the safety of mutants, no matter how kind-hearted he is, he won't let a weapon capable of destroying mutants remain in someone else's hands. Perfect timing. I also want to test how powerful that so-called Terrigen Mist really is, and see if it can even kill a god. Norland's original intention in establishing the prison was merely as a place of punishment or a temporary detention center. Without the Terrigen crystal, newborns of the Inhumans cannot continue to awaken their abilities. Why do they seem so arrogant that any one of them could handle Attilan? All non-Inhumans will be wiped out by the Terrigen Mist. What a fantasy. She couldn't help but look at Norland with expectant eyes. The prisons in The Flash and Batman are based on the unique circumstances of their respective countries. In the name of so-called human rights for criminals, they are constantly being arrested, imprisoned, released, and then allowed to continue causing trouble. Could he be even more powerful than Surtur and Loki were before? The establishment of the prison for superpowered individuals does not signify a saintly act. Over this period of time, organizations including Hydra, Skrulls and SHIELD have shattered almost all the compassion in his heart. Certainly, the Terrigen crystal is our sacred object. We need it to awaken its power. The crystal weakly raised its hand. If the Inhumans try to stop us, we'll take it by force. Hela sneered, Attilan is nothing. I don't know where they get the audacity to declare war on us. Why don't you let me take action? Give me an hour, and I can single-handedly crush Attilan. End that so-called royal guard, and bring Maximus's head to me. Norland nodded, and under Crystal's surprised gaze ordered, assemble an army and take over the Inhuman kingdom of Attilan. Let's not be so extreme, just punish the ringleaders. Maximus and his men should receive the punishment they deserve. Can the other Inhumans, including Blackbolt, really accept that the Terrigen crystal has fallen into the hands of mutants? It's their lifeline, a sacred relic for their prosperity. For Jean Grey, it would require unleashing the power of the Black Phoenix to forcefully break through the prison. Mastery now have 50 attack ships, 40 other escort ships and 40 transport ships. Crystal already regrets asking the mutants for help. It doesn't seem like a good idea. The mutants must take control of their own destiny. The Terrigen crystal is a must-have. Hearing Crystal praise the power of Terrigen mist, how could Hela, with her fierce competitive spirit, possibly tolerate it? Could we avoid violence? I mean, just kill Maximus and his gang. But don't destroy Attilan. Seeing that the war could not be stopped, Crystal could only hope to minimize the situation. She hadn't expected Attilan to win. Looking at the hundreds of warships and aircraft in front of her, and considering Attilan's military strength, she realized it was no match at all. I won't kill them indiscriminately as long as they don't resist. The speaker was Kara, the person in charge of this operation, with Hela and Magneto as her deputies. From the original Batmans, didn't have the same experience as Kara in the short skirt and black stockings. She didn't like Earth or humanity, and even felt some disgust towards them after all. When she was at her weakest, a group of mercenaries locked her pod and tried to crack the code to enter and experiment on her. If Norland hadn't arrived in time, she might have really been subjected to human blood experiments. While Kara isn't a pure soldier like Zod, as a Kryptonian sent by Jor-El to protect Superman, she possesses considerable combat skills and abilities. She would kill without hesitation if she wanted to. Given the close relationship between Kara and Norrin, anyone who is Norrin's enemy is also her enemy, therefore. Norland entrusted the Attilan operation to Kara in order to familiarize herself with her newly acquired power. Of course, these Hawks, Hela and Magneto, being as proud as they are, would not easily be commanded by others. Previously, only Norland was qualified to command them. Karaho came from another universe not long ago. Naturally did not have enough authority to make them obey. Before the operation, Kara had a friendly sparring match with Hela and Magneto. Adhering to the principle of friendship first and competition second, Kara defeated Hela and Magneto with absolute power. Magneto was completely out of options, facing Kara, who had entered the Bronze Age at the peak of level 4. Was naturally no match for her. Hela had exhausted all means, including the Hand of Glory, but she could not do anything to Kara. Even the immense strength she gained from the +11 magic buff could not shake Kara in the slightest. Therefore, Hela reluctantly accepted Kara as the team leader. But deep down, she wasn't completely convinced after all. She still had more powerful divine abilities and god-level magic that she hadn't yet used. She firmly believed that once she used them, she would definitely not lose. Kara earned everyone's recognition through her strength. Among those present, Kara could now be considered the strongest in terms of pure power, second only to Norrin considering their overall strength. Anna and Kitty, who possess absorption abilities, can contend with Kara using their unique powers, while Hela's power of death might also be able to harm them. After all, Superman's magic resistance is ultimately lower than his physical resistance. Crystal, who witnessed the entire friendly match, looked at the aloof Kara like a rabbit facing a lion, nodding her head with a somewhat awkward smile. It's a deal, okay, I can go with you to persuade them to avoid war as much as possible. Kara glanced at her casually, and the latter instinctively pulled her head back. Okay. Crystal let out a long sigh of relief. The other party seemed to have a powerful aura that made it hard for Crystal Princess to breathe. She felt ashamed of her behavior, but she couldn't force herself to change. As the army boarded the warships one after another, the army is about to set off. Norrin then walked over and gently hugged Kara, instructing her be careful of their Terrigen mist. Although it's almost impossible for it to affect you, just stay away and don't touch it. Kara smiled and returned the kiss. Crystal, standing nearby, was stunned. The cold and domineering Kara just moments before was like a docile kitten in front of Norrin. It was unbelievable, or rather this man is too powerful. Is this the king of mutants? Compared to Blackbolt, the king of the Inhumans, he seems much stronger. Crystal's expression turned strange, and she quickly began shaking her head frantically. You can't think like that, Blackbolt is also very powerful. After all, he's the strongest Inhuman. The difference in strength between the kings of two races shouldn't be too great. Right, she thought about it uncertainly. Kara then grabbed Crystal's shoulder, used her biofield to envelop the two of them, and then soared into the sky flying at near-light speed. Before Crystal's exclamation had even subsided, they had already flown from Pinglai Island to the skies above Attilan. So fast, Crystal blinked and pinched her cheek. The pain indicated that she wasn't dreaming. Looking back at Earth and then at the location of Attilan beneath her feet, she gained a deeper understanding of Kara's power. At the same time, he felt even greater awe for Norland. How powerful must he be to be able to suppress such a strong woman? When Kara and Crystal appeared in the sky above Attilan, Maximus and the others didn't realize that there were uninvited guests above them until much later. As the piercing alarm sounded rhythmically, squads of royal guards and protectors joined together, ready for battles. Although Attilan is a city on the moon and possesses advanced technologies such as optical cloaking, radiation shielding, gravity manipulation, and oxygen production, their technological capabilities are actually not that strong. If Norrin so desires, Pinglai Island can be lifted into the sky and float freely in space, providing food and shelter for tens of thousands of people. As a lunar city, Attilan does not have many resources to build up its space power. Moreover, their technology is basically inherited from the Kree. With little innovation, it wasn't even fully excavated. This also means that they don't have many means of attacking the Kara located in space. After their few remaining fighter jets were destroyed by Kara's vision, all they could do was quietly await the final punishment. Damn it, who is she? How can she survive in outer space without any equipment? And Crystal, look at the stupid thing she did, bringing outsiders to Attilan. Traitor spy Maximus, newly enthroned, was consumed by impotence and rage. Looking at the speechless crowd below, he roared, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find a way to capture her. You few go and bring Medusa here. Let her see for herself what a foolish thing her sister has done." His loyal followers immediately went out. Before Medusa could be brought in, another person burst in with a look of terror on their face. "Oh no, Your Majesty. A fleet is flying in from Earth and will arrive on the moon in 3 minutes. Who are they?" Maximus felt a chill run down his spine. And before the other person could answer, he knew the answer: mutants. With Wakanda destroyed and the Skrulls infiltrating, the only way to travel from Earth to the moon is through the mutant-toned kingdom of Pinglai. Those guys, who are so strong they're practically breaking the rules, have actually come to Attilan. Could the guy above us be a mutant too? When did such a powerful figure appear again? That's so unfair. The mutant race is producing many powerful individuals, while the Inhuman race is facing a talent shortage. Upon hearing this news, everyone present turned pale. A sense of panic filled the air, and some were already whispering complaints that a coup d'etat should not have been launched. They originally had Blackbolt to guard Attilan and protect against the mutant army. But now Crystal's pet dog has brought Blackbolt to Earth. And Crystal herself is even more amazing, having actually brought mutants to Earth. How can we fight like this? Just that old lady on the head alone is probably more than they can handle. Maximus, we must bring Blackbolt back. The mutant army is not something we can withstand, yes. If we bring Blackbolt and the others back, the mutants might retreat without a fight. We must unite all our forces to meet the mutant attack. We cannot afford any more internal strife. Maximus's expression shifted. These opportunists, who were just calling him king a moment ago, were now addressing him by his first name. Shit. Wait till I get stronger, then I'll teach you a lesson. Maximus was not going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. He couldn't win by brute force, so he had to use his ultimate move, shut up. A mere bunch of mutants. Do they really think Attilan is made of clay? HMPH. I'll wipe them all out. I'll declare war on Earth with mutant blood. Maximus instructed the doctor to release the Terrigen mist, which contained other impurities, through the oxygen production chamber and the city's unique air circulation system. Fill the entire city with Terrigen mist, which is deadly to non-Inhumans as much as possible. In this way, he transformed the entire city into an absolute forbidden zone for non-Inhumans. Anyone who dared to step into it would be petrified and die without exception. As for Crystal, Maximus had already figured out how to deal with her after he got her. However, just as his men were preparing to act, Kara, who had been keeping quiet in outer space, had already learned of their plans through her supervision and super hearing. While Kara doesn't believe the Terrigen mist will be lethal to her, other mutants might be affected. Because of her affection for Norland's army, Kara was very concerned about them. So she didn't wait for the Legion to arrive and directly broke through the protective shield with the crystal. This protective shield that had protected Attilan for many years, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -200 degrees Celsius and shielding it from the effects of solar storms and other radiation, was like a piece of glass shattered directly by Kryptonian's body. Before Maximus and the others could react, they heard a loud crash, and combined with the noise from the people outside, they immediately sensed something was wrong. They quickly ran outside. Kara was nowhere to be seen. Maximus's face turned ashen, and he led his men toward the laboratory on the way. He saw that the necks of his men who had notified the doctor had been broken. Instead of continuing to the lab, Maximus turned around and ran back to his room without hesitation. He opened a hidden safe, took out a large test tube containing Terrigen mist, and then headed towards the portal at this moment. Inside the laboratory, Kara and Crystal will be wearing the doctor's uniform with the Terrigen mist. Although the doctor wanted to smash the reagent and kill Kara the moment he faced her, he was slower than a tortoise compared to her. The moment he raised his hand, Kara took away all the reagents around him. He himself was knocked unconscious. Crystal stared blankly at all of this. I feel like my understanding has been overturned. 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds. She was certain that the entire process, from outside the protective shield to here, took less than 10 seconds. Kara then led her to kill several Inhumans who tried to resist and subdue the doctor. Why are you so powerful? Crystal murmured. Because of Norland, he has given us even greater power. Kara didn't hide it, it wasn't a secret. Everyone on Pingley Island knew. Once 833 takes down this group of Inhumans, they will find out not long after. Despite Maximus's grand ambition to destroy humanity, the sight of Norina living filled him with terror, causing his heart to sink. Read more novels on Feilu Novel Network. Wakanda at least resisted for a few hours. A single raid was enough to crush Attilan. Her gaze traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers and saw Maximus arrive in the United States. Only a small number of reckless radical Inhumans resisted and died. The rest of the Inhumans surrendered. What are you celebrating? It's all right, Norland is already gone, he can't escape. Inhumans and mutants are no match for them. Today I will slay the gods. I will become the most powerful man on Earth. Crystal blinked her large eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Without the protection of the shield and under Maximus's command, Attilan was virtually powerless against the mutant army that had stormed into the city. No, I haven't lost yet. If I had known this would happen, anyone could have just razed this place to the ground. Just as Maximus was feeling smug, Norland had already arrived behind him. Maximus turned around stiffly, his remaining smile frozen on his face, a flash of fear crossing his eyes. Crystal suddenly realized that the culprit was nowhere to be found and immediately sensed something was wrong. The profound humiliation brought Maximus to his senses. Kara wasn't surprised. How could Maximus's actions have escaped her notice? This makes Magneto and Hela quite different. The king of mutants Norland at this moment. Maximus realized that although they were both kings, there was no way to compare himself to Norland. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The strong naturally exude an aura. Most people don't even have the courage to stand upright in front of Norland. They were all subdued. Well, what kind of inhuman race is this? They even claim to destroy all life on Earth. Is that all? Those rebelling Inhumans were far inferior. Oh no. Maximus isn't here. She must have left Attilan and gone to Earth. One Kara was enough to send him fleeing to Earth in a panic. Maximus suppressed his fear and quickly broke the reagent containing Terrigen's mist. The blue mist spread out along with his burning heart. Most of them have physical enhancement abilities. The rest are fast movement or a pair of broken wings. Compared to mutants with a wide variety of abilities, they are simply trash and offer no challenge whatsoever. It's not even as good as Wakanda. I still have Terrigen's mist, the advantage is on my side. And what about the Inhumans? Hahaha, you're finished. Hahaha, you're finished, Maximus laughed, already imagining Norland being killed by the mist. While laughing, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. Maximus looked down at the two charred holes in his chest, his eyes quickly losing their sparkle. No, I can't die yet. I must slay a god. I must become the strongest man of the Inhumans and of Earth. I can still stand up and fight. How can I die so easily? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. His heart filled with resentment. And when his consciousness completely dissipated, Norland's disdainful grumbling reached my ears. Idiot. What does idiot means? Maximus collapsed with a bewildered look in his eyes. Norland waved the mist in front of him. But the blue mist did not petrify him in any way. After he inhaled the mist, it did indeed have an effect on his body. With his powerful physique, he could easily shake off the negative effects of the mist with a mere tremor. We're still a step too late, Maximus. Suddenly, a voice with an enigmatic meaning came to my ear. Norland turned his head and saw Blackbolt and his companions who had come to Earth. He and a few members of his absolutely loyal royal guard rushed over via Crystal's big dog Tetanus, only to find Maximus's stiff body. Blackbat looked melancholy. Although he knew his younger brother harbored ill intentions and was ambitious enough to launch a coup. But seeing the other person die still left me with a bad feeling. Norland was not surprised by their arrival. Although he didn't have much expertise in spatial matters and wasn't sensitive to subtle spatial fluctuations, his super hearing was impeccable. He heard Blackbolt and his crew the moment they arrived. Blackbat, Norland, the king of mutants. Blackbolt looked at the strong Eastern man in front of him, silently chanting in his heart, his face showing a hint of anger. The burly man Gorgon, acting as his interpreter, demanded, "You sent men to attack Attila, and you destroyed my country before they arrived here. They sent the big dog to Attilan, where they learned that the shield above the city was damaged, and Attilan was no longer suitable for the Inhumans to live in. After the big dog returned, they asked the other party to take him to Maximus, but unexpectedly in the short time that was delayed, Norland decisively killed his opponent. Let me state this, Attilan is now on Maximus's territory, and I have merely destroyed an enemy who threatened the lives of my fellow countrymen." Norland didn't bend down. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the briefcase next to Maximus out of thin air. With a forceful squeeze, he crushed the combination lock on the briefcase, and it opened with a click. Inside lay the Inhuman's sacred relic, the Terrigen crystal. Gorgon quickly spoke up. "It belongs to Attilan, please return it to us. Perhaps it was before, but now it's my spoils, and I have absolute authority over how to deal with it." Norland didn't even glance at Gorgon, and reached out to pick up the Terrigen crystal. The instant he made contact, he felt a mist-like force acting on his genes influencing his body. Karnak, standing beside Blackbolt, saw this and his eyes lit up. He whispered, "This is a good opportunity. He's currently under the influence of the Terrigen crystal. His body is struggling against that power, and he can't pay attention to anything else. Upon hearing this, Gorgon didn't hesitate. He stomped his foot, and an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted from Norrin's center. He wasn't aiming to kill his opponent, but rather to knock Norrin away and seize the Terrigen crystal. They could tolerate Norrin killing Maximus, who had launched the coup, and could barely tolerate Attilan's inability to be salvaged. But they absolutely could not tolerate the loss of the Terrigen crystal. They didn't have any more Terrigen crystals. Once Norrin took them, they would be unable to have any more of their kind. And the Inhumans would face extinction. It's also possible, as Triton said, that they become vassals of mutants, like the Inhumans on Earth, unable to control the fate of their own people, and having to beg for blessings from others if they want to awaken their powers. As members of the Inhuman royal family, they could not accept this outcome. Give me liberty or give me death. Gorgon's objective was not achieved. His attempts to increase the shockwaves failed to have any effect on Norrin. It was as if his abilities were completely ignored. At this moment, Karnak exclaimed, "How is that possible? He has overcome the effects of the Terrigen crystal. Wait. My God, how can such a perfect being exist in this world? I can't see his weakness. This is impossible. There is no such thing as a perfect person or a perfect technique in the world. If his ability could still be applied to others, Karnak would have even doubted that his ability had malfunctioned." Blackbolt remained silent, standing there with an air of superiority, waiting for the others to speak. Gorgon, refusing to believe in superstition, stomped down again, unleashing the full power of the seismic wave. He swore this was the most powerful he had ever unleashed his abilities, as there simply weren't enough testing grounds in Attilan for him to truly unleash his power. This is a force powerful enough to destroy a street, enough to cause a massive earthquake. However, Norrin, who was already immune to the effects of the Terrigen crystal, simply raised his hand and suppressed all the seismic waves created by Gorgon. Gorgon's face turned red as he stomped down again. But the expected seismic waves did not appear, and the earth remained quiet and peaceful. That's not how you play with shockwaves. Oh, I forgot. Your ability doesn't qualify as a true shockwave. Norland scoffed, completely unconcerned about Gorgon's abilities. Compared to Sky's shockwaves, Gorgon's power is simply insignificant. It's just like kids playing house. It's hard to imagine that Gorgon was actually the captain of the Royal Guard and a powerful figure among the Inhumans of Attilan. With that kind of power, coming to Earth would be a joke. A few people could easily take care of him, and he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Gorgon was so angry that he wanted to launch a bull charge. Karnak grabbed him. "He's not someone we can handle. Only Blackbolt can defeat him," Triton then warned. "King of Mutants, everything was done by Maximus alone. We at Attilan have no intention of starting a war with you. The Inhumans and mutants have always kept to themselves. Therefore, we don't need to become enemies. If we go to war, the only ones who will benefit are others. It will not benefit either of us, but will only increase casualties." Our King Blackbolt can destroy everything in his path with a single word. You are no exception, therefore. By handing over the Terrigen crystal to us and releasing our people, you will gain the friendship of the Inhumans and acquire a powerful ally and helper, which will greatly benefit your control of the Earth. Impossible after this incident. The Terrigen crystal can only be in our hands. We can only give it to you once we have completely deciphered its secrets. Norland shook his head, completely ignoring what Triton said. The mere Inhumans are not qualified to be his allies. The Inhumans from the comics are possible, but let's forget about the Inhumans in this universe. The royal family members are all incredibly incompetent. Blackbolt is barely worth watching. Upon hearing this, the men all lost their composure. The Terrigen crystal clearly belongs to them, but they use the word gift, as if they already consider it theirs. Returning items to their rightful owners is considered a gift, a reward or a present. It's clear they don't respect the owners at all. Blackbolt's anger has accumulated quite a bit. He looked at Norland silently, his mouth slightly open. Even from just a small opening, terrifying sound waves surged forth in an instant, and the powerful destructive force plowed a furrow into the earth. This was the result of Blackbolt deliberately controlling his power. He only wanted to give the other party a small warning, to assert his power and authority, and to let them know that Inhumans are not all useless, and that they should have their own voice. The Inhumans are definitely not a figment of imagination. Isn't it a sound wave? It's a kind of mimicry sound wave. Based on this property, it can also be used in space. Perhaps further development could uncover even more incredible power. 17. Putting aside its shortcomings, the potential of this ability is still quite considerable. To Blackbolt's surprise, Norrin remained unmoved under his sonic wave, instead pondering and analyzing his abilities. Finally, Norland concluded, a meaningless ability. Blackbolt's power potential is quite good. Perhaps with further development, it could reach the level depicted in the comics, provided that he is the one who develops it. But Norland was unwilling to lose his ability to speak for a useless ability. You should know that in order to control this power, Blackbolt kept silent for years, relying entirely on others to guess his intentions. He didn't even dare to snore when he slept, because if he was not careful, he would have to sleep under the open sky and endure the wind and rain. Furthermore, before one has developed the ability to shut up, one should not engage in anything too stimulating. For example, Norrin's most frequent action is that if he makes a sound when he's having too much fun, it's not a happy occasion but a funeral. It will probably leave a shadow for 10 lifetimes. Moreover, once this ability is spoken, it cannot be taken back. There is no room for regret and it will lead to certain death. It's either the other person who dies or I die. Perhaps after multiple developments and upgrades, he will master even more incredible abilities. But that is just speculation. Moreover, Norrin already possesses far more powerful and comprehensive abilities than this one. I absolutely dislike it. Therefore, for Norrin, Blackbolt's abilities are useless. Hearing this assessment, Blackbolt's mind raced. He was clearly the most powerful Inhuman. Yet Norrin saw him as utterly insignificant. Oh no. The king is probably going to be angry. Karlnike sensed something was wrong, as expected. During the brief silence, Blackbolt's displeasure with Norrin intensified, and his emotions became even more agitated. As a powerful being with nuclear deterrence, Blackbolt doesn't take any enemy seriously. Even Maximus's coup is like child's play to him. If he wanted to, he could kill Maximus and all his followers without exception with just a word. Although he doesn't speak, is a very proud person at heart. Norrin's blatant disregard and contempt thoroughly enraged the king. He's going to slap reality in the face immediately. Blackbolt opened his mouth wide, unleashing a force more than 10 times stronger than the previous sonic boom. The earth trembled, the sky shattered. Vast tracts of land were instantly torn apart and decomposed into dust by the powerful sonic waves. And countless molecules, atoms and other particles were affected by his sonic waves and were wildly shot into the distance. Only Norland remained completely unaffected, his body standing firm like a pillar amidst the endless sonic vibrations. Blackbolt's pupils contracted, and after shutting his mouth, he unleashed an even more powerful force. The other three had already retreated behind Blackbolt, covered their ears, and stared blankly at the scene before them. This is a scene that was enough to overturn their understanding, shatter their worldview, silence them. Yes. They never imagined that anyone could emerge unscathed from Blackbolt's full-force sonic boom. It's important to know that even the hardest substance in Attilan would be completely destroyed the moment Blackbolt opened his mouth. His destructive power has virtually no upper limit. The so-called nuclear bombs on Earth at their very core are barely comparable to Blackbolt's. If Blackbolt were truly unleashed, they had estimated that it would be a powerful force capable of destroying a megacity. Good heavens, what kind of monster is Norrin? Is that really a human body? Even God shouldn't be able to directly escape Blackbolt's power. Right, that's a force that can overturn rivers and seas, and arbitrarily change the terrain. Even Mount Everest is more fragile than paper in its presence. Blackbolt was also quite shocked after roaring for a while. He shut his mouth and froze completely. Can it get any bigger? As the king of the Inhumans, is this all you've got? Is this even enough, you little hound? Norland said calmly. Compared to Arishem, Blackbolt is really no match. These words were like a sharp arrow. Piercing Blackbolt's heart, he took a half step back. His face pale and was speechless for a moment. He was utterly devastated and, for the first time, he began to deny his own strength. Could it be that he was truly incapable? Under Blackbolt's sonic attack, the entire Earth seemed to have been plowed tens of thousands of times. The thick ground caved in, and everything within 10,000 meters in front of it was ravaged beyond recognition. All matter was destroyed and pulverized by his power. But Norland stood there stubbornly. That's impossible. It must be a hallucination, but if it's an optical illusion, it should also be shattered by simulated sound waves. That's right, I know why. Gorgon suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, "It's not that the king's ability is ineffective against him. It's simply because he's too fast." He left his original position before the king released the sonic wave. And it's just because he's too fast that we have the illusion that he's completely exempt from the sonic wave. As for what we see, have you perhaps forgotten something? Gorgon stared intently at Norland, invigorated by his own cleverness. He was convinced he had exposed Norland's trickery, albeit through some minor cunning. Our intelligence indicates that Norland possesses near-light speed, and in addition also possesses psychic abilities. Our eyes can deceive us too. Everything we see is data analyzed and presented by the brain after the eyes have seen it. But what if someone uses telepathy to make us misinterpret the data we see? Gorgon grew increasingly excited. This was the answer. He shouted, Norland must have used telepathy and super speed to carry out this ingenious plan, making us believe that he physically withstood the king's sonic waves, thus instilling in us the belief that he was invincible and using fear to undermine our will to fight. I must say this is truly an eye-opening plan. Unfortunately, I've already seen through everything. Hearing Gorgon's analysis, the others thought it made perfect sense. This must be the answer. 287. Telepathic abilities are not uncommon. Maximus possessed some telepathic abilities, and even Tetanus the great dog had similar abilities. But their telepathic abilities were too weak to control their brains from such a distance. Norland, on the other hand, is a powerful ability user who can subdue the Skrulls and the psychic master Professor X. So his psychic abilities must be even stronger. Blackbolt also agrees with this speculation. He absolutely refused to accept that the defeat in battle was due to his own lack of ability. As the king of the Inhumans, he should possess power commensurate with Norland. Clap, clap, clap. Norland clapped his hands as he walked over, his expression enigmatic. Not bad analysis. Your imaginations are quite powerful. Gorgon was still laughing smugly, but Karnak had a bad feeling. Blackbolt had already made preparations to launch another attack. Although they saw through Norland's trick, this kind of thing is really hard to counter. If it were just him and Norland on the field, he could easily unleash a barrage of attacks from every angle, forcing Norland to retreat. But now, he had no other good way to deal with Norland's tricks. He did not believe that his reaction speed could keep up with the speed of light. Norland was invincible from the very beginning. Tetanus. Kuitan shouted, realizing he had the same idea as Blackbolt. They have become a burden to Blackbolt to ensure victory. Leaving the battlefield to Blackbolt is clearly the best course of action. Etiquette is no longer an issue. Their presence wouldn't protect Blackbolt, but would instead hinder his actions. After hearing this, Tetanus opened his mouth and grabbed him, taking him away. In less than a second it successfully took away Karnak. Gorgon and others. Blackbolt gave a wicked smile, crossing his arms over his chest. At this moment, he regained his confidence. The invincible Blackbolt has returned once again. At this moment, Norland raised his palm. As big as a palm leaf fan, and said next. "I'll slap you across the face," Blackbolt snorted. Opened his mouth wide and confidently spun 720 degrees. It was a perfect spin, and the sonic waves formed an almost flawless cylindrical output, continuously and indiscriminately striking all possible locations of Norland with minute errors in a spiral pattern. Snap! A loud slap suddenly rang out. Blackbolt felt a sharp pain on his right cheek. And caught completely off guards, he was launched into the air before crashing back down. He'd been slapped across the face. He was thinking to himself, his head buzzing. He finally managed to lift his head and was shocked to see Norland standing in his original spot. Moreover, he keenly observed that Norland's current position and his previous position were exactly on a straight line and opposite each other. The other party really attacked head-on and slapped him in the face. So were they wrong? Norland's feat was not a combination of telepathy and super speed. Lie face up to the sky. Blackbolt was spread-eagled, staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds. His right cheek swollen high. "I'm tired. Let everything be destroyed. I am a king who lost his country. It's a disaster." Blackbolt shed tears of regret. If he had destroyed Maximus during his coup instead of letting him succeed, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. No more resistance. Norland walked up following Blackbolt. "No, I just hope you can treat the Inhumans kindly. Most of them are innocent, apart from Maximus and others. We never intended to kill Earthlings or mutants." Blackbolt's eyes were glazed over, his face swollen, and he spoke in an unclear accent. He had tried his best to control the power, and Norland didn't care about the damage at all. Norland stopped humiliating him, took out a collar-like object, grabbed Blackbolt by the collar and lifted him up. The collar, like a clasp, was around Chenjia's neck. "Is this an insult?" Blackbolt's expression was strange. This appearance reminded him of some bizarre works he had seen on the Earth internet, the kind that were really cringeworthy. He suddenly felt a tightness in his back. Hiss. The king of mutants actually had this kind of hobby. Norland's lips twitched slightly. "Try your abilities." Why? Blackbolt paused, and as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. He focused his will and tried to unleash his power again, only to be horrified to discover that he could no longer unleash the devastating sonic wave impact. "What is this? It can actually suppress our abilities." Blackbolt was repeatedly amazed by the abilities displayed by the mutants. He even ridiculously fantasized back then that it might be possible to defeat mutants. These guys aren't even from Earth. An ability-suppressing collar. A newly invented little gadget. Norland casually mentioned that this was a suppressor collar specifically designed for Inhumans and mutants. Developed using the mutant suppression collar from the gifted world, and combining it with Kryptonian scientist Bard's deciphering of Terrigen crystals and Inhuman genes. Not only does it prevent the wearer from using their abilities, it also possesses automatic detection technology. If someone attempts to forcibly remove it, it will trigger countermeasures such as electric shock, anesthesia, or self-destruction for Inhumans and mutants. The restraint collar is an absolute weapon once worn. It is almost impossible to remove on one's own until the power runs out. However, this thing also has limitations. First, it requires an energy supply, and it will stop working once the battery is dead. Second, it can only work perfectly on mutants at level 4 and below. Once they reach the Omega level, the thing will lose half of its effectiveness. For certain special Omega-grade products, it has absolutely no effect. Therefore, it is clear that Blackbolt's abilities have not reached the level of a level 5 mutant. If classified according to mutant levels, his abilities are at most equivalent to Cyclops, that is, a level 3 mutant or even a level 2 mutant. His combat power is stronger than Cyclops, which is equivalent to a level 4 mutant in a first encounter. He could even kill Magneto, Professor X, and even Jean d'Arc, one of the representatives of high attack and low defense. However, his full power was nothing but a joke in front of the Bronze Peak Superman's body. After dealing with Blackbolt, Attilan didn't need to personally handle the remaining Inhumans. Others could take care of them. Tetanus and Gorgon, who had previously escaped, were captured by Crystal Kara, and the blind man Gordon within a few days. Thus, the lunar city of Attilan was destroyed, and the Inhumans within it were either killed or captured and imprisoned in the Superhuman prison. Only Inhumans who pass the test can leave the prison and be placed under Sky's control. They possess the right to freely obtain something on Pinglai Island. But in reality, they are constantly being monitored by the Red Queen and the White Queen. If anyone makes any improper moves, the guards will immediately apprehend them and imprison them. After the destruction of Attilan, Earth has fallen into peace once again. After Pinglai Island rose to power, Earth is obviously much more peaceful compared to the original timeline. At least on the surface. Organizations capable of starting wars are usually crushed the moment they emerge. Even a powerful country like the United States bows its head in submission, daring not to make any moves. The Pacific region became an absolute no-go zone. Their air fleet hasn't traversed the Pacific Ocean for a long time, mainly because it's not up to par as far as Norland knows. Nick Fury hasn't forgotten the helicarrier project and is currently seeking Tony's cooperation to build a helicarrier that combines Tony's intelligence with some Skrull technology. Its positioning is comparable to that of a space battleship, and it has received strong support from the United States. There are even intelligence reports that the United States plans to commission at least 10 space carriers at the same time, with plans to build hundreds more, in order to counter the growing threat from the increasingly powerful Pinglai Kingdom. Norland didn't care. With multiple interstellar Earths at his disposal, why would he worry about the United States catching up? Even with Skrull technological support, what difference would it make? How could a civilization defeated in interstellar warfare compare to the technology of Krypton and the Cosmic Elders? While the United States was still trying to catch up with the outdated warships of the Kingdom of Pinglai, Norland had already set his sights on the multiverse. According to Bader's plans, he is already focusing his resources on building a trans-universe mechanical device within the DC universe. It won't be long before the Spider Alliance of the DC multiverse is established. Furthermore, under Norland's instructions, Bard designed a network of jump points encompassing the entire Milky Way, which involved artificially creating technological wormholes using the technological reserves of the Cosmic Elders. Although it did not receive energy from Oa, it utilized the energy of a star. Using the stars in each galaxy as batteries, we can create teleportation points on a large scale. If the plan succeeds, we can travel across the entire Milky Way in a single day. Of course, given the current number of Kryptonians, completing this ambitious plan would require a significant amount of time and unpredictable resources. Unless Norland personally intervenes otherwise, it would take at least several decades to realize this plan. Therefore, the Multiverse Alliance project is the primary task, while the Jump Network is secondary. Once these two plans are completed, they can be used to plan for the DC multiverse and acquire various powers. As for future plans, they are still under consideration. Seeing that everything was getting back on track, Norland then prepared to travel through time again, wanting to first visit Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Wonder Woman, whom he had missed quite a while. But before setting off, a few minor troubles have arisen in the world of the gifted. A world of extraordinary talents. Belarus Lorna, Fireman John and Iceman Bobby gathered together, and none of them looked happy. They are the new generation of mutants in Pinglai Kingdom, and can be considered leading figures. While on Pinglai Island, they were quite famous, even comparable to Anna the Rakshasa and Kitty the Phantom Cat. I thought coming to this universe to carry out a mission would be a small matter, but I never expected so many twists and turns to occur. Original, they led 500 powered armored soldiers and were invincible. Tens of thousands of mutants were continuously supplied to the Kingdom of Pinglai. The Sentinel Special Operations Unit, the strongest organization on Earth, is suffering repeated defeats under their powerful offensive. Rescue many mutants from prison. It caused a global sensation. Many renowned mutants joined them. When they learned they could travel to another universe ruled by mutants, many people excitedly teleported there. But there are also some people who want to stay in this world and be with their loved ones. Of course, some mutants have ulterior motives. They join them on the surface, but in reality, they are trying to find out Lorna and the others' secrets and find out the reasons why they became stronger so that they can become stronger themselves. They even wanted to manipulate the organization's will, to guide it to destroy humanity, and to make mutants the masters of the Earth. The smooth-sailing battle made Lorna and her team exceptionally confident. John, in particular, was subtly swayed by a group of people. Young and ambitious, he wanted even greater credit. They originally came to this universe to save mutants and bring them back to Pinglai Island for development. From this perspective, since they're going to fight the rulers of this universe anyway, why not just overthrow them and turn this universe into a planet ruled by mutants? If he can achieve this, he will surely receive more praise in the kingdom of Pinglai. And even the great mutant king Norland will look at him with new respect. He might become a highly respected figure, second only to one person, and potentially the next king of mutants. When he shared his ideas with Bobby and Lorna, Bobby strongly opposed them. Lorna was also unwilling to do so. Right now, they are only trying to save mutants. If they did what John did, it would inevitably escalate the war and lead to a more devastating conflict with ordinary human nations. Some losses outweigh the gains, even the Pinglai Kingdom, controlled by Norland, couldn't dominate the Earth. How could the three of them possibly succeed, despite their current apparent advantage, with the opponent constantly retreating? But Lorna knew very well. The three of them on Pinglai Island were just decent mutants, still far from being as famous as those renowned mutants. They only have 500 powered armored soldiers, which is enough for ordinary rescue missions. But if a Legion-level operation breaks out, this number of people will be completely insufficient. That was what Lorna originally thought. But later, as the mission continued, the troubles they encountered gradually increased. Not only are some people against them, even some radical mutants are rebelling against them. Those radical mutants attempted to start a full-blown war against humanity and refused to accept Lorna and her companions' offer of amnesty. According to them, they belong to this universe and this planet, and those who should leave are ordinary people. They don't want to escape to other universes like a pathetic, defeated dog. The members of this organization also understood that they were not strong enough to fight against human organizations on their own. So they took the initiative to contact Lorna and other members of the organization, and tried to persuade John to poach their members. They promised that John could become their leader at any time, and the entire organization was willing to acknowledge John as the king of mutants and dominate the Earth. They also disguised themselves as powered armored soldiers and mutants from Lorna's side, launching a surprise attack on the military to ignite a major war between the two sides. Their plan was undoubtedly successful, even though the perpetrator of the name incident wasn't one of Lorna's people. Those politicians still considered mutants the biggest threat and increased related research in an attempt to create something that could completely destroy mutants. The government successively established experimental institutions such as the Weapon X program and the Sentinel program, and invited members of companies that had previously conducted experiments on mutants to join them, leading to increasingly in-depth research into the weaponization of X. The methods used to combat mutants have also become more diverse. The universe is full of extraordinary talents, but it's not as simple as it seems on the surface. While the mutant power in this universe is far less than during the X-Men era, and even less than during Norland's reign in the Kingdom of Pinglai, research on mutants has never actually ceased. Over the years, they have accumulated a large amount of data. But because they cannot obtain official permission and support, they can only conduct research in secret. when those politicians openly supported the research. In an instant, all sorts of extraordinary weapons emerged like mushrooms after rain. Mutant clones, Sentinel robots, especially the latter. The Sentinel robots are constantly being innovated and replaced. In order to counter Lorna's abilities, they have even created a non-metallic robot made of a special material. According to intelligence reports, they also used the mutants under their control to obtain memories of another universe from the brain of a powered armor soldier. Moreover, according to some unconfirmed information, those politicians still possess some of the genes of the older generation of X-Men. This means that they might actually be able to create the super Sentinel robot that only Norland talked about. According to Norland's original statement, the mutant future he traveled to was one where the mutant race had been wiped out by the ultimate Sentinel robots. How could this not cause widespread anxiety and unease? In addition to the losses of some powered armored soldiers, they had completely lost confidence in whether they could complete the task Norland had assigned them. John, are you really prepared to agree to the Brotherhood of Mutants and start a war against humanity? Lorna rubbed her head. She was starting to dislike managing such a large organization. If Norland could come over right now and tell her what to do, wouldn't that be wonderful? She missed Norland's warm and incredibly safe embrace. Bobby then spoke up, John, don't forget our duty. And don't forget the king's expectations of us. These words, besides offering advice to John, also carried a hint of threat. 013601211 Chinese letter 204,360,360. John's expression turned grim, thinking of Norland's powerful aura and strength, and considering that everything he possessed came from Norland. He suddenly felt a sense of panic. He quickly shook his head and said firmly, I know what to do without your reminder. I won't go to the Brotherhood of Mutants, but what about them and the Sentinel robots? I heard that a war has also broken out in Pinglai Kingdom. I wonder if the king and his people have the energy to deal with our situation. Bobby frowned and said, regardless of whether the king and his entourage are available or not, we should first stabilize the situation here. At least until the king arrives. We cannot afford any mistakes. I believe the king can resolve the trouble over there. He is the most powerful being on Earth. Lorna nodded in agreement, that's right. No matter what, we must complete the mission well. If we fail, we'll be completely unable to hold our heads up over there. John's face turned green upon hearing this. For someone who loved to show off, this was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. Boom. As they were discussing, a huge roar suddenly came from outside. Please give me flowers. Then came the rattling sound of bullets. The three men's expressions changed. At the same time, they walked outwards. This place was originally a secret meeting point for the Mutant Underground Organization, but it has now been temporarily requisitioned by them. The mutants leading the opposing team this time were particularly troublesome. Even a flaming sesame seed cake wouldn't melt completely. Lorna and Poppy exchanged a glance. The latter transformed into an ice statue, ignoring the non-metallic bullets fired at her, and reinforced their defenses. In a short time, countless Sentinel robots were damaged. Who's so bold as to cause them trouble? John transformed into a fire-breathing human and flew out, leading powered armored soldiers in a fierce battle against the Sentinel robots. The area was completely surrounded by a vast swarm of Sentinel robots. Two of them also possessed Wolverine's super healing abilities, causing Iceman a lot of trouble at the same time. Although diamonds are harder than irons, they are much more brittle. Even when transformed into a diamond body, they cannot completely withstand a rain of steel spears coming from all directions. Thanks to Lorna's outstanding performance, despite being outnumbered, they were still able to hold the line overall. On the contrary, the Iceman reaped very little. A portal opened in a one-on-one fight. The powered armored soldier still has a certain advantage over the sentry robot. After all, the power armor is made of a special metal. Although it is not as good as X metal, it can still completely overwhelm the material science and technology of this world. leaving them helpless at a glance. There are at least several thousand Sentinel robots. However, along with the Sentinel robots, are clearly enemies. Several people have reached the level of level 3 mutant. Most of them are missing arms or legs. They can only wear power armor to block attacks from other Sentinel robots and mutants. After all, diamonds have a melting point of nearly 4.0 degrees Celsius, and ordinary flames cannot damage them. In this state, they can melt the metal summoned by Lorna. Unlike Jonthi, are simply surrounded by intense flames. Like magma powerful enough to melt steel, however, they are not fire elements themselves, so they cannot fly like fire people. Nor can they control the flames to attack enemies, damn it. They're getting more and more audacious, daring to attack our headquarters. We have to teach them a lesson: we're not weak mutants. Behind Lorna and the others, but now he can manipulate and generate flames of thousands of degrees, which, although more troublesome, can still damage the Sentinel robots. With the mutant genes accumulated in the past, these Sentinel robots, although not yet possessing the ultimate version of the future timeline, already have many mutant abilities, essentially a weakened version of the Super Skrulls. Upon arriving in the outside world, seemingly anticipating Lorna's abilities, many of the Sentinel robots transformed into fire beings. As for Lorna, after failing to control the Sentinel robot and the enemy's weapons, she manipulated the metal of the surrounding high-rise buildings, turning it into the sharpest weapons to launch area attacks against the Sentinel robot. Moreover, since they have no soul or spirit, they are naturally exempt from mental abilities, and even the flames of the fire elementals have little effect on them. Although most of the more than 400 powered armored soldiers were on duty outside, dozens remained behind. This force was enough to wipe out an entire U.S. armored division head-on. Norland, emerging from the door, frowned slightly at the appalling scene before him. There are several mutants below. It's unclear whether they are spies or clones, however. After being enhanced, Pyro has reached the level of a level 4 mutant. If he were simply controlling flames as before, he naturally wouldn't be able to deal with diamonds. Another group of Sentinels transformed into diamond-like bodies, greatly enhancing their physical strength and even making them immune to the flames of the fire people. We need reinforcements. Lorna is at least a level 4 mutant. She can easily handle hundreds of robots by herself. Our original estimate of 3.0 Sentinel robots is not enough to take them down. We need at least another 3.0 to have a chance of wiping them out, damn it. Only 1,000, that's not enough. And those mutants get them all here, what? They haven't finished training yet, I don't care. This is the best opportunity to destroy the mutant headquarters. If they don't get here within 20 minutes, and their power-armored soldiers return, you'll be responsible for the failure of this mission. Yes, even if those guys are only 7 or 8 years old, we still send them to fight. They're just a bunch of damned little devils. They don't deserve the same civil rights as us. Dying on the battlefield is their only value. General William, are your troops ready? Please come to our aid in 10 minutes. We must exhaust their strength. The mutants' power is not unlimited. They cannot hold out for long, General Raphael. You must hold off those damned power-armored vehicles and slow their return as much as possible. I don't care how many casualties you suffer. The higher-ups said that after the battle, everyone will be paid double the standard rate. But if the mission fails because of your cowardice, then you can expect to face Court 150, everyone charge. Wipe out these evil demons. The President will award you the highest honor medal. For our children, for our people, for our country. Even if it means death, we must storm in and destroy them. Just think about it: if we don't eliminate them, in the future they will enjoy your women and daughters, and make our wives pregnant with another bunch of little devils. God, that's absolutely disgusting, oh damn it. A few of you trap Lorna. The rest of you smash that block of ice. I'm going to fill my big fridge with it tonight. And that fire demons, I'm going to use it to make a whole roasted lamb later. In the chaotic battlefields, no one bothered to identify the commander's location anymore. Lorna and her companions had no time to identify the important targets. There were simply too many enemies. This operation essentially deployed all of the Sentinel robots manufactured by the human nation. Before the operation, several locations were deliberately exposed to attract more powered armored soldiers. This left Lorna and her group's base camp undefended. This provided the Sentinel Special Operations Service with an opportunity to attack. They contacted many forces, mobilized resources from across the country and even the United Nations, and gathered most of the elite forces currently at their disposal, attempting to break into the mutant headquarters in one fell swoop and eliminate the mutant forces led by Panna. John and Bobby, they disregarded other mutant factions. Compared to this organization, members of the Brotherhood of Mutants and similar groups were insignificant. Among mutants, there are many who have turned evil. They have learned from some mutants that Lorna is backed by a powerful mutant nation from another universe. Lorna and her group were already a great threat. They didn't want to face the power of another universe, especially one that already possessed inter-universe capabilities. This seriously threatens their ruling position. In a very short time, the higher-ups reached a consensus and prepared to gather together to eliminate Lorna and the other mutants. They even united some mutants and, by promising to acknowledge mutants' official status and cease discrimination, undermined the relationships among mutants from within. This operation is already halfway to success. More than 4/5 of the powered armored soldiers at the mutant stronghold have been lured out, with the closest ones residing in neighboring states. The headquarters is extremely vulnerable, and the 3 leaders are home. If we can kill them, we can win this battle completely. The other powered armor soldiers they already knew were just a bunch of useless level 1 and 2 mutants wearing standard powered armor. If we can destroy the headquarters, these soldiers' armor will lose its energy supply and command. We can wipe them out in less than a week. Perhaps they can also acquire only 500 sets of high-tech armor, which will promote technological upgrades. If we could acquire the technology to travel through the universe, that would be even better in the future. They may be able to start inter-universe wars, and resources will no longer be a major factor limiting their expansion and development. Although this battle was much more troublesome than they had anticipated, but the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released, they still hold the advantage. And it would be worth sacrificing 100 divisions just to achieve victory. In facto ensure victory in this battle. They have mobilized all 10 of their existing divisions, as well as several brigade-level units and multiple air wings, totaling only 1 million men, just to deal with a mere 1,000 or so mutants currently. Only a few air wings and 5 divisions, along with several brigades, have been deployed to contain the other 400 or so powered armored soldiers. Other units are on standby, ready to engage in combat at any time to deal with any potential arrival of another cosmic mutant support force. This is also the largest troop mobilization by the United States since World War II. The enemy at present numbers only a few hundred, but it absolutely deserves such attention after all. Lorna, alone theoretically speaking, possesses godlike power capable of destroying an army of millions. The fire was secondary. The Japanese could easily destroy a division. The Iceman poses the least threat, but should not be underestimated. And those powered armored units are also formidable enemies. A force of 100 powered armored soldiers can fight against a full armored division. According to the intelligence they obtained, that mutant nation had at least several thousand troops like this. And this intelligence was from a long time ago. We might be able to access tens of thousands right now. Tens of thousands of soldiers like that. They don't have a few hundred armored divisions right now. And then there's the elusive XF-1 fighter jet. A single one could outmaneuver an entire air wing. Their only option is to use numbers to wear down the enemy's firepower, and then force them to retreat. There's no way around it. Those fighter jets are like ghosts in the sky. appearing and disappearing without a trace, making them completely unplayable. Moreover, Lorna and John's combat strength wasn't even among the top in that damned Pinglai kingdom. There are countless powerful beings there, the strongest being no different from a god. And perhaps destroying the surface of the earth wouldn't be a problem for them. At least, the nuclear weapons they relied on were nothing more than firecrackers in the eyes of the other side. Therefore, this battle is one we have to fight, whether we like it or not. The earth cannot tolerate such a powerful and arrogant force. Keep up, hurry up, surround those demons. Firepower them and destroy them. Well done. Another power armor destroyed. I'll treat you to drinks and girls later. Keep it up, victory is ours. HMPH, another clone dead. These guys are no match for the original mutants. They're far less powerful, oh well. Just a bunch of mass-producible expendable resources. We should be thankful they can hold off that demon. Who is that person? Why isn't he fighting? Is he afraid? This scene shocked the commander in charge of the operation, who felt a sense of foreboding. In an instant, the mutants' morale soared. Several kilometers away, even hundreds of kilometers away, countless artillery shells roared, raining down on this area in the chaos. Someone spotted Norland at the entrance from a distance, completely disregarding the fact that the sentry robots were still there. The incoming artillery fire shattered into ice sculptures the moment it entered their path. You guys go and take that guy out. He might be an important figure on their end. If you kill him, I'll recommend you for credit. To ensure the Sentinel robots operate at their maximum capacity, they are equipped with multiple operators, each responsible for controlling several Sentinel robots, guaranteeing perfect execution of mission requirements. Lorna was overjoyed. Norland won 4 subsequently. A cold wave with temperatures dropping to over 200 degrees below zero froze all the Sentinel robots. Clone mutants and artillery fire in front of them. The other 3 divisions, which were on standby for this battle, and several air wings, which were waiting to take off, perished before they could even get started. This exquisite control left Iceman Bobby utterly amazed. John the fireman also shivered. His fiery body dared not approach the cold wave easily, as if he would be frozen if he did. The king. Our king has arrived, brothers, crush these idiots, soon. The Sentinel robots that received the order immediately left the battlefield and headed towards Norland. He's all alone, pile him up and kill him. Norland's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath and then exhaled in a single breath. It accomplished a feat surpassing even the Ice Age, transforming an area of 100 square meters into a world of ice and snow. All the troops within this area were killed, after all. While this generation of Sentinel robots has greatly improved its combat capabilities, it is far behind in terms of intelligence. Cedo put it bluntly. It is somewhat mentally challenged. Kill them all. Let our king see our strongest side in just a few minutes. An area of New York State, roughly 30 times its original size, was turned into a dead zone. John seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, and the flames even seemed to intensify, easily burning down more than a dozen Sentinel robots. The king has become even more unfathomable. But under Norland's control, these chilling energies cleverly avoided all of their own people. Moreover, this icy and snowy region still retains a large amount of residual cold air. Cloned mutants were even abandoned, without human intervention, relying solely on the logical programs in their brains to perform tasks. They might just be driven to their deaths by sheer stupidity. When the sentry sees its target object, damn it. All standby troops provide immediate support. The king of mutants is here. A single breath can unleash the destructive power of a peak level 4 mutant. The squad leader casually dispatched a few clone mutants and a few Sentinel robots. Although the Sentinel robot immediately transformed into a fiery human, it was still frozen to death by the ultra-low temperature and turned into an ice sculpture. The change here caught Lorna's attention. The Sentinel robots were driven back in defeat. Tell me what has happened recently. Why do I see you getting beaten up as soon as I arrive? Norland sat on a hastily crafted ice throne. Looking at the gathered group and said calmly. John, Bobby, and the other two exchanged awkward glances. They arrived full of confidence, but things went wrong. The mission didn't proceed as planned. And at a crucial moment before Norland arrived, their base was attacked if Norland hadn't arrived in time. Even if they had won in the end, they would have paid a heavy price, not to mention. Could they really have won without Norland's help? The enemy was definitely prepared. These Sentinel robots might just be an appetizer finally. Lorna was closer to Lorna, stepped forward and briefly recounted her experiences during this period. Saw right under your noses. They carried out the Weapon X program and the Sentinel robot program. These Sentinel robots, if I had arrived a few days later, the mutants in this universe would probably have experienced another reverse future. Norland glanced casually at the Sentinel robot, now. His supervision not only sees through the entire universe, but also possesses the ability to observe extremely fine details that surpass those of a microscope. When he concentrates his mind, he can even see the molecular and atomic structures of matter, combined with subatomic manipulation and matter transformation capabilities. It is equivalent to controlling the microscopic world. With his knowledge and expertise, he easily analyzed all the internal and external body structures of the Sentinel robot. Now he can create these robots with ease. Although he had never seen the Sentinels in days of future past, the Sentinels here were far more advanced than the Sentinel robots funded by Hydra in the original universe. It incorporates the genes of Mystique and Rakshasa from this universe. Of course, Ethis is not his Rakshasa Anu. She is likely a mutant with similar mutant abilities, though there are some differences in their genetic segments. In addition, it contains the genes of almost all the original X-Men members, including Wolverine Logan's. The earliest genes can even be traced back to the World War II period. Based on their structure and gene pool, it can be easily analyzed that these ear-feeding robots possess at least 80% of the power to reverse the future. If we wait until humans on Earth mass-produce them, even with Lorna and 2 other level 4 mutants, plus hundreds of powered armor soldiers, it was no use. They might be able to eliminate thousands or tens of thousands of sentries. But what if it were hundreds of thousands? These Sentinels are mass-produced, and there are as many as you want. But level 4 mutants like Lorna are extremely rare. And there are only 3 of them in this universe. Since there are no Shadowcats or Wolverines in this universe, there is no hope of reversing the future. John and Bobby lowered their heads even further. Having witnessed the development of the X-Men, they naturally knew about the Days of Future Past event that Norland mentioned. It was Norland's birth that prevented them from heading towards that terrible and hopeless future. No, without Norland, they are leading this universe back towards that future. This made them feel very frustrated. Compared to Norland, they were utterly inadequate. No wonder he became the king of mutants, while they were merely mid-level figures in Pinglai Kingdom. What's the deal with the Brotherhood of Mutants in this universe? Norland didn't take much responsibility for these matters. At least during this time, they brought tens of thousands of mutants to Pinglai Island, greatly increasing the island's population and overall strength. The Brotherhood of Mutants, also known as the Hellfire Brotherhood, is a radical organization that was established recently to fight against humanity. They are trying to unite all mutants to take revenge on humanity, even to massacre them, and turn Earth into a world ruled by mutants. Magneto's successor. Norland glanced meaningfully at Lorna, remembering that in the gifted world, Lorna would take on Magneto's responsibilities and rebuild the Brotherhood of Mutants a few years later. However, compared to the original X-Men members, the Brotherhood and other mutant underground organizations that were formed later didn't even have a single level 4 mutant. How could they possibly fight against humanity? In particular, Professor X's successor, Corruptor, is even weaker, and it is seriously suspected that he is not as strong as Scott or Storm. John quickly replied, "That's right. And the leader of this organization is the Frost Sisters, triplets codenamed Cuckoo, who possess mind control and mind-reading abilities. Lorna added, although their fraternity is quite hostile towards humans. One thing to note is that we haven't found out the origins of the Cuckoo sisters. They seem to have appeared suddenly, and some of their behaviors are rather unconventional. Norland nodded slightly among the gifted individuals. There were indeed Cuckoo sisters, but according to the timelines, they should not have appeared yet as far as Norland knows. The Cuckoo sisters are clones of the White Queen, possessing hive mind and telepathic abilities. Their abilities decrease when separated, but their strength is amplified when they are together, though not by much compared to their mother, the White Queen. The Cuckoo sisters were much weaker originally. The Cuckoo sisters were created by the Hunter program and Weapon X program, subordinate units of the Sentinel Special Operations. They would control the Cuckoo sisters' abilities for their own use, and even make them control other mutants, turning them into their lackeys, in order to hunt down mutants subsequently. When the Cuckoo sisters were around 13 years old, they would escape from the experimental base. There were 5 Cuckoo sisters in total, but 2 of them were killed and successfully escaped from Songyausen district. Have they escaped yet? Perhaps things are not that simple. Norland didn't think too much about it. Now that he was in the world of gifted geniuses, he might as well understand everything. Call everyone back and come with me, Norland decisively ordered. John and Bobby nodded and went back to contact all the soldiers and the recently joined mutants. Norland saw several familiar faces, including the protagonists of the gifted storyline, the Fenris twins Lauren and Andy, along with their parents and their grandfather Otto. At this time, the Fenris twins were a little younger than when they first appeared. They had not yet experienced the chase, but they had already joined Lorna and her friends. They would be among the next batch of immigrants, and the whole family would move to Pinglai Kingdom to live. In addition, there is one of the main figures of the original mutant underground organization, Dream, a mutant with the ability to deletagraft, read other people's memories and hypnotize. She is not yet in a relationship with Thunderbird. When they learned that Norland was the ruler of another mutant king in the universe, they were all shocked by Norland's youth and good looks. It is unimaginable even for mutants that such a young mutant could possess such terrifying power and authority. Norland then opened portals, teleporting almost all the mutants, including the power-armored soldiers to Pinglai Island, leaving only Lorna and 2 others on the scene. The next task is not to rely on numbers. He needs to forcefully eliminate all resistance forces and announce his arrival to the world with facts. Only by cooperating with him can we continue to exist. Otherwise, death will be their only path. To repel external aggression, one must first secure internal stability. The first step is the mutant's own power. Brotherhood of Mutants. It is located in an abandoned warehouse in New York City, USA. At the call of the Cuckoo sisters, hundreds of mutants gathered here. They were unwilling to leave this universe, so they rejected Lorna and her friend's offer. However, they were also unwilling to continue hiding. For the sake of their descendants and their future lives, they radically wanted to destroy humanity. 013601211 Chinese letter 204,370,450. However, if even the much more powerful Magneto couldn't do it, how could these small fry possibly accomplish it? Norland certainly didn't have much affection for these people who were all talk and no action. They planned to forcibly dump them in Pinglai Kingdom. However, after arriving here, he made an unexpected discovery. Who are you? Damn it, there's an intruder, Polaris Lorna. Fireman John, Iceman Bobby. They're from the kingdom of Pinglai. Weren't you at war with humans? How did you end up here? Could it be that they've been defeated and are trying to get reinforcements from us? Could they be here seeking asylum? A large number of mutants gathered and surrounded the 4, leading to a flurry of speculation not long after. 3 girls, around 14 or 15 years old and looking exactly alike, walked out through a passage cleared by the crowd. The triplets asked in unison, "Lorna, are you doing here? Have you decided to join us in fighting against humanity?" They looked at John, whom they had once tried to persuade to join them. Before John and Lorna could speak, Norland smiled slightly. "The Brotherhood of Mutants. I never imagined that the leader of such a powerful anti-human organization would be a spy sent by the Sentinel Special Operations Unit." Upon hearing this, Lorna crossed her arms, and the surrounding magnetic force was already under her control, protecting her. John and Bobby also simultaneously entered elemental form, ready for battle. Although this statement was shocking, the leader of the mutant organization was actually an undercover agent. They would not question Norrin in the slightest because of their trust in him. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander our boss? You didn't come here seeking refuge but to cause trouble. Or are you finally so eager to forcibly incorporate us that you've even found such a foolish excuse?" The others were filled with righteous indignation, feeling offended by Norland and the others' words and actions. But the Cuckoo sisters did not immediately refute this. They stared at Norland in surprise, asking in unison, "Who are you?" "I am the one who can save you." Norland smiled without speaking, but with the voice of his heart. He dropped a bomb in the hearts of the three Cuckoo sisters. Their pupils widened. Norrin had somehow managed to breach their mental defenses without them even noticing. The three immediately shook hands, and their mental strength increased once again, but Norland, in the form of a mental clone, forcefully descended into the hearts of the three women, facing the three little figures of the Cuckoo sisters' minds. They were so oppressed that they could only struggle to cope. "If you still want to rescue your two sisters, then you'd better behave," with her superior mental power. Norland learned about the triplets' experiences without their knowledge, all through a single illumination. The Cuckoo sisters are actually 5 people, just as they were planning their escape from the lab, according to the original story. Some things went wrong. Under pressure from Lorna and her group, the 230 Sentinel Special Operations Unit decided to plant spies among the mutants. They separated the Cuckoo sisters and used the lives of 2 of them to threaten the other 3. These 3 are the 3 sisters in front of Norland, Esme, Sophie and Phoebe. The other 2 imprisoned are Celeste and Maddie. For the safety of the sisters, they had no choice but to follow the Sentinel Special Operations arrangements. Form a brotherhood, gather other mutants, disperse mutant forces, and attempt to dismantle Lorna's trio while also gathering intelligence. However, Esme and the other 2 did not intend to sit. They were simply waiting to be killed. They didn't truly follow the Sentinel Special Operations mission plan. Their true aim was to destroy humanity, so they only revealed minor information. This made the Sentinel Special Operations personnel feel. He was often angry and threatened to kill Celeste and McGrady. Therefore, the Frost sisters were already planning to infiltrate the laboratory and rescue their sister, while Lorna was at war with humanity. But the arrival of Norland and his group shattered their plans instantly. Abortion, Esme, realizing something, gasped in surprise. "Could you be the mutant king John was talking about?" Norland nodded. Esme and the other 2 exchanged a glance. After only a moment's hesitation, they all knelt down simultaneously. "Great King of Mutants, we are willing to obey your orders. We only hope that you can rescue our sisters. Make those damned bastards pay the price." The Cuckoo sisters knelt down at the same time, leaving their subordinates completely bewildered. In their view, their eldest triplets bowed down and submitted to Norland simply by exchanging a deep look with him. Could it be that she's been mesmerized by his good looks? Puberty onset, that damn hormonal scent, however. When they heard Norland's title, they were all dumbfounded. The King of Mutants, a legendary figure who existed only in the mouths of John and others, was now standing alive before them, even though they had initially refused Lorna and the others' invitation. They still felt uneasy when the mutant king Norland made his appearance, fearing that he might use this as an excuse to cause trouble. However, Norland did not do so. They were just a bunch of mutants with no potential. Since they were unwilling to follow him, He would not help them. The fact that the Cuckoo sisters immediately pledged their allegiance to him actually put him in a good mood. Having taken away the letters, it didn't matter whether the rest of the rabble stayed or not. "Let's go," Norland gave a shout then, without trying to persuade the others. Waved his hand and left with the Cuckoo sisters and Lorna. Only a group of bewildered mutants were left behind. It took them a long time to realize that they had been abandoned. Reporting to the president, a new type of mutant, codenamed Dawn, is suspected to have appeared among the mutants. The king of mutants from another universe. This operation was a complete failure. We lost 0 Sentinel robots, 12 mutants, 27 X-weapons, and 5 reorganized divisions and 3 air wings on standby, totaling 100. 0 officers and tens of thousands of logistics personnel. In addition, the area within a 100-kilometer radius of the battlefield was turned into a frozen world, resulting in over 1 million casualties and countless property losses. Moreover, troops cannot enter the area. Where a lot of cold air still remains, we have lost. Inside the Sentinel service, the highest-ranking officer was reporting to the president via video, both of them looking extremely grim. They thought they could completely subdue the mutants and prevent the invasion from another world. But unexpectedly at this critical moment, the most powerful mutant stepped in and changed the climate and terrain of tens of thousands of square kilometers within minutes. That ability is even more terrifying than Poppy the Iceman. And they are even more decisive. His ice is powerful enough to extinguish flames at thousands or tens of thousands of degrees. Even their most powerful cold weather gear couldn't survive in those temperatures. Without a doubt, they lost completely. 100,000 troops were destroyed. And they were all active-duty soldiers. That's equivalent to the loss of 1/5 of the nation's army military strength. This is the first time since World War II that such heavy casualties have occurred. Moreover, the battle yielded very little, destroying only a few dozen of the enemy's powered armored soldiers. How will they explain this to the taxpayers? How will they explain this to the families of the fallen soldiers? The U.S. president wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had already anticipated that he would become the most foolish president in history and would be forced to step down in disgrace amidst a sea of public outcry. "General, that's not the guarantee you made to me. What's the result we wanted? Is the nation allocating such massive resources just to eliminate a few dozen expendable armored soldiers? Moreover, we will soon face the wrath of a king who is as fierce as a god. And with a single move, he can freeze 1/300th of the country's land area, claiming millions of lives. Damn it, if I don't have a good time, you won't either. A military court awaits you." The highest-ranking officer of the Sentinel service was utterly dejected. As a general, he had come to this place to defeat the nation's greatest enemy. But now he realized that things had spiraled out of control, and the enemy was 100 times stronger than they had anticipated. The president said something wrong. Could that mutant king really only destroy 0 square kilometers of land in one move? Could it be more? Is it possible that this attack was just a simple basic attack from the opponent? As easy and effortless as drinking water for them. Based on existing intelligence, Lorna Magnet can manipulate metals covering an area of over 0 square kilometers. However, Lorna is not a serial killer. She is more restrained. But the newly arrived king was not as merciful as Lorna. "Your Excellency, we shouldn't be worrying about those trivial matters right now. We should be thinking about how to deal with their attack. Their king has arrived, and the mutants' counterattack is coming too. I propose that we immediately deploy more soldiers, reduce our military forces outside the homeland, and conscript more people into service. With at least 3 million troops, tens of thousands of aircraft and all aircraft carriers. To deal with the coming storm, we also need to consider the military power of another world. As long as we can win this battle, any loss is acceptable, because we will embrace an entire world and even have the opportunity to explore the realm of the gods." The top officer was not prepared to give up. He decided to take a desperate gamble. Going all in is a kind of wisdom, and he possesses that wisdom. This battle may be even more perilous than World War I or World War II. But if we can win, the rewards will be terrifying. Even a casualty ratio of 100 to 1 is acceptable to them. You're insane, you're absolutely insane. The president muttered to himself. I don't have that kind of courage, he is the president. And he took office with his own political goals. He can accept a failure, but he absolutely cannot accept gambling with the entire country. Moreover, he lacks the resources to gain the agreement of all parties. After all, he is the president in name only. But in reality, he is just a puppet pushed to power by a bunch of capitalists. He needs to give an explanation to his supporters. Boom. The sounds of bullets, fearing bombs exploding, and piercing alarms suddenly filled the sky. The Sentinel Special Operations Headquarters was under attack from an unknown source. Both men could hear the sound growing louder, clearly. The enemy was advancing rapidly, and their men were simply unable to stop their advance. The mutants' counterattack has begun. The two thought simultaneously, their expressions growing even more grim. Outside the Sentinel Special Operations Unit, fire. Fire now, stop them, live or die, pulse. Use your abilities now to suppress that horrible guy and create an opportunity for us. And you lot, kill him. What are you standing there for? It's you. Looking at Norland, who resembled a god of death. The mutants controlled by the Sentinel service stared at each other, feeling utterly bewildered. If they could kill that kind of guy, would they have been captured by the Sentinels? To put it bluntly, it's because they're too incompetent that they're at the mercy of others. But they have no choice but to obey the other party's orders because something has been implanted in their brains that makes them willing. Even if they don't want to, several mutants walked forward. One of them creates a golden energy pulse that can disrupt and suppress mutant abilities, as well as disrupt systems and power sources. He was also manipulated by ordinary people to attack his fellow citizens on their behalf. The suppression pulse struck, but Norland didn't even look. Letting it hit him, the pulse vanished into thin air without even a spark. And he continued forward, behind him Lorna, John, and Bobby acted as henchmen sweeping away the enemies. As for the three Cuckoo sisters, they were just going through the motions, occasionally teaming up to mind control a few ordinary people, hoping to get their own people to fire. Compared to Norland and the others, they were far inferior. Before absolute power, no matter how many people there are, they are nothing but ants among the others. One of them spread his right hand with 5 fingers outstretched, his face contorted as if he were defecating, and manipulated a large grenade in the distance to stealthily approach Norland. He seemed to have received a notification, as if all his energy had been drained away. His whole body slumped, and he said with a bitter expression, "The king of mutants, is that it? On behalf of the United States government, I surrender to you unconditionally." The attacks, which appeared to be raining down on him, were actually all blocked by the biofield on his body, without even touching a hair. The Cuckoo sisters spoke almost simultaneously. The other party painfully pointed the pistol upwards at his chin. And with a bang, the U.S. general, the highest-ranking person in charge of the Hound Project, the Sentinel project, and the Weapon X projectide. When manipulating others, they often need to repeat the command to each person to give it higher priority in order to quickly control them. However, they are useless against Professor X and the White Queen. Among these manipulated mutants or Weapon X clones, those who reach the level of level 3 mutant are extremely rare. I'll give me fear. He Zhao now possesses a physical strength that can easily withstand the internal pressure of neutron stars and black holes. And the biofield he has mastered also has a defense that is no less than physical strength. Under the AoE skill Aura of Fear, all surrounding blocking units lost their combat ability. The 3 of them combined are no match for the genuine article. However, Norland now possesses the ability to essentially exempt all level 4 mutants from power. There was also a male mutant with pointed earspell skin and black eyes resembling an elf, who stretched out his hands as if he were casting a spell. In a deserted area a dozen steps away from Norland. In the still-present video, the U.S. president stares blankly at this scene. The combined power of three cuckoos, while capable of instantly controlling ordinary people, is nothing more than that. What utter despair and terror that must have been. He can induce fear in people, similar to influencing the release of certain hormones in them. The mutant who created the fear was even more devastated, his head throbbing with unbearable agony from the sheer terror he was experiencing. Suddenly an unknown mutant appeared, or rather, his biological stance's upper limit depends on his physical attributes. As the latter becomes stronger, the former will also become stronger. The two are not on the same level the next instant. A burst of yellow light erupted, and the shockwave swept across the entire area, causing everyone to feel an inexplicable sense of fear. A single cuckoo's ability can only control ordinary people, and there is a time delay before it takes 1 or 2 seconds to break down the opponent's mental resistance. While he was stealthily moving, he was unable to dodge the energy impact of the yellow light and immediately lost control of his abilities. Retreating from the attack mob, the group successfully entered the Sentinel Special Operations Unit, easily eliminated the remaining 2,000 Sentinels, rescued the other 2 cuckoos, and arrived safely at the Supreme Commander's office. Fire, 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 fire. The highest-ranking officer of the Special Service pointed a pistol at the group. If you can't break through his defenses, you're not qualified to oppose him. The other one tried to control a large truck to fly into the sky and let it free fall. Pulse was shocked. His ability hadn't worked at all, the opponent's ability was too strong. But as he exerted all his strength to instill fear in Norland, the latter suddenly looked over. Although he couldn't see clearly due to the distance, he had a feeling that it was a look of contempt. One of them possesses telekinesis, and the other has mastered low-level gravity. Their abilities are not weak, but they are basically only slightly stronger than the most ordinary mutants. Norland offered this assessment. The United States has unconditionally surrendered to Norland, the king of mutants. Before anyone knew it, the news had spread like wildfire. Whether it's due to the spread of mutants or the deliberate actions of the opposition within the United States, whoever is behind it cannot change this fact. The reason the U.S. president surrendered was not only because of the awe-inspiring ice age created by Norland's arrival, but also because of the destruction of the Sentinel service. They had confirmed via satellite that the heavily fortified Sentinel Special Operations Command collapsed completely after only a few minutes of fighting against Norland and his men. At one point, everyone was overcome by fear and had seemingly lost the will to fight Norland and the other mutants. They are all battle-hardened warriors. Under what circumstances would their group lose their will to fight? They didn't know the real principle, only guessing that it might be some kind of fear gas. Just as some mutant could control hormones in the body to create fear. The only difference is that one is a single target attack, while the other is a large-scale area of effect attack. Faced with such an almost invincible multi-ability user, the sheer number of troops cannot bridge the enormous gap between the two sides. Most importantly, this is reality, not a movie. In the movie, the Americans fight to the deaths, willing to die for freedom rather than surrender. But in realities, they would never fight a battle they had no chance of winning. Fighting gods only exists in Movasand even then. It requires the protagonist's halo, but now, it's obvious to everyone that the protagonist's halo is on the other side. So they might as well just give up and go to sleep. Therefore they surrendered decisively, after all. In order to fight against Norland and his men, 957 lost more than half of their troops, and Norland wiped out the Sentinel Special Operations Headquarters and all major project management centers. They have lost the ability to fight back, rather than further provoking the enemy and causing greater casualties. It is better to surrender early, lick the wounds, and recover strength as soon as possible so as to continue to maintain military superiority over other countries. If we can't beat the King of Mutants, surely we can beat you. The United States surrender. Things will be much easier from here on out. Norland stayed here for a while to deter troublemakers. Occasionally, they even used the excuse of honing their skills to venture into the starry sky or the depths of the ocean, creating tiny moments of awe. After several rounds of practice, all countries knew that such an invincible entity existed on Earth. So everyone behaved themselves and obediently cooperated with Norland's plan, taking one mutant after another out of the universe. Even if some mutants are unwilling to live, a special mutant city has been built for them to live in. It is impossible to be hostile. Targeting them is even more impossible. After all, the US has knelt down, how dare they stand? This change naturally shattered the worldviews of everyone watching the spectacle. John and Bobby's adoration for Norland was beyond words. As fellow mutants, they were far inferior. When will they be able to possess the same level of military strength as Norland? With just 2 strikes, he was able to suppress the entire human civilization. However, he spent a lot of time and energy, only to receive an even more ferocious attack in return. Norland spent half a month in the gifted universe, and after confirming that everyone was on the right track, he took Lorna back to the original universe. John and Bobby were left to continue the follow-up tasks. 2 level 4 mutants are more than capable of handling most situations. The enemy is nothing more than an army that has lost its will to fight and has lost all knowledge of X-gene technology. If this still can't be handled properly, then it's necessary to consider John and Bobby's abilities. After the return, Norland didn't stay long. The journey through space has begun once again. DC City of Columbia. Just as I remembered, this city remained as dark as ever. Yes, just like the literal meaning, it is currently night. The city's neon lights came on, and a few cars occasionally drove by. Norland walked casually through the streets and alleys, experienced the unique culture and customs of this city. To his surprise, the security in this city of sin seemed to be slightly better than he had expected. At least during the time he traveled, he only encountered 2 robberies in the past. It would have been considered lucky if there were 5 or more cases on an entire street during this period. This shows that Gotham's security improved by a factor of 2 during his absence, which is truly commendable. The kind that's enough to pop a champagne bottle. Among the group of people who were about to get things done, the leader, who could vaguely see Norland's face in the lamplight, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh, a yellow-skinned monkey, come here and leave the money. We can buy a couple of bottles of wine after we're done." Just as they were about to harass He's woman, they suddenly attacked the moment they turned around. And within 10 seconds, they swiftly and decisively disarmed and knocked down the several grown men. Norland shook his head, seemingly oblivious to the thug's shouts. The woman known as Selina slowly emerged from the shadows. With the help of the light, one could see her curvaceous figure and beautiful face, which resembled Anne Hathaway in her previous life. "Shut up, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." "But what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a robbery before? So what if they're made of iron? Times have changed, they have guns now, hands up. Take one more step and I'll shoot." Norland didn't stop and continued walking forward. The people behind them were completely dumbfounded. Tusk. I take back what I said before. Gotham's security is as bad as ever. If nothing unexpected happens, the woman who is surrounded will be robbed and then subjected to a series of humiliating acts that are considered to be 18+. If she is unlucky, she will be found in the sewer tomorrow morning. How dare that yellow-skinned monkey ignore him? Quick draw Jack, he deserves to die. Seeing Norland's fearless demeanor, the thug named Jack could feel the burning gazes of his companions behind him and imagine how they were mocking him. Damn it, I almost thought they were police. Jack charged forward, knife in hand. Several thugs simultaneously pulled out guns and pointed them at Norland. "Ha ha ha, Jack, did you pee your pants from fright? Our Lord Inspector of Light has mysteriously disappeared recently. The police don't have time to deal with these trivial matters these days." Suddenly, without a doubt, BBFC. This is yet another criminal incident involving thugs surrounding and harassing a woman. 013601211 Chinese letter 204,380,520. Selena, aren't you going to make a move? Are you perhaps too bored to not want to experience being a hero and rescuing a damsel in distress yourself? Anyone can see that they've met their match today. The thugs were startled and instinctively wanted to turn around. The man called Jack shouted a rebuke then turned to Norland and strode menacingly toward him with a knife in his right hand. She is Selena Kyle, also known as Catwoman, what? Norland casually deflected the dagger. Then with a flick of his right hand sent Jack flying, spinning 2.5 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. You yellow-skinned monkey, we're talking about you. What are you looking at? Can't you understand what we're saying? Hand over the money or I'll leave a few holes in you. Norland didn't move, calmly watching the woman. As I passed the alleyway entrance, I glanced over casually. Okay, who are you? How do you know my names? Hearing that strangely familiar teasing voice, Norland heard several male and female voices coming from the alley ahead. 2 people won the grand prize, but then suffered a fatal blow. Of course, it's your heart that tells me. Norland pointed to Selena's heart. The latter was taken aback, rolled her eyes at the other person and said, if you're trying to use this to strike up a conversation and have a drink with me, that's a really low-class tactic. Do you think I'm that kind of girl? Selena hadn't finished speaking when she walked in and saw Norland's face. And she regretted it, wanting to take back what she had just said. She swore that Norland was the most handsome and manly man she had ever seen. Her type and a super delicacy, hooking up with someone. You can think of it that way, so can I buy you a drink? Norland blinked and smiled gently. Adding Catwoman would complete Gotham's list of banshees. And he wouldn't mind spending an evening relaxing with her. Besides, who could resist Hathaway? Since you helped me, of course I can. Selena was secretly delighted she wasn't a casual person. But Norland had captured her heart. If we have the chance to have a drink together and get to know each other better, that would be a great experience. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a relatively peaceful bar. It's said to be one of the bars directly managed by the Copwort family. And generally no thugs dare to cause trouble here. Basically apart from other underground forces. Only Batman occasionally visits inside the noisy bar. Norland and Selena sat in a relatively quiet spot, drinking and chatting enthusiastically. Selena's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her gentle gaze swept over Norland. She never imagined that chatting with a man would be so easy and enjoyable. Norland always manages to find topics that interest her most and touches on the points that matter most to her, always making her laugh happily. It was as if she and he were telepathically connected. If she hadn't been certain that this was their first meeting, she would have suspected that the other person had known her for many years. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so familiar with her hobbies. Has anyone ever told you that talking to you is a wonderful thing? Selena leaned forward slightly, her upper body slightly tilted forward, and a faint smell of alcohol wafted out as she exhaled, making no attempt to hide the joy in her eyes. Now I have it. Norland, without batting an eye, raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Selena's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her answer was quite meaningful. So do you have any secrets? Did you practice for a long time before? Selena bowed and poured Norland a full glass of wine, her half-drunk eyes glancing at Norland out of the corner of her eye. If I said it was your heart that told me this, would you believe me? Norland stated frankly that he had never lied to the other party from the beginning until now, and had always been telling the truth. As for Selena, she clearly doesn't believe it. A poor explanation, but I like it. Selena deftly lifted her leg, gracefully leaping onto the table and sitting seductively in front of Norland, staring intently at him as if trying to discern something. She was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, as if pressing the rewind button, as if time were flowing backward. I returned to my seat in the same posture and sat up straight. Subsequently, a thin, short, lame figure walked surrounded by several burly men in black. The visitor was Cobblestone the Penguin, a legendary figure who rose from a lowly thug to become a mob boss. Although his power has shrunk considerably during this period, due to the rise of figures like the Joker. The Riddlerand the Scarecrow. He remains a powerful dark force in Gotham and has clashed with the Dark Knight. Batman on numerous occasions. Compared to other villains who are like madmen, the Penguin is obviously much more rational and relatively more law-abiding. He has even established dark rules to restrain those lawless villains. But precisely because he possesses his own fixed power and wealth, he is also more easily restricted. Compared to villains like the Joker and the Riddler who are all alone, he is more likely to be defeated. If anyone dares to look down on him because of this, that person will definitely suffer the Penguin's furious revenge. Haha, I knew I was in such a good mood today. Turns out we have a distinguished guest here. Excuse me, esteemed Mr. Norland and this beautiful lady. On behalf of the bar, I extend my sincere greetings to you. Cobbett clapped his hands, and the blonde woman behind him brought out 2 bottles of fine wine. She respectfully placed them on the table, showed them to the 2 men that they were undamaged, then used a corkscrew to open the bottles before leaving. This is my gift to you, I hope you like it. Tonight's expenses are all on me, please enjoy yourself. Copperfield's manners were impeccable as a mob boss. To get to where he is today, besides being ruthless, one must also have impeccable manners and etiquette. Knowing what stage you're at, what kind of people you meet, and how you should treat them are all things to learn. Cobblestone never actually met Norland, but as one of the most powerful people in Gotham, he had considerable control over the city. After some of his men provoked Norland and were wiped out, Batman gave him a lesson as a warning later. After he began to pay attention to this matter, he discovered the magical and powerful Norland, his godlike power, his extraordinary relationship with Bruce Wayne, his close ties with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and the beautiful and powerful Wonder Woman all attest to his extraordinary abilities. He didn't want to offend such a person, in fact. He wanted to befriend him. So when he learned by chance that Norland had brought people to his place, Cobblepot rushed over to try and build a relationship with Norland. Of course, he knew his limits and did not push his luck. After serving the wine, he did not want to disturb Norland's date with the beauty and was about to leave. At this point, Norland shook his head and said, "No need to pay the bills. All expenses tonight will be paid by young Master Bruce Wayne. I have plenty of money." Copport wasn't upset that he hadn't achieved his goal. He had at least made an impression and shown goodwill to the other party. He would deal with what happened next later. He smiled politely, in that case I'll take my leave now. You may continue, Cobb gave Norland a knowing look, signaled the others to leave, and instructed them not to let anyone disturb the place, but without letting anyone deliberately stand nearby and disrupt the atmosphere. Selina glanced at the wine, then looked curiously at Norland. You know the Penguin man, as she said this. Her tone softened slightly and her vigilance returned. As a woman, her rise to fame in Gotham, a city teeming with talent, was not due to her beauty, but to her abilities to survive in Gotham. You either need brain strength or influence. Even having only one of these can lead to your demise. Only by possessing multiple qualities can you barely gain a foothold. Catwoman was never just a pretty face, I know her. But I've never met her, Norland replied sincerely as always, unconcerned by Selina's change in tone. What is your purpose in approaching me? Selina pressed for an answer. Norland shrugged. Coincidence, do you believe it? Selina's face stiffened, and she looked at Norland's expression again. He was very serious. If he wasn't a master of micro-expression control and psychology, then what he said was the truth. But are there really that many coincidences? Are there really such honest people in this world? Recalling her previous experience, Selina's expression became even more strange. If the other person wasn't lying, then Norland had coincidentally met her, and she had revealed her preferences and name to him through her heart. It's just too fantastical. Even novels couldn't possibly contain such a thing. It doesn't make sense logically. Isn't reality just that surreal? Besides, novels need logic, but reality doesn't. What's impossible? Norland's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. Selina's heart skipped a beat. He'd hit the nail on the head again. She suddenly remembered a possibility. You can read minds, Norland shook his head then nodded. What I know isn't mind reading but telepathy. Mind reading is just one aspect of it. Selina suddenly realized why Norland knew her name. Knew her thoughts, and always spoke to her heart. It was telepathy. Norland is actually a superhuman. This is rare even in Gotham, a city teeming with talent. You controlled Bruce Wayne? Selina asked with interest. A possibility flashing through her mind. I won't manipulate my friends, Norland shook his head. So am I your friend? Selina asked curiously. Whatever you say goes. Selina visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only one side of the story for some reason, she chose to believe Norland. Someone as handsome as him could never lie, right? Norland remained unmoved as he observed the Catwoman's changing emotions. In fact, they did not deliberately flatter Catwoman. He simply spoke to her in a normal manner and with a normal attitude. However, his appearance and the boost of his hormones made this ordinary conversation have an amazing effect. Selina gradually became obsessed with it. And even though she remained wary, she was still willing to believe Norland despite his lack of any evidence to prove it. Selina, have you ever seen Wayne Manor? It's huge. If you'd like to see it, I can take you inside. Norland extended an invitation and, even back home, given his charm, I wouldn't need many tricks or schemes. Let alone in the more open United States. Please give me flowers after all. Those scumbags can easily fool naive girls. So he can't be any worse than them, right? Selina understood immediately, just looking. Certainly, then let's go. Selina went along with it. She didn't mind giving her virginity to Norland. This mysterious Eastern boy who possessed a special charm that made others willing to believe him. Moreover, she was very curious about Norland. How could anyone not be curious about someone with incredible superpowers? Who's close to Playboy Bruce Wayne? And who the Penguin goes to such lengths to please, moreover. She saw a very unique quality in Norland. A noble air that seemed to transcend the mundane world. Wouldn't it be wonderful to defile such a person? Who should be high above like a god, with the taint of earthly desires? Selina thought with a wicked sense of humor. As for Wayne Manor, she'd been there. How could a Gotham master thief be considered a true master thief if he didn't clear a major dungeon like Wayne Manor? But before, I only went secretly this time. I went openly and honestly, and I felt inexplicably excited. And this time her goal wasn't to steal anything, but to steal a heart. Yes, Selina is planning to steal Norland's heart. This kind of mysterious and handsome guy who can make you feel happy just by talking to you is someone you can only dream of. However, when Selina arrived at Wayne Manor with Norland, she regretted it. Zero inside Wayne Manor, she's my woman too. Bruce coughed twice, drank juice to cover his embarrassment, and realized he had gone a bit too far. He'd be reviewing psychology again in the next few days. Bruce chuckled twice. That's it, you might not know. But the last time I spent a night on my private luxury cruise ship with 12 beautiful women featured on the cover of Maximus men's magazine. It was such an unforgettable experience. Then who is she? Who is she? She is my woman. They even planned to contact Wonder Woman Diana, who was their most important asset besides Kara. What surprised her even more was that, however, the show Bruce was hoping for didn't happen. Bruce glanced at Norland, then looked at Norland with an expression of anticipation. As for Selina, she looked like she was being ridiculous. Knowing Norland's strength, Harley Quinn and the others weren't angry at all. Instead, they gave Norland a thumbs up and said expectantly, I can't wait for tonight's entertainment. We must defeat the evil big boss and win the battle tonight. Having another person to help is naturally a good thing. So why wouldn't they feel uncomfortable? Opposite her were Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy Pamela. Pamela nodded in deep agreement. She looked at the group carefully, her face full of sincerity. Bruce's smile froze slightly, he had lost completely. With Kara gone as two of them, having lost their main fighting force, are easy prey against Norland. Norland sat above Selena with Bruce beside him. Deceiving others is one thing, but deceiving yourself too. Fine, whatever makes you happy. I'm too embarrassed to call you out. 01360-1211 Felu 204,390,210. Aren't you disappointed? Norland said with a half-smile. Haggagen, along with Pamela and Selena, went to familiarize themselves with the battlefield ahead of time. They even pulled out various battle suits and uniforms that they had prepared in advance. Ready for a big battle. Norland shook his head, not even using telepathy. Bruce's face fell as a man who was too ashamed to stand there. He simply couldn't comprehend Norland's power. Alfred whispered in his ear, young master, tone it down. Your expression is too abnormal on her first night back. Besides sending him a bill, she also brought another woman home. Perhaps we should get down to business. For example, it seems the clown is looking for you. Well, birds of a feather flock together. They're so sincere about this. Alfred brought some tea, juice, and wine, and also a menu. They promised to steal hearts, but instead, they got stolen by someone else. Bruce took it and looked at it, his face full of annoyance. So, the first thing you did when you got back to Gotham was to give me a bill. Nice gift. And just then, Harley Quinn and Pamela came to check on Kara's return. And they bumped into each other, a complete car crash. It was so tragic and thrilling. Selena sat on either side of the rectangular table, feeling both bewildered and embarrassed. The Joker. What does he want with me? Norland found it strange. He had never interacted with the Joker, and his only connection to him was probably Harley Quinn. When Harley Quinn was working at Arkham Asylum, she heard that the subject of her research was the Joker. However, Harley Quinn was taken down by herself that same day and then resigned from Arkham. That night, the Joker also left Arkham. Could it be that the Joker has taken a liking to Harley Quinn? Bruce shrugged. Who knows anyway? Besides playing mind games with me lately, he's also been trying to find out where you are on several occasions. And he's even been following Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Do you remember the Scarecrow? You mean that idiot with his head covered in burlap? Norland naturally remembered. Bruce coughed awkwardly twice. He was, after all, a notorious Gotham villain who had caused him a lot of trouble. But Norland's assessment of him was quite different. Yes, that's him. He's one of Gotham's most notorious villains. He used to be a psychologist, then developed a fear gas and started his criminal career. He's good at using the fear gas to manipulate people's inner fears in order to create chaos and fear. Oh, and then, I remember he was already dead beyond any doubt. So did someone bring him back to life? Norland remembered that Gotham was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Some people have been brought back to life through scientific means. Some were resurrected through magical means. Some people even possess immortality, however. He remembered that the kick he gave the Scarecrow had shattered its internal organs, turning its body into a complete rag doll. How could it possibly revive without a whole body? Could it be that some dark wizard from some corner used his rags as experimental material? Gotham City actually has such methods. Bruce felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Norland frequently traveled between universes, but he suspected the extent of his travels was far beyond his imagination. Therefore, he would be extremely cautious about every word Norland said, carefully analyzing and figuring out the reason behind it. Bruce casually remarked and then continued, "Nah, that's not it. But after further investigation, I suspect that the reason the Scarecrow suddenly attacked you was probably because it was controlled by the Joker. And the attack on Harley Quinn by that gang of thugs was also likely on the Joker's orders. Unfortunately, Harley Quinn was too ruthless and didn't leave enough evidence for us to get clues." Bruce sighed. If Norland was ruthless, his woman Harley Quinn was even more ruthless. She simply made those thugs vanish into thin air. physically disappearing without leaving any trace to verify their identities or investigate the cause. Harley Quinn later killed someone in Gotham, and each time she killed someone it was the same pattern. Her mysterious and unpredictable power and her crazy actions terrified many dark forces, who dared not provoke her. If Harley Quinn hadn't had such a deep relationship with Norland, and hadn't been led astray by the Joker, she might have become an even more terrifying and formidable villain than the original Harley Quinn. Are you sure? Norland frowned. He hadn't paid much attention to this before, after all. In Gotham, a godforsaken place, being robbed was probably more frequent than eating. It was perfectly normal to occasionally encounter a few crimes. It would have been truly unprecedented if the crime hadn't taken place that day. It's pretty much certain that lately, besides going against me, he's been spending most of his time getting to know you. Clearly, he's planning to use you as a pawn, I understand. Leave this to me. Norland sneered. The clown knows how to die. He's not Batman, he needs to stick to his principles. Otherwise, if he kills someone, he'll become more terrifying than any of the dark forces. How terrifying is a Batman who is rich, powerful, and intelligent? Destroying the Earth is not impossible. That's the perfect version of the Joker. At least before the Joker does anything, he has to find a way to get some money, whether it's stolen, robbed or double-crossed. Otherwise, who would go crazy and die with you for a slogan? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some people are genuinely attracted to the Joker's personality. But such people only deserve to be cannon fodder at the bottom. If Bruce were to succumb to the dark side and associate with criminals, consider his financial power and connections. Wayne Enterprises is a super conglomerate that is 100 times stronger than Samsung, with businesses spanning various industries. His industrial capabilities are probably even more comprehensive than those of the U.S. government. Seeing Norland's expression, Bruce felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have said it. He asked tentatively, "What are you going to do?" "Don't do anything foolish, how to do it naturally." Norland pressed his right thumb down gently on the table. When he lifted it, the table dented, and there was a specimen of an insect underneath. Alfred felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed it was time for a comprehensive antidote. Bruce, however, felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "Can you stop being such a silly clown? What? You've fallen for him while you were fighting." Norland glanced at him. Bruce quickly shook his head. "I just don't want Gotham to fall into complete chaos." "Bruce, you don't want Gotham to forever descend into darkness, do you?" Think of old Bruce's mocking smile. "Can you tolerate it?" The latter fell silent for a moment. Was this matter truly beyond repair? Thinking about Bruce Wayne's great achievements, and then looking at Gotham City in my own universe, well, I'm tired. Let everything be destroyed. How bad can things get? Who knows? Their universe might one day become history because of someone's whim. Barry Allen, far away in the city center, sneezed loudly. "Fine's fine, whatever. Anyway, he attacked you first and I can't beat you." Bruce gave up. To be honest, he really couldn't beat Norland. When they first met, he sensed a different aura emanating from Norland, clearly. Norland has become even more unfathomable during this time apart. Even with his kryptonite spear and powerful destruction, Norland showed no fear whatsoever. What about now? Can't they use kryptonite like candy? Therefore, it is impossible to stop it. Bruce felt discouraged again. All the plans he had made against Norland had to be scrapped and started over. But without any intelligence about Norland's, how could he formulate a backup plan? "I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. I'm afraid they know absolutely nothing about this guy. The unknown is the most terrifying opponent." Even so, Bruce still felt very uncomfortable. He always had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. What could it be? The worst has already happened. Even Harvey Dent, who held the title of Knight of Light, became a two-faced man. The darkness in Gotham cannot be resolved by ordinary means. Perhaps a strong medicine is needed to cure a serious illness. His methods may still be too mild. After Norland abandoned Bruce and spent a wonderful night with Pamela. Harley Quinn and of course their newly joined sister, Catwoman Selina. In the battle between the three heroes and Lu Bu emerged victorious. It wasn't until Catwoman woke up the next afternoon that she realized why Harley Quinn and Norland had acted the way they did. She had underestimated everyone, including Norland. It's a monster the next day. Norland walked out onto the street early in the morning, looking refreshed. Harley Quinn and the others weren't with him. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and they're repeated. Reckless challenges were naturally thwarted by Norland, who accepted all challengers. They paid the price for their overconfidence. So after Norland got up, prepared to go find Wonder Woman, Diana, there's no other meaning to it. It's just for the purpose of studying the power of Zeus. The power of the old gods is also quite impressive, but when he walked onto the streets, I vaguely sensed that I was being watched. A quick scan revealed enough. A group of clueless fools were patrolling within a 3-kilometer radius, keeping a close watch on him. The nearest observer was only 30 meters away, a homeless man lying on a nearby bench. The furthest person was on the top floor of a building 3 kilometers away, looking around with binoculars. They came from different underground gangs. Not all of them were the Joker's subordinates as he thought. In a way, they can be connected in this way, because they know from their memories that these gang leaders were tricked and subdued by the Joker, who was uninvited, during a meeting to discuss how to deal with Batman. Out of loyalty to the Joker and fear of death, they had no choice but to obey the Joker's orders and monitor Norland. As for what the next task would be, they had no idea. In any case, their orders were to act upon receiving notification. Norland shook his head speechlessly at the sight of these subdued gang members. This is the difference between a third-rate villain and a top-tier villain in Gotham City. Despite having a numerical and firepower advantage, they were still forcibly controlled by the Joker without any effort. God knows how these gangsters have survived to this day in Gotham City, a city teeming with talent. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. There's no need to argue with a bunch of dead people. Norland walked past nonchalantly, while the gangster under surveillance died at the same time from brain damage. Died without pains. These people had heart rate monitoring devices implanted in them without their knowledge. The clown can monitor their movements from a great distance. When I saw everyone die in an instant, he was not afraid at Alan, the contrary. He was even more excited, as expected of the man who took Bruce and Harley Quinn away. Too bad Gotham is not a place you can run rampant in. This is our Gotham, alien life, get out of Gotham. Norland walked casually down Gotham Street. A smile played on his lips. I casually walked into the shop next door and bought 2 ice creams amidst the sneer of the waiter. The icy cold ice cream is like Gotham City shrouded in dark clouds. Even in the height of summer, it still feels a bit chilly. On Gotham Street, this chill became the dominant theme. Norland licked his ice cream as if no one else was around, while the waiter could no longer suppress his smile. His eyes filled with mockery and madness. Is it tasty? Of course. It would be even better if this ice cream didn't have so many other things added to it. Norland casually tossed the toxic ice cream on the ground, his face completely indifferent. The other party seemed somewhat surprised, then gave a cruel smile. Although I don't know why you discovered my disguise. Don't you think it's too late? I gave you a chance. A 50-50 chance of survival. But Lady Luck doesn't seem to be on your side. You ate that poisoned ice cream, you know. That was a biological virus created by Wayne Enterprises' biological division. Its toxicity is even stronger than the most vicious natural toxins in the world. You probably only have about 10 seconds left. How pathetic. Yes, how pathetic. You know nothing of my power. Norland didn't take it seriously. With his current physical strength, he was practically immune to all poisons. Perhaps there were poisons in the multiverse that could affect him, but there were definitely no toxins on Earth that could cause him harm. He can drink poison like a beverage and chew diamonds like chocolate. These Gotham villains have only brought shame upon themselves. Not bad you've actually joined forces to deal with me. Which is quite rare, let me see. The Riddler, Banes, the Joker, Captain Boomerang. Oh, looks like I have more influence than Batman. Are you guys planning to take over Gotham City? Norland said this, but he didn't show any fear. This lineup is truly impressive. It's worth noting that the villains in Gotham City often dislike each other and frequently fight each other to gain more territory. Today dozens of villainous forces large and small have joined together, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to attack the Gotham City Police Department and the city government. With thousands or even tens of thousands of people, a single raid would be enough to take down the police headquarters. And incidentally the city government as well, to be honest. Norland didn't expect that the Penguins, who are also one of the largest underground forces, didn't seem to have joined the alliance. However, many other unrelated forces have come to get involved in this matter. As expected of the Joker, to be able to contact so many forces during this period of time. If it were Batman, no matter how good Bruce is at fighting, he couldn't defeat so many people. The waiter's face had turned ashen and his heart sank. How did the other party know about their alliance plan? Could there be a traitor within the organization? Who is it? Tom, thanks for reminding me. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have realized that there were enemies on this street. By the way, the 10 million you asked for will be deposited into your account in 10 seconds. Norland patted him on the shoulder, looking grateful. The latter's face turned pale instantly, his trembling finger pointing at Norland. Then he turned to the others. He's slandering me. You all saw it, he's slandering me, B. Everyone looked at his pockets. The latter took out his phone and looked at the transfer information that had been sent to him, especially the string of glaring zeros. His heart turned as cold as an ice cellar, and he felt no joy at all. He even discovered that he had awakened superpowers. And without even looking up, he could feel the burning gazes around him, which made him feel cold all over. How did you do that? I have no grudge against you. Looking at Norland's smile, he couldn't continue. He was truly in deep trouble now. No one would believe him. For God's sake and for the money, he was about to report to hell. Even if he's the leader of a small gang, it doesn't matter. In Gotham to make it, you need 5 things: betraying your brothers, breaking faith, being a traitor, framing someone, and taking care of your own children. Bang. Damn traitor died. Brothers, we've been exposed, take him down. Another waiter pulled a shotgun from under the table and shot Tom in the stomach, leaving a hole. Tom's eyes were bloodshot, and he grinned maniacally before frantically pulling the trigger on Norland. Without a doubt, they're the Joker's henchmen. Sheriff, arrest me immediately. I don't want to stay here anymore, by the way. Last week I committed 3 robberies with a few people, and a few days ago I participated in a $0 shopping spree. The thing is, I didn't pay any taxes on any of these robberies. Gordon keenly noticed that when he appeared, the criminals trembled, their faces filled with despair, and all their movements ceased. Some knelt down with a thud, while others had unknown fluid leaking from their trousers. Norland continued forward, and another large group of people rushed out to fight desperately. But this time they fell in rows like wheat being harvested on the way, with dozens of gangs of varying sizes and a large financial supply. These gangs are no less powerful than the police. Within a minute, only one person remained standing on the entire street. The others were either dead or missing limbs, lying on the ground groaning in pains. They spared no expense in dealing with Norland. This thing took them a lot of effort, just to deal with Norland alone. It was loaded with a massive amount of explosives, several tons of TNT, powerful enough to destroy a street and create a crater hundreds of cubic meters in size. Gordon and the police officers then saw an Asian man strolling out of the street, leisurely eating ice cream, looking completely harmless. Several of the female officers even had hearts in their eyes. Damn it, could it really be Satan? Sheriff Gordon, who was in charge of the impromptu operation, stared in disbelief at the scene. Those crazed men, once they were about 100 paces from Norland, turned on their own people with bloodshot eyes and opened fire. As he finished speaking, Several police officers solemnly restrained him and put him in a police car. Seeing this, the other criminals rushed to confess their crimes, admitting all their sins in hopes of being taken away as soon as possible and leaving the devil behind. Those disguised gangsters tore off their masks, pulled out various weapons and charged out. "Sir, there's a demon inside. He's killed many people. A single glance from him can claim the souls of hundreds." Who would have thought that this group of incoherent criminals, who clearly outnumbered and outgunned the police, were actually subdued by them? Norland emerged unscathed from the ice cream shop, his gaze sweeping around, completely ignoring the crazed group. He ate his ice cream as he walked, as casually as if he were strolling along the beach. He shouted "demon" as he ran. Because there weren't enough handcuffs, they spontaneously tied each other's hands with ropes. In order to live quickly, they squeezed themselves into the police car often. A regular four-seater police car would be crammed with more than 10 people. However, as soon as the explosion occurred, the burst of sparks was bound by an invisible force. The terrifying force was constrained into a sphere, gradually shrinking until it disappeared completely. Several tons of TNT. The only result was the destruction of the truck cargo box. Upon approaching a sealed large truck, a burst of intense flames erupted. Norland continued walking, his gaze fixed on one direction. So it's Satan. This operation was launched on short notice. Knowing the relative strengths of both sides, he and his hundreds of police officers arrived with the determination to die a heroic death. They never expected these thugs to behave this way. Good heavens, has God come to Gotham? No, even if God came, Gotham would have to wait a couple of days before leaving. Boom, but they soon followed in their footsteps. The gunshot rang out and the whole street became lively. They looked at the police as if they were their closest relatives, like their living parents. And one by one they dropped their guns and let the police take them away. Some people even climbed onto police cars, crying and begging to be taken away. This bizarre situation caused the bloodthirsty gangsters behind to feel as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. They quickly calmed down, disregarded their superiors' orders, and ran backward at an even faster pace than when they arrived. He's as honest as can be. After killing several people, he was punished by others. However, they hadn't gone far when they were stopped by a group of police officers. But they knew nothing about power. As Norland approached, Gordon's eyes widened. He was. "From today onwards you all must obediently accept reform. If I see you neglecting your duties again, those people from earlier will be your fat, understand?" Norland's calm voice rang out. All the criminals nodded in unison. The people crammed into the car disregarding their image, echoed each other in the cramped space, declaring that they would never do anything wrong again. Suddenly Somion let out a series of foul farts, and they almost cursed out loud. But considering their current environment, they had to swallow it down, their stomachs churning. Some people were so frightened that they lost control of their bladder and bowels. These were even heavier individuals. Without exception, they had to endure it. Norland's gaze swept around and he snorted heavily. "There are bound to be some of you who are hoping to get away with this. But I can tell you with certainty that I have memorized the faces of everyone here. If anyone disobeys, I recommend you go watch Final Destination. You'll see whether tomorrow or an accident comes first." Norland issued a warning to the criminals in front of a large number of police officers. And the criminals turned into the most docile children, nodding very seriously. It seems like whoever nods too slowly will encounter an accident. Gordon stopped his men from moving and led the way to Norland. The villain. Norland wasn't acting out of some kind of saintly sentimentality. He simply wanted to see if his casual action could completely change the dark side of Gotham. Will the comic book scenario eventually unfold, where even if Superman descends upon Gotham, he'll be completely outmaneuvered by the Gotham villains? Of course, he'd prevent any accidents. Norland would naturally add some insurance for his women. Unlike superheroes such as Bruce or Superman, He wouldn't swagger around in public while leaving his friends and family in danger. After quickly dealing with this group of guys, Norland turned to look in another direction. He was watching the masterminds behind the scenes. Oh, interesting, upon looking around, Norland suddenly realized that he could no longer see any trace of the Joker and the others. They actually found the weakness of the Kryptonian's supervision, built a safe house using lead, and also made some unknown things. Is he really a villain from Gotham? They discovered Superman's weakness so quickly. Presumably they also prepared kryptonite after all. A group of intelligent people couldn't possibly be blind to the impending war of destruction. Furthermore, Lex Luthor must also know these things. Would the Jokers forget to contact Luthor? Who knows Kryptonians best? Obviously not, without a doubt. This was a trap that had been planned long ago and was specifically aimed at him. It took them at least several months to transform Gotham into a place of certain death for Kryptonians. Moreover, the opposing top forces have joined together, with K members as the main force, to create chaos to attract the attention of Batman and the police while secretly plotting a fatal attack. No matter how smart Bruce is, he is still just a human being. No matter how intelligent he is, he cannot simultaneously guess and analyze the thoughts of all the villains. Even if he knew some clues and captured a henchman, he wouldn't know their plans. He might just think they were planning a major operation against him or Gotham. But for the city of Gotham it was just commonplace. To counter this operation, Bruce Wayne spent money to garrison an army in a city outside Gotham. Even if the villains wanted to cause trouble, this army could cross the bridge and enter Gotham at any time to quell the unrest immediately. However, neither Bruce nor the others anticipated that the Joker's real target was Norland. This uninvited guest, suspected to be from another universe, has already posed a significant threat to the internal balance of Gotham. Only after being persuaded by the Joker did these guys agree to unite and kill or drive Norland away. However, they were not working together. Some were pursuing other ideas, for example, Bane. He couldn't wait to lead his men to storm the city government and kidnap Gotham. In fact, that's exactly what he did. Bane wore a lead coat, and the group of people around him were all in lead uniforms. He was standing on a high-rise building near Gotham City Hall. "Is everything ready, boss?" Bane nodded and then contacted the Joker. The clown's unrestrained and fearless voice rang out. "Our plan A failed, what a pity. He was as strong as we expected. A few thousand ants cannot kill a great god. I don't care, you promised us you have to kill him. He doesn't belong in Gotham's. Haha, don't worry my friend, you'll get what you want. Before that, can you start your plan, hum? That's simple, I hope you're right." Bane hung up the phone coldly. He disliked the Joker and was quite wary of him. But faced with the much more powerful Norland, who seemed to have cheat codes, he had to admit that he needed more special methods to deal with Norland. The clown's offer was tempting and could satisfy his ambitions. "Begin the operation," Bane commanded in a deep voice. Soon, his men arrived at several important bridges connecting Gotham to the outside world. And amidst thunderous explosions, the city's only road connecting it to the outside world was blocked, turning Gotham into an isolated city. The roar shook the entire city and dropped a bombshell on the country. They never imagined that one day, the city under their control would be hijacked by a gang of thugs. Those damned villains, after blowing up Gotham's connection to the outside world, broadcast nationwide that they had hijacked Gotham and wanted to make a deal with the President of the United States. Meanwhile, Bane and his gang members cheered and stormed into the city government and police station, taking control of both in less than half an hour. Most of the police officers were lured away by the clown's trick, and by the time they realized it was a trap, they were notified that their headquarters had been captured. Immediately afterwards, a male voice that had clearly been altered rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, afternoon, evening. You may be wondering who I am, but believe me, you will soon be too preoccupied to even think about it. Because in the silent Gotham sky, several explosions suddenly rang out, due to the Joker and his crew's deliberate planning. Almost everyone in the city could see one or two plumes of thick smoke. The result of the explosions, along with piercing screams and terrified roars. You can't kill me. Don't you want to know the most important question? Wang Kaien's this concerns the fate of all of Gotham. They were also dissatisfied with the Joker's plan. We've kidnapped Gotham City. But things didn't end with his death instead. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The stranger's tone betrayed his excitement. This was his most glorious moment. Different regions and locations, each with its own unique characteristics. Present different puzzles. For a time, many people were filled with fear and anxiety. Some even began to blame Norland for not waiting for the Riddler to finish speaking before killing him, instead uttering such treasonous words that pushed them all into a life-or-death crisis. The Riddler, who had brought immense terror to Gotham, was killed so casually by Norland, who snapped his neck. And he is the host of this nationwide guessing game. Norland shook his head, giving him a look as if he were an idiot. I'm not blind, nor am I deaf. Your voice is so loud. Do you think I can't hear you clearly enough, you moron? This is a huge problem, don't worry, everyone. Although there was a slight mishap, everything is going according to plan. Since Norland cannot be threatened, what about our Dark Knight? It's such an honor. Riddler, listen to this question. What do you think I'll do next? The riddle maker at the broadcasting station felt a jolt in his heart. The moment he heard the voice, all the joy and excitement in his heart vanished. Boom. We're going to randomly select a few lucky winners now. Believe me, you've won the grand prize, a one-way ticket to hell. Click How did you find me? This place is all made of lead, you shouldn't have found me. Norland waved his hand, and the Riddler was lifted into the air uncontrollably. Between Gotham City and his best friend Norland, who will he choose? It's a decision we can't wait to see. Now you should believe Mebut as a merciful person. I will give you a chance. I have left a riddle in many places in the city. If you can find it and solve it, then congratulations. You will be safe before the super bomb explodes. What a pity, wrong answer, a crisp sound rang out, signaling the departure of one of Gotham's biggest villains. Norland's answer not only angered ordinary people, but also many of the villains who had plotted this. The one who posed the ultimate question is dead. So who can answer the unspoken questions of the Earth? And who can stop the super bomb from exploding? Why would you assume I would care suddenly? An unfamiliar voice came from all the broadcasts, instantly dispelling the terrifying atmosphere carefully created by the riddle teller. They even tried to use Gotham City's fate to threaten Norland into leaving permanently. But now it seems they don't care about Gotham at all. Yes, you heard right. You and this city have been hijacked by us. You might think it's a pipe dream, but I regret to inform you that it's true. We've partnered with Wayne Enterprises' research division to create a super bomb. A new marvel of the world with just the push of a button. Gotham will be reduced to dust at the same time. He got the whole city involved in a riddle-solving game. He had been preparing the riddles for months, in addition. We have randomly planted bombs in many places in Gotham City. Perhaps in the phone booth next to you, or on the radio you are listening to, the television you are watching, or even in church schools. Museums. As for Gotham City's ultimate fate. Norland, Batman, welcome to the game, damn Joker. Damn Riddler, get out of Gotham's. While Gotham's underground gangs hijacked Gotham City, Bruce Wayne was resting at the manor. Quickly received the news from Alfred and rushed to the Batcave to change into his gear in preparation for the upcoming battle. Batsuit, Batplane, Batmobile. During this time, Alfred did not sit idly by, but immediately launched an emergency investigation into the matter as Bruce had instructed. Bruce Wayne as Batman was able to become a vigilante stationed in Gotham City and maintain a certain level of stability thanks to his strength, intelligence, equipment, and most importantly, his immense wealth. Despite the Joker and his crew's meticulous work, Alfred's relentless financial offensive allowed them to obtain almost all the classified information. Some mid to high-ranking officials and even gang leaders shed tears of remorse in front of large sums of money. deeply felt their own sins, chose to abandon darkness and embrace light, and revealed many secrets. By the time Alfred had finished processing the intelligence, the latter had already piloted the Bat fighter jet to the city center. Young Master Wayne, I think we're in trouble. Alfred contacted Bruce via private satellite phone. Send me the information and I'll handle it. Bruce's expression was calm and composed. Even if he was anxious, he had to maintain his composure. I've sent you the compiled intelligence, Master Wayne. This time, you'll be facing an entire Gotham underworld force. This is a long-planned trap. Perhaps you shouldn't get involved. Alfred said earnestly that he didn't really want Bruce Wayne to continue fighting evil in Gotham's nightlife as Batman. Every time he saw Bruce injured, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Alfred watched Bruce grow up from childhood. Although he was just a butler, he actually acted as a father to Bruce and had deep feelings for him. This incident made him feel suffocated. It was something that Wayne, a mere mortal, could not stop. Bruce didn't reply to Alfred's words, but patiently finished reading the documents. After reading the whole story, Bruce 90 frowned. He hadn't expected things to be so complicated. Involving dozens of gangs of all sizes in Gotham. Tens of thousands of people and a full range of firepower. Just looking at it, one could tell how difficult this matter was. Furthermore, their hijacking of Gotham, the occupation of the city government and police force, and the severing of all connections to the outside world have left Gotham isolated, reliant on its own self-preservation and unable to depend on external forces. He never expected that the Joker would also infiltrate Wayne Enterprises, using the technology they created to improve people's lives to temporarily turn into a nuclear bomb with a yield of millions of kilograms. As a trump card to hijack Gotham, satellite surveillance reveals that the Joker and his crew deployed a large number of armed henchmen to guard various areas outside Gotham, including river areas without roads, effectively preventing escapes by insiders and intrusions by outsiders. Anyone attempting to leave by speedboat or other means will be met with heavy machine guns and even RPGs. This force, if any single entity were to emerge from it, would be worthy of his serious consideration. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone. Norland, it's inside. Bruce was quite at ease with this powerful intergalactic traveler. He was even more reliable than Superman, surpassing him in both strength and intelligence. Alfred, things aren't as bad as you think. We're not fighting alone, we have Norland and thousands of police officers on duty outside. If we unite, we can definitely thwart the enemy's plot. Bruce comforted Alfred, saying that despite the troublesome situation, there was no room for retreat or fear in his vocabulary. Any news about nuclear weapons? I need to know that information. I've heard that the detonator is in Bane's hands, and he's currently at City Hall. As for the Joker, nobody knows where he is. The other gang leaders are located in various areas of Gotham City. I'll send you the locations of some of them. Give one to Norland and one to Gordon Bebet. And I'm going to steal the detonator. Bruce took a deep breath for some reason. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Hopefully it's not too late otherwise. Gotham City has a total population of 12 million. As Bruce was thinking, a phone call came in. He glanced at it. It was from an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the phone. Hello. Our dear Dark Knight, I am your biggest fan, the Joker. Joker, what exactly do you want to do? Bruce said through gritted teeth, however. The person on the other end of the phone sounded even more excited, seemingly thrilled by Bruce's reaction. I just want to prove one thing. What exactly are you trying to prove? That everyone is as ugly inside as you, hahahananona. I just want to prove whether you are truly an unshakable person. Whether you really have the sense of justice that you claim to have. Bruce took another deep breath, calming himself down once more. But you've clearly misjudged the situation. If you just wanted to drag me into darkness, then you shouldn't have done something so presumptuous as to pull Gotham into crisis. Oh, you mean Norland? Yes, is so powerful, so incredible. Even greater than that so-called god among men, but he made 10 mistakes. That is, coming to Gotham and getting involved with you. This isn't his territory. It belongs to the people of Gotham. What we need to do is drive him out. And then we can play our games. Then immediately withdraw the nuclear weapons and send those guys back to their posts. Why would you think I, as a villain, would do such a thing? You have no idea how terrifying those guys are. I'm genuinely terrified. If I dared to say that, they would tear me to pieces. The clown chuckled and continued, besides, this is a test for you as an opponent I've chosen. Don't you have the ability to deal with them? Fighting you is truly exhilarating. I guess we're destined to be like this for life. Then you can stay in Arkham for the rest of your life. Bruce hung up the phone, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Meanwhile, somewhere in Gotham, the Joker was grinning. If that's really the case, then we'll definitely have to stay in the same room from now on. Look, there are more and more lunatics in this city. That day will come eventually, I promise. The clown muttered to himself and called Bruce again. I heard you've secretly developed a backup plan targeting Superman and even Norland. Perfect, let's make a deal, Bruce. If you don't want Gotham to be destroyed, if you don't want tens of millions of people to perish with you, then kill Norland or kick him out of Gotham. Otherwise, Bane will detonate it in 12 hours. Oh. And I should remind you, that madman's biggest wish is to kill you. I don't want you to die at his hands, take care. Before Bruce could reply, the Joker hung up the phone, fiddling with a small box in his hand. The small box kept spinning in his hand, and a big smile spread across his face. Everything is going according to plan. The real show is just beginning on Gotham Street. Gordon is rallying police officers scattered throughout Gotham to prepare for a counterattack on the city government and police department. He clearly understood that to save Gotham, he had to gather all available resources to support Bruce. Gotham belongs to them, but due to carelessness, their stronghold was taken away. Now they must take it back on their own, or the Commonwealth will lose all hope. Moreover, Bane is there, and he needs to distract Bruce and create an opportunity for him to take down Bane and seize the detonator. After this period of effort, he has contacted nearly 3,000 police officers, a powerful force capable of turning the tide. Even though those gangs also possess powerful firepower, they are absolutely no match for them in terms of military skills. After under the rule of the Knight of Light, Harvey Dent, the police and political circles have been completely transformed, and there is still a chance to fight for hearts and minds and faith. Gordon led the initial group of over 2,000 police officers toward the city hall. However, as they entered a tunnel, loud explosions suddenly erupted from both sides, followed by a collapse. Falling rocks blocked both the road ahead and behind, trapping the force of over 2,000 men inside the tunnel. Some police officers were also injured by falling rocks, causing unrest and a loss of hope for Gotham's future. They are capricious, unpredictable, and difficult to deal with. However, another piece of bad news followed. He was more like a bystander, witnessing the trap that Zia Ocean had set for them. It seems more like a player in a game. That's difficult, he's not confident yet. The clown chuckled softly, longed to burst into laughter. But reason told him he couldn't yet. He's not like Superman, who's aloof and unapproachable, nor is he like Batman, who proclaims his own justice, nor is he like the Flash, whose justice is that of a naive, youthful idealism. He is a god, but also different in some ways. The Joker was never a person, but a spirit, a belief. These kinds of guys are the hardest to deal with at this moment, and the one who started all of this is still the Joker. After all, how do you really kill a player who's really into playing? The only way is to annoy them and make them quit the game on their own. And this might not be so difficult. Is this your plan? To crush everyone's confidence with one bad news after another, driving them to madness, forcibly destroying their spirits under immense pressure, thereby achieving your evil purpose. Norland has arrived at the city hall. Justice will ultimately prevail in the vast majority. Because NPCs follow certain logic while players do not. Bruce was still thinking. He devised a series of plans targeting Norland Bruce, the entire city of Gotham and even other gangs. They turned living, breathing people into lunatics. Because he also needs to be wary of the most troublesome guy in the whole affair. And the only uncertain factor. That god from another universe, Norland. Bruce sighed after hearing this. The pillar of Gotham City's spirit, the Knight of Light. Harvey Dent has fallen. Most people are filled with anxiety under the threat of death. Tens of millions of Gotham residents are in despair. Therefore, the Joker's primary objective was to expel Norland. Not to kill him just as the Joker thought. He didn't place much importance on the safety of Gotham. When Gordon and the others were trapped deep in the underground tunnels, the Joker immediately spread the news. Moreover, Gotham's vital forces are almost all here. And with the outside world in chaos, it's unlikely anyone will come to their rescue. Bruce is going to be in trouble. The detonator isn't with Bane. What a cunning Joker. I won't let you succeed. The clown sensed Mushroom's peculiar emotions in Norland. He transformed into the terrifying Two-Face and joined this trial frenzy. The Joker has turned Gotham into a game of chess. He wants to tear away everyone's disguise and turn everyone into the Joker. When the time comes, they will surely be buried with Gotham forever. Bane did indeed have a detonator, and he even believed it to be a nuclear detonator. Those around him shared the same opinion. Unbeknownst to them, this united war against Batman and Norland was nothing more than a game to the Joker. These so-called allies are nothing more than pawns of the clown. The Joker had orchestrated everything while the Riddler, who considered himself clever, was thrust into the spotlight as the game's host due to incomplete information, which led to Norland breaking his neck. The Riddler's death made the Joker afraid to speak loudly. He hid in a safe place, using the most powerful sound-absorbing material on Earth and even in the universe, combined with lead that can block superhuman vision, to create a safe house. Even so, when he remotely controlled others, he spoke very quietly and did not use public signals. Instead, he had several hackers hack into the satellite to provide an absolutely secure network connection. Bane was also his pawn, sent with a large number of men as the vanguard to attack the most obvious city hall and police station. Even the detonator given to him was fake. The Joker won't hand over any useful methods to others unless he's 100% certain he can understand the other person's mind. But this time his opponent is Norland, a mysterious fellow whose usual psychological tactics are unlikely to be effective against others. Without absolute certainty and without a clear understanding of the enemy's level, he could only send more people to step on the landmines, just like the Scarecrow of yesteryear. As for their complaints, so what, they're just stupid. Gotham has no place for idiots. Although Norland did not penetrate the Joker's mind, through his understanding of the Joker and analysis of the information he currently possessed, he had basically figured out the Joker's thoughts. While there's no 100% certainty that the nuclear bomb in Bane's possession is fake, there's at least a 90% chance it's true. Even if there's a 1% chance it's true, it doesn't matter, since he's not afraid of nuclear bombs anyway. In the instant of a nuclear explosion, he could even save tens of millions of people in Gotham. This is the confidence that comes with strength. Norland knew very well that the Joker's elaborate Gotham crisis was essentially orchestrated solely for Bruce Wayne's benefit. As long as Bruce can disguise himself in private, he would be willing to sacrifice the entire Gotham City, including his own life. As for Norland, in the Joker's eyes, he was probably like a third wheel and obstacle, preventing him from playing games with Bruce. Therefore, given the Joker's personality, how could he possibly allow Bane and his group to ruin his game? The detonator should naturally be held by oneself, not handed to a victim exposed to all sight. Batman is here. Shoot him down, remember, don't kill him. I'm going to send him to hell myself. Inside the city hall, Bane, surrounded by a crowd, spoke expressionlessly. His current condition is actually not good. In order to maintain his bodily functions, he cannot live like a normal person. He must wear a mask connected to medication at all times to ensure his health. However, after wearing it for a long time, he had gotten used to it, and it made him look more frightening and intimidating. Even so, in this state, he still possesses physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. His well-honed muscles and intelligence comparable to Bruce's make him a formidable foe to Batman and the most powerful force openly in the Joker's league. He only wanted to kill Bruce, because that was his lover's only request. Bane, relax. Bruce is nothing, the advantage is on our side. Beside him a woman calmly spoke, her name is Talia. The name her mother gave her before she died. She and her mother suffered terribly in prison. Those were the darkest days of her life. Her mother died there, tortured to death by those guys who never saw the light of day in prison. If it weren't for Bane, she would have died in prison later. At Bane's cost, Talia managed to escape and found the leader of the League of Shadows, who was also her father. She led the League of Shadows back to the prison and slaughtered the inhabitants. But her protector, Bane, was severely injured by the people inside and could no longer maintain a normal life. After training with the League of Shadows, Bane mastered powerful fighting skills and gained an even stronger physique, making him no less capable than Batman. Talia then brought Bane to Gotham, intending to carry on her father's will and bring destruction to the city. The alliance with the Joker is just part of a plan to leverage the power of local gangs to achieve their ambitions. Their first step was to break into the prison and Arkham Asylum, distribute weapons to them, and lead these thousands of criminals to storm City Hall and occupy the city. The Jokers also got their wish and handed over the nuclear bomb controllers they wanted. They didn't think the Joker would dare to deceive them. The Joker didn't have that guts, Bane nodded, standing before her like a guardian angel, his massive body shielding Talia from any potential attacks and simultaneously warning the criminals to prevent them from doing. Heavy Batman pilots the Batplane, flying unimpeded through the air to the city center. Without hesitation after locating Bane, he jumped directly from the fighter jet and successfully landed using the glider of the Batsuit. At this moment, Norland also strolled down from the empty courtyard, step by step as if walking on air. Bane and Talia, who were initially excited to see Bruce arrive, suddenly turned pale when they saw Norland. Stop. Norland and Ruth, look what's going on, as Talia spoke. Bane raised his left hand, gripping a detonator tightly. His thumb lightly touched the button, and the multi-million-yield nuclear bomb would explode immediately if anything happened. And in a short time it will destroy Gotham City, killing at least millions of people. And those who survive will not fare well either. Radiation will accompany them for the rest of their lives, forcing them to struggle and eke out a living in pain and darkness. Bruce's face, hidden beneath his black suit, was contorted with rage. He forced himself to remain as calm as possible and said, "I want to know what you're trying to do. Why are you hurting tens of millions of innocent people?" "Innocent, I'm sorry. Innocence is a luxury for the city of Gotham and Ruth. The best ending for this city is destruction. Do you remember the League of Shadows? You killed my father as his daughter. Although I didn't like him either, hated and banished Bane. He was still my father, he avenged me. And now I will avenge him as well, to commemorate him and fulfill his mission. As for killing you, it's merely a reward for my patience. You will die and Gotham will die. The hatred I've hidden for so many years is ingrained in my bones, and I can never forget it. However, I will give you a chance." Talia looked at Norland meaningfully, then suddenly paused. That damn charm made her feel an urge to lay down her weapons. She was starting to feel like she didn't want to continue doing what the clown was doing. It was such a waste. Bane realized something, silently blocking Talia's path, his eyes passing over Bruce before fixing on Norland. He was very annoyed. Talia has actually been captivated by this pretty boy. He's going to kill that pretty boy. But he also understood that he didn't have that ability. "Bane, get out of the way," Talia frowned. Requesting flowers 0, no, Bane refused to move. It's all right, he can't bewitch me, my will is quite firm. Talia stepped forward from Bane's side, deliberately avoiding looking at Norland, and continued to Bruce, hand over your friend's identity. Background information, cough cough, all the details. And then can you let your friend leave this place? I'll let Bane play with you. If you can defeat him one-on-one, the detonator will be yours. Otherwise, we may debut before that. We'll press the button and Gotham will pay with its life. Millions of people are going to the Yellow Springs. So I hope we don't have to work overtime to receive them today. Talia made a terrible joke. She originally wanted Bruce to kill Norland. But then she thought it was unnecessary 0-0. Do you think I'd believe you? Do you really know where the nuclear bomb is? Do you really know what a nuclear bomb looks like? Norland looked at the monitor next to him. Bane glared at her. I disagree, you kill him. Norland then said, why don't you try it? Yes, just like you think, press the button. Otherwise, I will press the button. Talia snorted, since you don't believe me, then try it. But I'm telling you, if you don't stop in the last hour, you'll never be able to stop. F***K, they are all crazy. The Joker is, Bruce is, even Norland is F***G crazy. Without the threat of nuclear weapons, the Joker's meticulously planned subversion of Gotham will also fail. Only Bruce is all right, but now. Bruce refused without even thinking. A smart choice, but you can't fool people. I don't appreciate it, Norland didn't do that. Seeing that Bane was still glaring at him, he didn't say anything. He flashed to Bane's side and forcibly pressed down on his hand. Enraged, Bane ignored Norland and roared, that damned clown. I've had enough of him, I'm going to kill him. How dare he deceive me? Talia suppressed her panic and retorted. Perhaps we can take control of the other party and resolve the Gotham crisis. Aren't you right, Mr. Clown? The surveillance camera, which was rotating in this direction, was shaking up and down, clearly indicating that it acknowledged his statement. He knew that Norland possessed many abilities, even the power to manipulate the minds of others, as long as they believe that the nuclear bomb's timeline is still running. They won't dare to act rashly otherwise. The nuclear bomb will still explode even without anyone stopping its operation. Talia frowned. Talia cursed under her breath and threw a flashbang. Gotham will explode with a bang in 12 hours. Bane's gaze was cold, his anger rising. You think I wouldn't dare? Believe me, as long as you don't do that, I'll hold it back. Bane said without a doubt, his gaze shifted slightly. Bruce, exasperated, gave Norland a wink. Without the threat of a detonator, how could they dare to act so arrogantly in front of Norland? Even when the detonator was pressed to its maximum limit, almost detonating Gotham City remained calm as always. Bruce quickly realized that Talia was using a different tactic, forging the amulet to prevent Norland from killing them. Are you all right? Bruce was initially shocked by Norland's actions, but quickly realized that Bane's detonator was fake. Damn it, I'll kill you, I promise, you despicable clown. Norland looked at her with a hint of appreciation. It was a good reaction, but unfortunately, she wasn't pretty enough, and she didn't have any special powers. No, there's no deception. I forgot to mention that the detonator doesn't directly detonate the nuclear bomb. I've installed a timer on it. Pressing the button simply starts the timer. As Talia moved, Bane immediately positioned himself behind her. Blocking their view, he can die, but Talia cannot. He also wanted to test just how powerful Norland was. A figure the Joker dared not confront directly and could only command from some secret corner. Years of training have led to this day. Bane roared like a gorilla as his powerful body charged forward. At that moment, Bruce threw a batarang, causing Bane's charge to falter, and quickly stepped in front of Bane. Your opponent is me. Batman, you're asking for it. Bane abandoned Norland and fought Bruce. Both of them were at the pinnacle of human potential in terms of martial arts and physical abilities. However, due to the difference in physique, Bane is stronger than Bruce and he is fearless, in addition, with the added advantage of Batman's homosexuality. Bruce has a rather difficult time dealing with him. But Norland didn't interfere in this kind of childish battle. If he intervened, it would just be a massacre of weaklings. Since Bruce wants to fight Bane, let him have his way. Norland glanced at them a few times and secretly learned their moves. With his super brain and the general-level fighting memory, he learned from the Kryptonian virtual training device. He was even better than the two of them in terms of skill alone. After all, a super reaction timer is no joke, 580. In other words, Clark did not undergo systematic training and did not attempt to kill. Otherwise, given his speed and reaction time, killing Bruce would have been quite simple. He could have simply used his strength to throw a brick. No matter how skillful Bruce was, he couldn't outrun a supersonic attack and wouldn't have been able to hit a supersonic Clark. In Norland's eyes, their fighting skills were commendable and had some value to learn from. But they were too slow. For true powerhouses, these skills were useless. At this moment, Talia's men outside stormed into the city hall, armed with a KS-M16S rocket launchers and other weapons. They launched a frenzied attack on Norland. With a wave of his hand, Norland unleashed an invisible psychic force that surged like waves, sending dozens of people along with table chairs, floor tiles glistened walls, flying back at an even greater speed. The gang members behind were also affected by the aftermath, suffering numerous deaths and injuries. A casual glance reveals at least several hundred casualties. The men behind them somehow brought in cannons and, ignoring their leader Bane inside, kept bombarding the city hall. With thousands or even tens of thousands of bullets, they formed an impenetrable network of firepower. But all the bullets and shells 3 meters away from Norland seemed to freeze in time, floating motionless in the air. Norland extended his right hand palm down and in an instant, an invisible force of telekinesis pressed down like gravity. Before these people could react, everything within a radius of dozens of meters in front of them, including building Scarstreet and gang members, was instantly crushed into a pancake by this terrifying force. Blood flowed mixing with steel bars, creating a hellish scene that became the enemy's nightmare. The ground sank several meters, forming an artificial basin. Game over. Norland clapped his hands ready to return. But a sonic boom caught his attention. That is ugh. Inside the city hall, Bruce's attention was drawn to the commotion outside. He was caught off guard and Bane seized the opportunity to strike him in the back. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a severe spinal injury and been crippled. But then Bane experienced the same thing as Bruce, feeling the vibrations from the pressure of telekinesis. It was as if something had been ripped out of Bane's heart. No, Talia. Bane abandoned his attack on Bruce and instead ran outside. Bruce was about to give chase when his phone rang. It was another call from an unknown number. Bruce, go and kill Norland, me. Bruce glanced back outside, then remembered Norland's display of power. You overestimate me. You wanted me to go, so why didn't you? Joker, it's all over. Your carefully crafted game has been dismantled by Norland. Your allies, the Riddler, Talia, and Bane, are all dead. Thousands of criminals have been captured or killed. It's time to stop, otherwise I can't guarantee that Norland won't kill you while he's at it. Bruce took a deep breath. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, he wanted to try and see if he could persuade the Joker. The Joker chuckled. This is nothing. The game has only just begun, by the way. The detonator is in my hands, not the fake one Bane had, so will you choose the destruction of Gotham, or the killing or expulsion of Norland? You don't have any more time to think, Bruce frowned. I'm no match for Norland, nor can I drive him away. Of course I know you need some time to prepare. So I've carefully selected some allies for you. And I hope you'll like them. Look, he's here. The clown chuckled mysteriously, his voice fading into the distance. As the beeping sound continued, Bruce, his face dark, looked outside, pupils constricted. That's Superman. Joker, what have you done? Clark, what are you doing in Gotham's? Yes, that sonic boom we just heard was Superman. Clark. I'm sorry, but I have to fight you. A flicker of struggle crossed Clark's eyes, but it quickly returned to unwavering resolve. Martha is in the Joker's hands. I can't see her, I can't hear her. I can't let Martha die, and I can't let Gotham be destroyed. So please leave Gotham, this isn't your world, is it? Clark said that he didn't want to come to Gotham. Nor did he want to fight Norrens. This was not the city he was protecting. And he had unpleasant memories of it. But he had no other choice. His mother, Martha Kent, disappeared yesterday. He searched the entire metropolis, beating up any B******** he knew who might have kidnapped Martha. And Luther, who was in prison, inevitably became a pig's head as well. The underground world of the metropolis was thoroughly searched. Even the sewer network was turned upside down 3 times. But Clark couldn't find Martha. She had mysteriously disappeared, as if she had been abducted by aliens. Metropolis is arguably the safest city in the United States when Superman is normal. But when Superman goes mad, he becomes Metropolis's most terrifying enemy, enraged. Clark disregarded almost all human laws and dared to trample on everything, all in order to find Martha's. His rage sent shivers down the spines of the city, however. At that moment the Joker called, and she made a deal with Clark. So Clark came, setting foot in Gotham once again. Everything is going according to plan. So what will you choose next, me god from another universe? Will you throw a punch at your friend? Or obediently leave Gotham's? So trying to drive someone away by disgusting them isn't a sure thing. But it's not bad either. Even if Norland flips the table and turns Gotham upside down, it doesn't matter because in that case, his scheme has already succeeded. His goal has always been the same. These gangs are all fiercely independent. And if you infringe on their interests, they'll kill you no matter if you're the Penguin or the Joker. Of course he's the game's organizer. The Joker didn't want it to end this way. Unlike other superheroes, he's not easily manipulated. Not everyone can hide from Superman, who has superhuman eyesight and hearing, and kidnap Martha without being discovered. Nor can anyone set up Skynet in Gotham without Bruce's knowledge, or even infiltrate Bruce's headquarters, Wayne Enterprises, and unite with numerous underground forces. Upon hearing this, Norrin immediately understood the source of Oda's confidence. Left with no other choice, Clark followed the trail to Norland. His only option was to act on the Joker's instructions, because the Joker could very well kill Martha, so he tried to find the Joker, but the cunning Joker, after setting up the safe house, killed everyone who knew about it and used another persona to remotely control the game. 013601211 Chinese letter 204,420,550. If any part of this process goes wrong, it will lead to disaster, Clark goes without saying. If anyone dares to threaten him, can beat them to death. Having already time-traveled, why is this person still living such a miserable life? Even if Superman and Bruce were unwilling, they had to consider the current situation. Norland understood Clark's actions, but understanding was one thing. He was not one to accept threats. Norland, you should leave now. Leave the Gotham situation to us. In retrospect, all the previous tactics were bait. The Joker never intended to coerce Superman with Gotham's comfort, but rather to use Gotham and Martha to coerce Superman and Bruce. If you felt frustrated before and after transmigrating, then what was the point of transmigrating, even Norland? At the peak of the Bronze Age was limited by kryptonite lead and Kryptonian soundproofing materials, making it difficult to find the Joker. How much more so for Clark, the clown chuckled smugly. He didn't pin his hopes for victory on driving his opponent away, because ordinary players were a weaker group, no stronger than the game operators, and didn't have the power to overturn the table. But Norland was different. His strength and personality were enough to make him a strong man and a ruthless hero. When fighting a boss, teamwork is naturally essential. The Joker thought he had himself in control, But little did he know that the Joker is just the Joker. And in the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks are futile. You should all be in position, my heroes. The Joker's plan was simple but also very effective. I don't like being threatened, nor do I want to be chased away like a dog. Unless I leave voluntarily, after all. We're all carbon-based life forms. With only one head and one heart, a single shot can destroy us. Although we might be afraid, Clark couldn't imagine how desperate he would feel if Martha died. 5. It can be said that this seemingly simple plan was full of details and pitfalls. But the Joker succeeded and was able to command the two giants of the Justice League to serve him. Bruce doesn't kill people, but that doesn't mean he won't abuse them. He was still wondering what methods the Joker would use to deal with him. The methods the Joker had shown so far were a deadly blow to Bruce. But for him, they were just a piece of cake at first glance. It might seem like I could do it too, but in reality, if someone else were to try to replicate this operation, they would most likely fail. Norland may be a player, but if he's really provoked, he's capable of flipping the table. They can't find the clowns. Bruce came out at this moment and said the same thing. Therefore, for Martha's sake, he was not afraid to fight Norland. Hey guys, are you having a party here? How about I join? As the Joker whispered, a golden and red lightning bolt flashed, revealing himself to be Barry Allen the Flash, who should have been gaining experience in Central City. Several years have passed since he became the Flash. By this time, Barry Allen has shed his naivety and has gained considerable experience in punishing evil and promoting good. He can even run faster than the speed of light and reverse time. Clearly, this is a formidable opponent. This is certainly true, at least for ordinary enemies. Superman, Batman, Flashies, this all the confidence you have. Don't tell me Aquaman is here too. What about Cyborg? What about Martian Manhunter? So, Wonder Woman is already my woman's. So the future DC7 will only have 6 at most. And the 3 most important ones have already come just to deal with my 10. Norland smiled and shook his head on the surface. These people were theoretically his allies. But the Joker used trickery to turn them all into his enemies. I must say, he truly lives up to his nickname, the Joker. This is a feat that not everyone can accomplish. This lineup is not something that ordinary bosses can face. Keep in mind that Superman alone could easily overpower Steppenwolf. The Flash single-handedly turned the tide, saving the world from apocalyptic adversity. Batman needs no introduction. His intelligence rivals that of gods. And some even jokingly say that you should never challenge Batman to a fight. With the 3 giants united, any boss would have a headache. Any other tricks up your sleeve, use them all at once. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. This is your carefully prepared performance time. If you don't show yourself now, you might not have another chance. Norland spoke into one of the 11 cameras, convinced that the other party was there, watching smugly as he created this situation. With superheroes fight Norland, fight God. From the shadows, the clown saw Norland's arrogance but was not angered. What's so bad about that? If he had that kind of power, he would be 10 times more arrogant than Norland. Norland has already been quite Loki. If it were anyone else, it would be even more terrible. The Earth probably wouldn't last a week before it really became a tiny, broken planet. Enslavement of humankind is inevitable, as expected of the most powerful hero. Only by combining the strengths of all other heroes can one contend with the number 1. That's exactly what I did. The clown pressed a button. At the same time, in various corners of Gotham, several figures emerged from iron cages or appeared from dark rooms. Without exception, they were all supervillains from Gotham or other cities, each with more than one life on their hands. They are the vanguard of anti-humanity. They only do bad things and never do good things. And this time, of course, it was also according to the Joker's instructions to do some inhumane things. Among these people are Killer Croc, the Gotham sewer killer, King Shark, the Flash villain Captain Boomerang, and Flame Demon, who unleashes flames, of course. These villains weren't meant to deal with Norland after all. They were all defeated by the heroes. If even the main heroes couldn't handle them, what chance would they have? Their only goal was to capture Norland's woman. The Joker has always liked to exploit human weaknesses to target his enemies. He firmly believes that everything has its flaws. These heroes are strong enough, right? But they're also the easiest to deal with. Those villains are no pushovers either. But now they have to obey no matter how unwilling they are. Norland naturally has his own weaknesses. But since he comes from another universe, his weaknesses are even better, however, since he has women. These women are his biggest weakness. If you're going to deal with someone, you'll use any means necessary. Perhaps this will drive the other party completely insane and trigger a more intense conflict. But so what, the Joker even harbors a secret hope, perhaps. It would be a happier thing to let this being unleash the ambition hidden beneath his terrifying power. And let him, like Batman, discard his useless pretense. Of course, the Joker is a loyal person. He's truly devoted to Batman, so that makes it even more interesting. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for all the heroes to shed their disguises. Perhaps I should call you the League of Legends. The Justice League. Actually, the Dark League suits you better. Fall into darkness and you will possess even greater power. The clown laughed maniacally, as if he had seen something good again. Oh, here it comes again. The righteous fisherman of the sea, the master of the sea. Unfortunately, there are too few heroes and too much darkness in this world. After all, this society is inherently dark. Heroes are nothing more than pity and self-proclaimed justice. Since that's the case, let's present the truth. Good heavens, Aquaman Arthur is here too. Norland looked at Arthur walking towards him from the distant street with a strange expression. The Joker is truly resourceful. He managed to gather the Justice League members before Bruce even appeared. If Wonder Woman weren't his woman, Diana might have come too. No wonder he's Bruce's nemesis. If the Joker hadn't turned evil and had followed Bruce's path, he would probably have been another Batman. Given how similar they are. Walk Bruce's path and leave Bruce with nowhere to go, Tusk. Norland did not press Barry Allen and Arthur for why they had got involved. In any case, it's nothing more than swindling deception. Coercion and enticement as villains. They don't care as long as they achieve their goals. He could even guess that the Joker had definitely called on others to attack his weaknesses. Norland knew very well that his only weakness was his women. Too many heroes were wandering around outside, leading to the base being raided. Either this woman died or that woman was captured. Therefore, he cares a lot about this. So he is not worried about his house being robbed. If the Joker does not learn his lesson, then no matter how many people he sends, that many will die. Unless, of course, he calls for Tiang Tang to come. If that's the case, then the Joker is truly cheating. So that makes 4 right. Norland, you can leave now. We'll take care of the rest. Bruce sighed inwardly at the sight. The Joker held all the reins. He had to admit that this old rival was too troublesome and too dangerous. In fact, he also knew about the existence of Barry Allen and Arthur. They even knew of another existence. A victor who had been transformed into a cyborg. These are all people with a sense of justice. Teammates he has chosen to fight against future crises. He has even come up with the organization's code name, the Justice League. Norland is in it and occupies a key position, but now, his old rival the Joker is like a tapeworm in his stomach. Having already gathered the targets he's been eyeing, perhaps they consider Diana or even Cyborg Victor. If it weren't for Victor's almost unparalleled data control over the internet, which risked exposing his location, perhaps there will be 5 people present, not 4. It's not that we're targeting you. You can come back after we've dealt with the aftermath. I will kill the Joker, believe me. Clark echoed this sentiment, for he had never felt such intense killing intent before. He disregarded Batman's presence and only wanted to kill the Joker. Bruce frowned but said nothing. Clark ignored him. His gaze fixed and stood up again, flying towards Norland. The gap between them was even greater than before. Damn it, how could he improve so quickly? Did he go take a bath in the core of the sun? Let me see how much more fishy you've become after all this time. His reason for coming was simple, that damned clown had kidnapped his father. Clark hovered silently in midair, then a sonic boom erupted. And he swung his iron fist at Norrin, but this time, Barry Allen felt that Norland would be the toughest enemy he had ever encountered. I also want to see what kind of existence would force another person to go through all the trouble of calling in people from halfway around the world to gather so many heroes to fight against. Superman, Batman, the Flash, and a fishing boat. Hey guys, shall we go together? Seeing Norrin send 3 people flying with a single punch and remain completely still in a crushing posture, Bruce remained unmoved. This wasn't a movie. A mortal would be instantly turned to dust if hit like that. The Joker really can kill. According to the prison authorities, someone bribed a prison guard to take his father out of the prison, where he ended up in the Joker's hands. As for the damned prison guard, he was later murdered to silence him, and his entire family was wiped out. Even with the Speed Force protecting him, he felt as if his bones were dislocated and his internal organs were out of place. He would rather use his fists than his words. This was his experience of dealing with people over the past 2 or 3 decades. Only by beating the other party into submission could he begin to talk. Norland slapped Arthur backhand, sending him flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a distant building. The reinforced concrete was instantly pierced, and mud bricks and steel bars flew everywhere, you know. He was fishing and guarding a lighthouse on a remote beach, thousands of miles away, and yet he still couldn't escape the clown Huo, who coerced him into a fight from so far away. That's outrageous. He wants to fish and occasionally rescue people. Is that illegal? Following closely behind Superman, Barry Allen punched Norland at almost the fastest speed he could run in reality. His attack was simple. His near-light speed punch was enough to settle any objections. So you want to come? Norland clenched his fist. Norland didn't even glance at Arthur. He was too slow, too weak, and his moves were too basic. He was full of weaknesses and could be easily defeated. But he watched helplessly as Norland locked onto him and raised his fist. And in the end, Barry Allen himself crashed into the other's fist and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. So Arthur is very angry now. He just wants to fight. Then bring his father back and continue guarding the lighthouse. Arthur glanced at the other 3, snorted coldly, and charged straight at Norland. This isn't the ocean, go back home, duck. I said if we're going to fight, then let's fight. You guys are too scared, then I'll do it. Arthur struggled to his feet, feeling utterly dejected. That's why Barry Allen obediently came to fight. Barry Allen, who was standing to the side, wanted to speak, but he didn't say anything. As for Arthur, who was standing to the side with a dark expression, there's not much more to say. Joker, you underestimate this man. Okay. I admit I was a bit loud and arrogant just now. But is this really an enemy we can defeat? Oh no, is he dead? What a terrifying opponent. Before he could finish his thought, Clark flew back at an even faster speed, just in time to knock Arthur, who had just gotten up, hundreds of meters away along the way. No tall building was spared, and in less than a second, a huge hole was torn in it. He wished he could take that B********D to the depths of the ocean and let the fish devour it. 647, Barry Allen exclaimed in surprise, and at the same time, he began to act. His reason for being there was the same as the other 3, his father, who lived in Iron Mountain Prison, had suddenly disappeared. Bang. In an instant, only Norland and Batman remained on the field. I'm telling you, you'd better take this seriously. If you throw another match, I don't mind making you all brothers in arms like an orphanage. The Joker's voice rang in Barry Allen's and Arthur's ears simultaneously. Neither of them looked well. They actually dared to remotely control them, damn it. They're the most annoying guys ever. However, they had no other choice. They couldn't find the clowns, nor could they find their lost father. Their only option was to fight Norland to the death. But how do you spell it? The Joker, an outsider, can't see the real situation. They're in the thick of it and don't understand. Waterproofing, fixing the game, it's ridiculous. They might as well be genuinely throwing the game. But the key is they genuinely can't beat them. Didn't you see Superman, the god of humanity, next door? Getting beaten up so badly his cape was all messed up. Arthur shook his head to clear his mind. Then leaped from the tall building. His powerful body allowed him to land unharmed. And he walked on the uneven street as if it were flat ground. He took a few steps and returned to the battlefield. Barry Allen kept circling the streets around Norland. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but this speed was relative. Even if he slowed down 100 times, his figure would be impossible to catch with the naked eye. In the arena only Norland could easily track Barry's figure, while even Clark struggled to pinpoint him, relying solely on his experience and intuition. Barry's speed increased rapidly, continuing until he reached the limit of the real universe. Just shy of the speed of light. Even a tiny bit faster and you'll be traveling through time and space. At this speed, Barry Allen really couldn't think of how he could lose. He refused to believe that anyone but him could stop a light-speed kick. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Barry Allen muttered to himself. Keeping his mouth tightly shut, give it a try. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and Barry Allen was so startled that he almost twisted his ankle. After regaining his balance, he subconsciously looked at Norland at this speed. He practically created countless clones, looking at Norland countless times from different angles every second. There's nothing going on. Was it a hallucination? Or just an illusion? Barry Allen found his earlier humiliating performance laughable. After all, he was the fastest man in the world, capable of defeating even the gods of the mortal realm in terms of speed. Norland, an unknown enemy who suddenly appeared with no combat record. Maybe strong, but surely he can't be all-powerful. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. His greatest strength is none other than his unparalleled speed. Lightspeed kick, The same thing happened again. He was knocked away by Norland once more. Even though Norland's eyes weren't on him, he struck him accurately as if by instinct. Relying on his sixth sense, how is that possible? Could other people's consciousnesses reach the speed of light? The standoff and battle between the two appeared to be lengthy, but in reality it was more about accelerating the pace. The actual combat lasted only a moment. It wasn't until Barry Allen flew out that everyone realized what had happened. Seeing Norland's completely unchanged posture, everyone understood that Barry Allen had been utterly defeated once again. Damn Itvan, if we all work together. We can't make him move an inch. Who exactly is he? Why is he so powerful? Do we really have a chance of winning against him? Arthur had almost no hope of victory, even though the two sides had not engaged in any intense battle. He knew very well that an enemy stronger than him and Superman, faster than the Flash, and faster than the speed of light was someone he could not possibly defeat. He even suspected that the Joker was sending them to their deaths. Otherwise, why would he force them to fight such a monster? Or perhaps that damned clown underestimated or overestimated his opponents. And this wasn't a fair fight at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He hasn't moved an inch since the start of the battle. And he defeated 4 of the most powerful superheroes using only his right hand. Where on earth does he come from? It has such immense power, just as Arthur had expected. The Joker hadn't anticipated this outcome either. In the previous battles, Clark had clearly been able to put up a fight against Norland. In his calculations, the Flash Barry Allen possessed the fastest speed. The fisherman Arthur's physical abilities were second only to Superman. And he was also skilled in fighting at sea. Add to that the second smartest Batman. And even if he couldn't defeat him, they should be evenly matched. At least that's how he sees it, but now, Norland's devastating power with overwhelming superiority shattered his plans in one fell swoop, causing his scheme to falter. This is no child's play. It's a critical moment of life and death. But it failed just like that. Norland did nothing. With just one punch, he shattered his entire plan. That's power. Before absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. The Joker finally understood this. But it was a little too late, it can be said that be now. His plan has already failed by 1/3. After a brief moment of shock, the Joker's expression softened. I haven't lost yet. I'm still part of my plan. It seems I still have to resort to underhanded tactics. Let's make our move at the same time near Wayne Manor. A group of armed men had gathered, while in front of them was a gang of supervillains led by Killer Croc, Shark King Boomerang Captain and Flame Demon. The Joker put in a lot of effort to get these villains to fight. At least more than he did to get Clark Arthur and the Flash to participate, after all. Villains don't have as many weaknesses as heroes. All they care about is money or killing, for example. The Shark King, he brought out 10 people to make the other party make such a trip. Captain Boomerang promised to hand Batman over after the mission was accomplished. He had been severely beaten by Batman and imprisoned in Arkham. If the Joker hadn't let him go, he might have been captured by the Sky and used as cannon fodder. Of course, the Joker wasn't going to hand Batman over to him. What a joke, what was a mere boomerang captain? All he could do was throw darts, pshaw. Batman was his toy, he wanted to play with him properly. The clown's orders have come down, it's our turn to go in. I heard there's only an old man and a few women inside. And they're pretty women, Hess. Maybe we'll have a chance to have some fun later, besides. It's also Bruce's ancestral estate, containing who knows how much wealth it holds. Perhaps any one of the items is a priceless antique. My God, I'm rich after this is all done. I can retire early and enjoy the life of a tycoon abroad. Captain Boomerang pulled out 2 darts and grinned lewdly. He was still self-aware enough to know that after this job, he would have to leave Gotham or even the United States. After all, Wayne Corporation was not someone they could afford to mess with. It was an absolute behemoth. They didn't even need to lift a finger. Just $100 million or $1 billion or even tens of billions of US dollars would be enough to have him torn to pieces by the bounty hunters who came after him. If it weren't for the large number of people involved in this operation, who could share a significant portion of the responsibility, he wouldn't have dared to provoke the Wayne Group so rashly. In Gotham, Wayne Enterprises and Bruce Wayne are the true emperors who are detached from the world. I'm hungry. Shark King didn't care about financial reports or women. He casually picked up a nearby unlucky guy and, while the guy struggled, swallowed him whole. Blood flowed down, sending chills down the spines of the others. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from him. The other colleagues also quietly moved away, after all. This thing was thick-skinned and bullets couldn't penetrate it. If a fight broke out, the outcome was hard to predict. They don't need to fight a fool. The Flame Demon then spoke up. Shark King, what are you doing? They are your friends, you can't eat them, friend. Delicious, I want more *burp*. Shark King spoke blankly, his gaze towards the Flame Demon somewhat unfriendly. Upon seeing this, the latter stretched out his hands, releasing 2 alluring pillars of fire, causing the Shark King to retreat in fear. The Shark King hates fire, even though the Shark King possessed the bloodline of the ancient shark god. Over the years, the divine blood flowing through his veins had diminished, and he was now more inclined towards animalistic traits. In addition, since his true form was an aquatic creature, he was naturally afraid of fire. So he became more obedient for a time and did not harm his friends again. All right, it's time for us to get started, let's go. Captain Boomerang used darts to clear a path. His darts were like Eagle Eye's multifunctional arrows, equipped with different devices for different purposes. This particular dart was used to scout ahead, take photos and videos, and while discovering the enemy's location, it could also eliminate traps. With his superb dart-throwing skills, the darts could even spin back after completing their mission, earning him the title of Captain Boomerang. But as for his own skill level, well, let's continue discussing darts. As the Wayne family's ancestral estate, we can't just trespass. Who knows if they've buried high-explosive mines? Or perhaps underground machine gun emplacements, artillery emplacements, or laser rangefinders or something like that beneath this flat ground. That's Wayne Enterprises. Captain Boomerang would never admit to being a coward. He's made a name for himself in Gotham not just by throwing darts, but also by strategic retreat. Running away when things go wrong. Cough cough, strategic retreat is his way of survival. Huh, what the hell, what is this thing? Boom. Flames struck end in the blink of an eye. It melted into molten iron then. 4 women and an old man with a gun arrived at the manor gate and opened the iron gate with a clang. A charismatic and domineering woman carrying an iron rod walked at the front surveying the crowd and declaring, "Is everyone here, anyone else missing? The train to hell is about to depart. Come one by one, don't rush and don't cut in line. Everyone gets a share." Not only were the clown's men stunned, even Poison Ivy, Catwoman and Wonder Woman Diana, who came out with Harley Quinn, were surprised, of course. There was also Bruce's butler Alfred, who muttered to himself, "I must keep a close eye on the young master from now on. He absolutely cannot accept such a fierce woman. It's utterly disgraceful to aristocratic manners." "Who is this woman?" Captain Boomerang asked hesitantly. "Idiot," someone muttered. "What is an idiot?" Shark King asked him, dumbfounded. "It's hard to explain, but it just makes you stupid. I wonder if eating it will make me stupid too." After a brief moment of surprise, everyone's minds began to race. They were still debating whether to invade cautiously and proceed slowly. But the people inside didn't wait for their attack. The invasion came knocking on their door. And just as the intelligence indicate, the enormous manor actually housed only 4 women and 1 old man. Alfred wielding a shotgun was clearly underestimated. He was just an old man on punch and he'd be dead. As for other women, ha ha ha, just a few guys, brothers, let's go. Let's capture them and bring them back. There'll be a big reward. A clown fanatic shouted loudly to the people behind him. And the crowd surged, everyone's eyes filled with madness. Of course, this wasn't due to being infected by the clown's madness, but simply the lure of money, the Joker, who can hijack the entire Gotham City's a truly big shot. According to reports, he buried 3,000 police officers with just a little effort, and Gotham City became a free-for-all shopping frenzy. The Clown King, who controls the entire city, will surely reap a huge financial reward afterward. Giving them even a small share would be enough for them to enjoy a life of luxury. They risk getting into Arkham and prison to commit crimes. Isn't it all for the US dollar now? Harley Quinn and the others are seen as walking gold in their eyes. "Go," someone shouted, and dozens of people immediately charged towards the manor. They didn't even pull the trigger, preparing to capture the 4 women and the old man alive. After all, there are only 5 enemies, and only the old man has a gun. While they have hundreds of people, the advantage is on our side, and the outcome is already decided. Whoever runs there first will win the grand prize. So can it win the jackpot? Harley Quinn was eager to try. Seeing the thugs charging at her, she raised her right hand high, holding the stick. "Behold my Armstrong Cyclone Accelerator." Harley Quinn swung a baseball bat made of X metal, which was also worth 770 points of ice and fire. The bat was covered in blue flames and spun 720 degrees in a flash. It carried a wave of icy blue flames and engulfed dozens of people in front of them in an instant before they could even cry out. The high-temperature wave surged and swept away everything in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Oh shit, F asterisk 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 GF asterisk asterisk asterisk, this is an ordinary woman. When did Gotham produce such a formidable woman?" Captain Boomerang and the others were startled. The power of that Armstrong boomerang was simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it burned dozens of living people to ashes. Just this power alone makes that fire demon guy next to him look utterly pathetic. He pulled out 2 boomerangs and threw them out, simultaneously moving backwards into the crowd. He shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid, kill them." Kill them all. However, few in the group moved. They weren't stupid if the leader wasn't involved. Why should they? Everyone is smart, etc. Not necessarily. Nanis is here. Shark King took the lead. Its 2-meter-tall body transforming into a human tank. Each step causing the earth to tremble and leaving shallow footprints. The Shark King is here. Great. It's said that the Shark King possesses the bloodline of an ancient shark god and has the body of a demigod. He'll definitely defeat them. Brothers, the time to make our mark has come. The speaker was still Captain Boomerang, who was standing in the center of the crowd, appealing with the help of cannon fodder. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, some people couldn't contain themselves. That was a demigod. Surely he wouldn't be instantly killed by that move again. A group of people broke away from the crowd, shouting to bolster their courage as they charged forward. Killer crocodiles were among them. As a well-known second-tier villain in Gotham, he is one of Batman's archenemies. Few can drive him, and the Joker is one of them. Because the Joker rescued him from Arkham Asylum, he is participating in this operation to repay that debt of gratitude. Although his enemies seemed a bit too powerful this time, hundreds of people were mobilized. Money was a powerful motivator, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Perhaps he might even catch the Joker's eye and become one of the groups that will control Gotham's future. The Shark King charged forward in a few strides, stepping onto the car and leaping high into the air, his huge, dark mouth big enough to devour a person in one bite. Revealed blood and bone residue between his teeth that was enough to make anyone lose the will to resist. It stinks. Don't you know how to rinse your mouth? Harley Quinn covered her nose, intending to try the same trick again. But a lithe and graceful figure passed by from behind. It was Wonder Woman. Diana, before Norland even arrived at the city hall, having realized that the enemy had laid a trap. He traveled thousands of kilometers to bring back Diana, who was working at the museum, and even had time to explain the current situation. Then they leisurely made their way to the city hall. With Norland's advance notice, Diana and her companions were prepared and not surprised by the potential arrival of enemies. Therefore, when Captain Boomerang led a large group of people to surround them, they disregarded Alfred's advice to hold their ground and wait for reinforcements, and bravely went outside the manor to meet the enemy. However, these enemies were much weaker than they had anticipated. Diana held the sword of Vulcan. She declined Norland's offer to give her X-Metal, even though she knew that the sword of Vulcan was no longer as good as X-Metal. She still refused, as she was very comfortable using this god-slaying sword. Diana slashed upwards at an angle, easily leaving a nearly half-meter-long gash on the Shark King's smooth, thick shark skin, causing the Shark King to jump around in pain. Shark King's defense is definitely not weak. Even heavy-caliber bullets would have a hard time penetrating it. However, in the face of Vulcan's sword, which is powerful enough to sever Doomsday's fingers, his defense is as good as non-existent. Thanks to its thick layer of muscle and fat, it wasn't disemboweled. Is this the shark demigod? Diana deftly sheathed her sword. While in pain, Shark King's eyes were bloodshot. This was the first time he had suffered such an injury. He only wanted to tear Diana who had hurt him to gobble her up. As for the Joker's orders, they were nothing to him. No one can get away unscathed after hurting Nanis. You hurt Nanis, Nanis will eat you. The Shark King was no longer the cute creature it once was, with its wounds accentuating its ferocity. It looked particularly menacing. He swung his enormous hand bigger than a human head, and attacked with a piercing whoosh. Diana remained unfazed, focusing her attention on defense and fully utilizing the fighting skills she had acquired over 1,000 years. In a flash, Diana and Shark King brushed past each other. Diana ignored Shark King and rushed towards the melee. After she left, Shark King's massive body was severed in two by a single sword strike. Long since lifeless, Diana did not subscribe to the principle of not killing. After discovering that Nanis had a history of cannibalism, she did not hesitate to kill him. Cannibalism is far more heinous than murder. The delivery of the Shark King only affected a small number of people. Many more went berserk, pulling the trigger repeatedly, trying to shoot the women, but with each person protected by a tight-fitting X-metal suit. These bullets were as soft and powerless as cotton, because all the kinetic energy was absorbed by the suit the moment of impact. It became the reserve energy for the X-suit, making it more resilient and giving it a fundamentally stronger energy defense. Occasionally, Catwoman and Poison Ivy would release this energy, creating powerful shockwaves that swept across the area. Since the battlefield is at Wayne Manor, a quiet and relatively remote environment, there are plenty of plants for Poison Ivy to use, indirectly providing the main battlefield environment so that Poison Ivy can eliminate enemies more efficiently. That is, slaughter on the surface off the four women present. Only Diana can be considered a superhero in the strictest sense. The others are all villains. Even Catwoman is both righteous and evil. Harley Quinn also harbors some violent tendencies, and she is ruthless when it comes to killing. When these people opened fire on them, their fate was sealed. Alfred, hiding in the back, watched the chaotic battlefield, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Surprisingly, this battle was a one-sided massacre. He didn't have to worry about his ancestral manor being destroyed. Norland's women, like him, were too brutal. Sadly, this is Wayne Manor, so many people have died here. Won't this affect the environment? I've heard that demons and ghosts exist in the world. Won't this attract unclean things? Nearly 1,000 good people. Their blood has flowed all over the place. If Alfred hadn't been so skilled in both literature and martial arts, an ordinary old man would have been lucky to even pass out. Alfred, watching the battlefield recede, picked up the phone and contacted the Wayne Enterprises Fire Brigade and other members. These men were all dependent on Wayne Enterprises for food and drink, and were quite loyal. Having them clean up the battlefield would avoid a lot of trouble and ensure that their stories were consistent. However, given the current dire situation in Gotham, tens of thousands of people could probably die that day. So this little bit makes little difference. Given the size of the Wayne Group, suppressing and quelling the situation would not be difficult. Soon, thanks to the Four's efficient fighting, the nearly 1,000 people surrounding Wayne Manor were wiped out one after another. Killer Croc was also blown to pieces by Harley Quinn's staff. The Armstrong Cyclone became Harley Quinn's signature move, second only to Poison Ivy in killing efficiency. The few remaining enemies tried to escape, but the entire edge of the battlefield was already enveloped in a poisonous mist created by the Poison Ivy woman. Before they could leave, they became weak in their limbs and bled from their 7 orifices. Dying, the ringleader and his gang of supervillains also died. Captain Boomerang had already died in the chaos of battle, killed by an area of effect shockwave unleashed by someone unknown. Finally, only the tattooed man known as the Flame Demon remained. He had come to realize that rashness and this action were wise choices. But he had no choice. He was once a gang leader who had dominated the area with his special abilities. But in a moment of emotional outburst, he accidentally killed his wife and children. From that moment on, the gang leader with blood on his hands should have died. Today is the perfect time to die a glorious death in battle. The already disheartened fire demon with a roar transformed into a fire monster with flames all over its body, at least 3 meters tall, and a face and body that resembled a demon. This is the origin of the fire demon. Outsiders only thought his tattoos resembled those of a demon, capable of unleashing flames, but in reality, this was the true use of his power, burning himself to temporarily possess demonic power and gain strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. If he hadn't voluntarily given up his sinful career to atone for his sins, he would surely have had a place in this dark Gotham. Amidst the raging flames, the fire demon and Diana battled side by side. But his demonic body did not grant him power comparable to that of a god. Wearing the 6 gods' armor and further developing her divine bloodline, Diana beheaded the most troublesome fire demon in just 3 moves. Thus, all the criminals sent by the 4-day mission were executed. Norland, who was far away at the city hall, had a clear view of the battle unfolding and was very satisfied with Diana and the others' performance. Clown, now you really are a clowns. Norland's eyes flickered slightly. It was time for this game to come to an end. The process was quite exciting, and the Joker's intelligence was impressive. But the gap in intelligence and strength meant that all of the Joker's moves were countered. And he truly became the Joker. And the Joker would never have imagined that. Is the safe house he built actually safe? There is no absolutely safe place in the world. As long as the Joker is still on Earth and in this universe, he can never be absolutely safe, even if he obtained some of Kryptonian technology from Luthor. So what? Even if he knew the Kryptonians' weaknesses and made specific contingency plans. So what? He might be able to fool him and Superman's supervision and super hearing. But don't forget, among those present, there is someone who can travel through time, Barry Allen. His speed force has now been developed to the point where he can traverse out-of-control areas. This is also the source of his confidence in turning the tide multiple times in the Justice League's adversity. In the future, Superman and others will be able to reverse their fate of death and avoid dying from the explosion of the Mother Box. Of course, after traveling through time and space, he destroyed this universe. All right, it's a tie. Of course, Norrin can also travel through time. His speed force is now no less than Barry Allen's. Flying and running at faster-than-light speed is a piece of cake for him. Moreover, he has another means of time travel that has spiraled out of control, the Phantom Cat's molecular mimicry teleportation, which can send his consciousness to his past self, thus reversing the future. However, whether it's the DC universe or the Marvel universe, reversing the future is not a good strategy. Although it is possible to change future trends by altering a certain point in the past. But in realities, it's simply about opening up another timeline. The clown thought he was safe and sound, but he seriously underestimated himself. His plan will also have fatal flaws. Are you really prepared to fight me to the deaths? Just like the Joker, or do you really trust a madman? Believe he'll keep his promises. Believes that after you drive me away, he'll release your loved ones instead of continuing to use me to blackmail you. For his own good, superheroes. Norland smiled and looked at everyone. Bruce remained silent. Arthur was at a loss. And Clark clenched his fists. They certainly doubted the Joker's integrity. Making a deal with a supervillain was like dancing on a knife's edge. It is very likely that even if they do as the other party says, the final result will still be despairing. They not only lost the justice they had always upheld, but their own loved ones were also brutally murdered. They will inevitably be disgraced amidst the overwhelming outcry. This is a difficult choice. Is it to continue doing as the Joker orders, and perhaps even commit more evil deeds? I decided to abandon saving my father and mother and, in the name of justice, leave Ocean on one hand. There's the greater good on the other. There's family. Damn it, what a mess, Arthur cursed inwardly. It seemed like two problems, but to him, there was clearly only one answer. There was absolutely no choice. If I choose the first option, can I defeat Norrin? And if Norrin doesn't leave, what can I do? So he's forced to choose the second option. But what if his father won't be saved? His mother's whereabouts are still unknown. Clark was also conflicted. He recalled the day his father died on that. He could have saved his father. But his father shook his head at him because his father did not want him to show his superpowers in front of others and preferred him to live as an ordinary person. He watched helplessly as his father died. And the feeling of having power but being powerless to do anything about it was terrible. And now he faces the same choice again, but this time, he lost the ability to save his mother. That's real skill. Of the group, Bruce was the most tormented. Although he didn't have the same troubles as Clark Aquaman, and the other she's suffering was far greater. All he wants is to make Gotham a better place. Why is that so difficult? Give up on saving Gotham or continue the fight? But can he really beat Norland if it were Clark? He might have a chance, but if it were Norland. He even doubted whether the four of them could truly resolve the crisis posed by the Joker. Even if Norland were gone, wait, 4 people, one is missing. Bruce's expression tightens slightly. Where was Barry Allen's? Although I was beaten up badly just now and flew off to some unknown place. There's no reason why I haven't come back yet. They can't possibly die, can they? If Norland had intended to kill, how could the 4 of them have held out for so long? The consequences of their destruction were plain for all to see. Suddenly his mind stirred. It was as if they had figured something out. Out of the corner of my eyes, I caught Norland's faint smile, a confident and elegant one. As if he had everything under control. Is this a calculated manipulation of their smiles, or a way to lull the person behind the scenes into a false sense of security? Barry Allen, Bruce thought of old Bruce. He had a brief connection with Bruce Wayne through a selfie video. The other party told him about Norland and the Flash. Suddenly it dawned on him, I see. Norland has found a way to break the deadlock. This situation, seemingly hopeless, can actually be perfectly resolved with just one step. That means finding the Joker and capturing him before he kills the hostages in a fit of rage and destroys Gotham. And the Flash is the key to breaking the deadlock. Barry Allen charged again just now, but was knocked away by Norland and crashed into a pile of rubble. And the smoke seems very thick, it hasn't dissipated yet. This is a cover, isn't it? Norland somehow reached an agreement with Barry Allen, who, through an attack, was knocked out of sight. Using the dense fog as cover, quickly ran through time, thus traveling back in time to find the Joker's location. And then broke the deadlock as expected of Norland. Then now, what they needed to do was to distract the Joker with words as much as possible before he realized what was going on, giving the Flash more time to locate the Joker. Once Barry Allen returns, the dust will settle. Thinking this, Bruce concealed his thoughts, suppressed his excitement, and instantly recalled the Joker's mind and purpose, trying to follow a line of thought that the Joker wouldn't suspect or pay attention to. Perhaps it's true, but so what? Do we have a choice? Gotham cannot be destroyed. This is the city I protect, the home I safeguard. Superman and the Flash and Arthur. Surely they too have things they need to save and protect. Even though the chances of the Joker keeping his promise are slim, we must hold on to that 1 in 10,000 chance. And what you said is only a possibility. Why give up one possible outcome in order to pursue another? I think even if it's for the sake of ruling Gotham in the future. The Joker wouldn't do something so untrustworthy, would he? The Joker, don't you think so? The clown remained silent, seemingly acquiescing or denying. 0136012211 Chinese letter 204,450,060. No one can know what he's thinking, in fact. The Joker is no longer able to contact Arthur and Barry Allen using the communicators they carry. The tracking devices left on them had long been destroyed. Norland has at least one means to destroy all electronic communication devices within a certain range, such as molecular mimicry. The Speed Force can actually achieve a similar effect, but you need to be familiar with how it works. This also meant that the Joker couldn't monitor Barry Allen and Arthur's movements through those small devices, and could only monitor them remotely through satellites and other remote means. Of course, he also heard what Norland said. Relying on his lip-reading skills, Norland left 1 or 2 surveillance cameras nearby to allay the Joker's suspicions. The Joker didn't question their motives after all. Their fight had already destroyed the entire street. So what did a few surveillance cameras matter? He deliberately didn't respond from the very beginning. He hadn't considered whether or not to let go. He might let me go or he might not, it depends on his mood. If it makes him happy, what's wrong with letting him go? If you're unhappy, well, sorry, let's all turn to the dark side together. Let the world be devoid of light. Let darkness shroud the world. He is looking forward to the appearance of a corrupted Superman, a corrupted Flash, a corrupted Arthur, and a corrupted Batman requesting 0 flowers. He even wondered if Batman turned to the dark side. What kind of monster would he become? Would he be even more evil than him? Would he actively destroy the false, fragile peace and stability that Batman had worked so hard to create in Gotham? Between the corrupted Batman and the Joker, who is more powerful and terrifying? Without weaknesses and flaws can Bruce, along with his Alice, rule Gotham and destroy it? The thought of working alongside the corrupted Batman filled him with a sense of profound peace and joy. Good heavens, he can't wait, or should we just destroy it? Let darkness descend prematurely. No, 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 the game isn't over yet. The small goal we set earlier hasn't been achieved yet. Norland, aren't you going to give up yet, etc.? Where are those people? Boomerang Captain, Flame Demon, Killer Croc. And there were his underlings absolutely loyal to him, who were embedded in that group. They've all lost contact, however. Their location remained on the outskirts of Wayne Manor. So are they all dead? What an unexpected ending. No wonder you were so calm and collected. Did you anticipate my actions? Interesting, interesting. Another interesting enemy, the clown laughed silently. A maniacal laugh, a terrifying laugh. Sometimes he felt more and more that Norland wasn't a superhero, but a supervillain. Only a supervillain could be so unscrupulous and so flawless. Cold-blooded and powerful. Perhaps he was a villain all along. It's just that in this universe and at this time, he chose to become a temporary hero. This is not surprising. He would do it if it were interesting. But the most likely outcome is that he will revert to his villainous identity at the final heroic moment of saving the world. Since superheroes only have meaning if supervillains exist. Even if Batman truly falls into depravity and becomes a destroyer. Perhaps the Joker could transform into a champion of justice against Batman. While it's amusing to drag angels into darkness, it's also quite interesting to bring fallen angels into heaven. As the saying goes, how amusing it is to drag a respectable woman into prostitution and persuade a PR **** Ute to reform herself. The same location, different time periods. Just as Bruce had predicted, Barry Allen traveled back in time. He kept running and running, exploring Gotham City again and again. He could run through all of Gotham's streets and alleys with his eyes closed. In his eyes, Gotham was like a woman who had taken off her clothes. There are no secrets to wealth. He has more authority to speak about Gotham than Bruce does. It was only after running around for so long that Barry Allen realized how deep the Joker's scheme was. For months on end, he hadn't seen the Joker anywhere outside. He remained engaged in everyone's conversation. But no one saw him clearly during this period. The Joker had already retreated to the safe house and stopped going out. Finally, 6 months ago, Barry Allen finally located the Joker and also found the safe house. The Joker built a total of 18 safe houses of various styles throughout Gotham. Half of them were specially made for him. After pinpointing the Joker's location, Barry Allen ran back again to search for Clark's foster mother. Lisser's father ran his own father. After running for a long time, Barry Allen was exhausted. The Speed Force had greatly depleted his energy. And in order to prevent any impact on the timeline, he followed Norland's instructions and did not touch anything to replenish his energy. Nor did he eat food from other time periods, therefore. He is now starving and his body is in a state of jealousy and lack of energy. Stumbling back to the present time, he collapsed into the smoke. He was starving to death. The first superhero to starve to death, that's terrible.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.